December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious Candidates Tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
Round 3 exploded into action yesterday here in Goa. Over half the field found victory in one of the most aggressive starts we've seen. But what really turned heads was who did the winning. Because time and time again, the black pieces struck first this round, claiming decisive points in games that defied expectation. Today, those who trail must respond. And those in front can't afford a single misstep. The pressure builds, the boards are alive, and round 3 continues. Welcome to day number 8 of the FIDE World Cup. Hello everyone, good morning. I'm John Sargent, and joining me are International Master Jovi Hauska and Grandmaster David Howell. Jovi, good morning. How's it going?
It's going great. I mean, today is another day where we're going to see players leave the competition, players advance as well. It's crunch time, as you mentioned. For some players, I mean, yesterday we had 13 decisive games, and the vast majority of them were black wins. So it's going to be absolutely incredible to see whether we're going to be seeing those comebacks that some players like Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, who must do it with the black pieces, whether he can do that in order to get the match to tie breaks.
And David, yesterday, I thought maybe we'd have a slower start to the round, have the players feel each other out a little bit, and got absolutely dismantled over the course of the first 2 hours as we saw fireworks all over the shop. Surely today is a bit more chill, or can we find a way to ramp it up even more?
Yeah, I think there's almost a guarantee, unfortunately for some players, that there will be blood spilled in the first couple of hours. Often players, especially those who lost with white, will need to take massive risks to stand any chance of making it through. And yeah, I'm expecting more of the same. This is just modern chess at its best. Everyone's so ambitious. Everyone knows the margins are so small, so they have to try something a bit more than might be normal. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Now, to get a feel of how the players and maybe the spectators at the venue are taking in, shall we say, the situation on the ground after yesterday's bloodshed on the board, let's go ahead and check in with International Master Rakesh Kulkarni, who's live from Goa and is able to tell us what the atmosphere felt like this morning.
Namaste and welcome back. This is day 8 of the FIDE World Cup and we are here in the fan zone today bringing you all the live action. Lots of upsets happened. Jose Martinez led that when he beat Nodirbek Abdusattorov in a thrilling back and forth game. But apart from that, we also saw nice wins by Idani Puya, Alexis Sarana and Radoslav Wojtaszek. And speaking of the Indian players, 10 of them still alive out of the 64 playing. None of them lost, which never happened at this World Cup so far. 3 Indians won, 7 Indians drew. So it's looking like there's very good chances for the local players. And of course, Gukesh, Prag, Vidit all drawing with the black pieces. So they definitely want to win with white today. And remember, 1.5 is the dream score to go through. Because if you score 1.5, you don't need to play tie breaks. If no tie breaks, maybe no chance of a hard break. So we'll see who gets there. And lastly, your very own in the studio, Peter Leko, also won on a very, very nice game against Kirill Alexienko. And he just needs a draw to go through. Everything to play for. And we'll see who gets there into round 4. Back to you guys in the studio.
And here are the pairings for today's matches. You can see them on your screen here, starting with world champion Gukesh with the white pieces on top board. He'll be playing against Frederick Svane. That match is poised, 0.5, 0.5. But honestly, we need to take a look at the matches where it isn't completely square going into the second game. There's quite a few of those across both of these screens, Jovi. So I'll let you pick one or two that you're particularly looking forward to.
Well, it's always those people who are trailing, and it's, as I mentioned, Nodirbek Abdusattorov with the black pieces. Can he manage to turn things around? Arjun Erigaisi yesterday had such a dream game in its stupendous form yesterday. Well, he's got the black pieces, so it's up to Shamsuddin Vukidov whether he can actually try to win against Arjun Erigaisi. And well, that is going to be a match that I'm going to be looking forward to, because how to beat Arjun Erigaisi? I don't know. Do you meet fire with fire or do you go for a different approach?
Oh, I want to see fire with fire on that board. Absolutely no doubt about it. David, aside from the fact that we've clearly managed to clone Erdogmush and Richard Report, which, by the way, I am totally here for, which matchups are you particularly looking forward to today?
Yeah, there are matches where we did see draws in game 1 where I have a feeling that the players today with the white pieces will be extra optimistic, and that is Gukesh. Yesterday, rock solid, but he doesn't stay that way for long. He often tries to pounce when he does get the white pieces. Pragnananda, meanwhile, has had a very up and down tournament, but it feels like today might be the day where he finally brings his true form.
Now, we talked extensively about the goings-on between Stromavicius and Pranav yesterday when they had to call the arbiters in, but we were so distracted that we missed a completely different situation on the board of Pranesh taking on Vincent Keimer. Have a look at this, and let's see what we think about it. So, everything starts off fairly innocently. You can see there, the white pawn moves just a tiny bit. Pranav reaching for a piece there. Not 100% sure what he was reaching for, but his finger touched the pawn. That's okay so far, but let's see what happens next. Nice slow motion replay. And important to say, neither player is particularly fussed. He then touches the bishop, moves it across to a1, and the clock immediately gets stopped by the arbiter. And it looks like there's a discussion about touch move. If you've touched the pawn, presumably, the arbiter is saying, okay, we need to player move where the pawn is captured. I believe 2 minutes got added to the other clock. And that was played. But here is where it gets weirder. The arbiters come back a couple of minutes later, ask the players to leave the board, and then they come back in about 5 minutes. The players sit back down. Time gets added to both sets of clocks, from what I can see here. I don't know exactly how much. Neither player is complaining at this point. It looks particularly upset, by the way. I think it's worth noting. And the game continues to its conclusion. David, I'll start with you. What's going on here?
Well, ultimately, it was a very well-played draw, but that one moment with the rook takes pawn debate, it didn't look purposeful. His kind of rook takes pawn move there, it looked like he was just hovering. He was deciding while his hand was there. It looked accidental, the brush of the pawn. Ultimately, neither player claimed anything. Vincent Keimer didn't look like he wanted to create a fuss. It was pretty much just the arbiter kind of stepping in, disrupting the game. I have quite strong views on it. I think it's very inconsistent. Yesterday in the kind of other game we talked about, Pranav versus Titus Stremovicius, we talked about how arbiters were trying to minimize the disruption. It was very much the opposite here. And yeah, I think it was nice to see the players not make a fuss, just react very calmly, but it's very questionable the arbiter stepping in the first place, because it was clearly an accidental touch, but also stepping in later when there was no need at all.
Jovi, how about yourself?
Yeah, I was going to say, I also wonder, I mean, how the players feel about it now, because to me also it looked like a fumble there from Pranesh, but you know, if they went back and checked with an engine, they would have seen that rook takes pawn was actually the saving move, the only move for black to draw in that position, when bishop to a1 was in fact a mistake. And I don't know, the players actually finished the game in a good mood. They were sharing their thoughts. They were quite happy about it. So maybe it won't disturb them too much. But I'm sure if they go back and check with an engine, they'll probably be like, especially Vincent. Perhaps that was a moment that actually could have had significant impact on the result of the game. But they have to put that behind them. The score sheets have been signed. That result has been determined. And now it's going to be all about the game in front of them right now. And on our screens, it's Gukesh now with the white pieces against Frederick Svana. Yesterday was a relatively solid game with Gukesh being put under some pressure, but he managed to defend and it was a balanced result in the end. So you can't keep looking backwards, you have to look forwards, and that's what all the players will have to do.
I completely agree. I think my thoughts on the matter with the arbiter's hat on, I would be interested to see what my colleagues thought, is that the initial touch on the pawn wasn't intentional. Sometimes you see players change their mind halfway through, they touch a piece, they pretend they didn't or something like that, but it really was the case that the player's pinky just about brushed against the pawn, and it was clear that he was trying to think about reaching for either the rook or the bishop. So for me, it wasn't intentional, and the pawn didn't need to force to be captured. After the arbiter ruled that the pawn had to be captured due to touch roof, I personally disagree with that, but okay. The objective then for the arbiters is to minimize interference in the game. And what I have a strong problem with, unless more evidence comes to light, because we're not hearing the audio or what was said, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's an explanation, but I can't see a universe where it makes sense for the arbiters to come back out and forcibly stop the game a second time to get both players to walk away, explain what went on, and add time to both players' clocks. If there was a mistake and the arbiters needed to rectify that, no problem. And in fact, fantastic on them for admitting it. But speak to the players after the game. There is absolutely no need to interrupt the game any further, and that for me is what gets me riled up.
I love the bleep, John. I just want to say,
look,
I think it
Danny
should be
Wrench has to
mandatory
say
for
bleep.
every
all right?
commentator. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
but that's my interpretation anyway.
Yeah, I fully agree. It actually changes the game. Like, the players had minimal time. It was a complicated endgame when play was stopped the second time, just by adding extra minutes on the clock. Basically saying to both players, okay, you're going to improve your kind of level of play because you have more time now. It's just totally neutralizing the effect of the clock, the pressure of the moment, everything. It's just changing the game, disrupting so much. It's, in my eyes, it's unforgivable, the arbiter's actions. And if I were the chief arbiter in the tournament, I would be having some very, very strong words. But yeah, hopefully there's no incidents today. That's the main thing, especially on a decisive day where some players will be knocked out.
100%. And I love the fact as well that the players were good-natured about it. The sportsmanship was fantastic. No one was complaining that the wrong result was reached. Even though bishop to a1 would have been a losing move, you didn't see any complaints that pawn takes led to the draw. The players were fine with it. They took it in good nature. So hopefully we get better arbiting in the future, but I'm pleased to say that it doesn't look like it's affected the players too much, and we can entirely focus on today's games. The openings are now popping out across our boards, so Jovi, David, I will hand it over to you to talk us through what the players have chosen on this critical day of games.
Thank you, John. And there on our screens, it's Gukesh beginning with e4 and an Italian game. Now, Frederick Svaner probably has one mission on his mind. He just wants to neutralize the game. Gukesh is a fantastic, fearsome calculator, and he's so dangerous with the initiative, and still questions to be answered here, like after castles. If black is going to be following suit, I mean, is bishop to g5 going to be making an appearance? That's something fun if Gukesh wants to go for openings like that. Or will we see a quieter game? And the choice is in Frederick Svaner's hands. What do you think he's going to go for? Do you think he's going to go for your d6, castles, a6, h6, just to kind of kill any bishop to g5 ideas?
Yeah, black has many, many logical moves here, as you point out, Jovanka. It's tough, right? Because you know Gukesh is going to hit you with something very sharp. Like, you know, if you're Frederick Svaner, that white's bishop is going to come out and pin. I'm pretty confident, actually, that that's going to happen if he doesn't stop this move now. So, yeah, it's tough. This is maybe less effective once black kind of keeps the king in the center. You kind of want to wait for black to castle before playing this move, as it makes pushing the black pawns, h6, g5, far less attractive for Svaner. But yeah, very interesting moment, and we're going to find out. It looks like he was about to make a move. Either way, Jovanka, the Italian game, so trendy, and I saw on the top 8 boards, 5 games have been e4, e5. Many Italians. And there we see top left, Gukesh playing the Italian. Center left, center top there, Vokidov playing the Italian as well against Arjun Erigaisi. We see Petrov, Pragnananda against Hovhannisyan. Petrov has appeared a lot. And on the bottom row, Pranesh is playing something a bit fruity against Vincent Keimer. And the anti-Berlin with bishop takes knight. We've seen that a few times this tournament. And Wei Yi against Gladura is a Spanish. So lots of e4, e5. Looks like the flavor of the top boards.
Yes, and well, e4, e5, some players feeling in a solid mood. I'm thinking of the top right, Hovhannisyan. He wants to get into those tie breaks. He wants to be solid with the black pieces. So I can understand this decision to go to the Petrov. And, you know, we also have a real mix, as you mentioned, some d4s as well. Stremovicius with the white pieces is in a must-win situation. So I'm kind of eager to go to those players who have got to win. And maybe we can check in on him and just assess his chances.
Yeah, good call. Let's jump into that game. We followed the reverse encounter yesterday in quite a bit of detail. And yeah, there was controversy, of course. Titus disappointed with the result. But here we see a line of the Queen's Gambit declined, Jovanka, that I've been looking at lately. Don't tell my future opponents, but I've been looking at this from the black side. It is an attempt to force a draw. It is that simple. And if we go back to the start, draw, of course, great for Pranav. We see a transposition to the Queen's Gambit declined. The line with bishop to e7, and white nowadays brings the bishop to f4 more than ever. And the move b6. It is a bit risky because you are essentially sacrificing a pawn after some trades in the center, the black queen coming out. White can take on c7, but it goes to a long, long forcing line. black often brings out the bishop with a check, which can be annoying for white to meet. So instead, bishop to e2. And yeah, what are you expecting here? Do we think we'll see a long opening debate? Pranav stopping to think. I believe the main move is this queen check. You can also bring your bishop out. Yeah, looks like Titus well prepared though, hasn't spent any time.
No, he's spent no time, and black has to be a little bit careful because position looks relatively quiet, but only in the sense that black does have completed development, but the pawn on c7 is going to be weak. Now, I kind of jumped ahead of myself. Completed development. What I meant by that actually was the fact that it is actually easy for black to actually get the bishops into play, and the knight can come to d7, and everything is going to be fine. But everything is going to be hinging on whether black can actually just break out in the center and go c5. So I think this is a nice idea by white, just getting that slight edge, and especially because I remember the words that both you, Magnus, and also Pranav's former opponent, Ariantari, said that Pranav is excellent when it comes to these tactical battles, but keeping control of positions is not one of his skills.
Yeah, I've never seen Pranav really play for a draw, so this choice of opening is interesting. It's definitely going against type. It's going against what he's used to, and surprising to see him stop and think. I believe bishop to a6 is the move I wanted to play in this position as black, and just to show what might happen, for example, if he does go for that one, bishop to a6, white will most likely castle. You can see a trade of bishops here, and black often plays this move, queen to b7, with a quick c5 to come next, like you said, Jovanka, knight d7, and it's very close to equality if black can trade off some pawns in the center, but if white's quick enough with some e4, d5 pawn pushes, then white might get a small advantage. So we'll come back and check on this game maybe a bit later once Pranav has made a decision on how to proceed.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting to see that one develop, because the Queen's Gambit declined is certainly an opening that I have in my repertoire. And another player who is in a must-win situation, this time with the black pieces. I've been talking about it a lot, but it's Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and he's playing against Jose Martinez. And interestingly enough, Jose Martinez revealed that, he's spent the last year focusing a lot more on his classical chess, and he never had a trainer, he kind of said in an interview. He basically learned chess and just sharpened his sword on the game, just simply playing a whole lot of online chess. But now he has a sponsor in Mexico, and he's able to dedicate some serious energy into actually playing and improving chess.
Yeah, and it warms my heart, this game, Jovanka, already, because it's my favorite opening since childhood. It's the C3 Sicilian, the Alapin Sicilian, and just a very quick action replay for everyone at home. We saw e4, c5, and it's happened a few times already this tournament. It also happened in the last World Cup in the final between Magnus Carlsen and Prague, when the white player just needs a draw. They don't want to enter the open Sicilian, knight f3, d4, which becomes a bit more combative, hard to force kind of any simplifications in those openings. Instead, c3, the c3 Sicilian, often leads to a lot of trades early on. Still quite an ambitious opening, but lots of lines that lead to a forced draw or equality. e5, this is one of the main lines, and after a trade of pawns in the center, b6, this is the old main line. And I was going to say, the old main line, knight c3, that's been analyzed to death. There's kind of 20-30 moves of theory over there, which is also fine for white. Bishop to c4 is one of my favorite moves. I've played that many times myself. But the modern trend is to play what Jose Martinez has just done, either bishop d2 or h4 in some order. So the idea now is, for example, if black trades off bishops, to take that piece and to play this idea of h4, and just to push the pawn as far as possible, go on the attack, and hope that the black king has no safe haven. I'm excited. Nodirbek is inviting some crazy positions ahead.
Yes, I agree. And I've seen this idea with h4. I think Paulina Shuvalova was doing things like this when she was playing in the Women's Speed Chess Championship, and she had it all worked out. So it was very, very dangerous for white indeed. I think at times you're even sacrificing the pawn on h4, and you're just arguing that you get a whole lot of time. And in return, the pawn on e5 cuts the position in two, and there's going to be some initiative there on the king side. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this game develops. And I also just wanted to ask you a question, because you mentioned that there was a line after b6, where you could have gone into the old main line where everything had been worked out. Would that have been actually a good strategy to take the well-trodden paths to equality when you just need a draw to get through to the next round?
Oh, good question. The thing is, it is quite old theory, and neither of these players are old, so I do wonder how much they know that line in the first place. Also, because it is the main line, it's likely Nodirbek, who chose b6, studied it. So I understand trying to dodge the dodge your opponent's prep. But yeah, just for everyone at home, very quickly, in this situation, often black plays the move queen c7 to hit this pawn. There are lines where you sack this pawn, allow it to be captured with a check. You just block. But the old main line goes bishop to d2. Now, something along these lines. And the reason I think he wants to dodge these is because after knight d7, White's most reputable move is to play knight to g5, sack a pawn, and go all out on the attack, to go for some quick scholar's mate ideas and to drop the white queen back. And yeah, I think this is anything but drawish, or at least top lines lead to equality, but you need to know everything here, and huge risk involved. So I'm not surprised Jose Martinez has avoided this.
It also fits in with his style, right? Bishop to d2, take the game on the front foot. Because one of the dangers, right, when you're in a must-draw situation, when a draw will get you through, is that you start taking passive decisions and taking negative choices as well, because you're just thinking about getting to that draw, as opposed to actually treating the game as a fully fledged, equal fight where everything is absolutely fine. Instead, you're just thinking, I got a draw, so I'm going to just trade off pieces. I'm trying to simplify, and your opponent can kind of use that fact against you.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the c3 Sicilian, it's a good mix between kind of safe but also ambitious. If black overpresses, often there are ways that you can get a big attack with white if black takes too much risk and refuses to simplify. So it is a bit awkward for Nodirbek, who's now been spending 3.5 minutes on what to do next. He chose this line against the c3 Sicilian. He must have had it in his mind that Jose Martinez might play this, but now he pauses. That's not a good sign for the Uzbek world number 12. Yeah, we'll check back in maybe a bit later, Ivanka.
Yes, we will keep our eyes on this one, because if Nodirbek draws, then that's it. Jose Martinez makes it through to round 4, and Nodirbek will be eliminated. So after some pause, we can see on the camera, he did come to a decision, did make a developing move with the light squared bishop. And okay, and on the games that we've selected, it's a fair amount of solid starts, but I think that's because not everyone is in a must-win situation, John. So there are people who are thinking about the long game, the game in front of them, but also the games that could potentially be happening tomorrow. That could be the scenario, right, John?
Look, I completely agree with you. We could just be... I thought this was probably going to be happening yesterday. This time yesterday, we were about to get a queen sack, okay? So the fact that we have a number of fairly calm, fairly well understood positions on the board, and the fact that the players are taking their time to try and consider their next moves here, even though there's a whole bunch of must-win games, it looks like we've started relatively calmly. And that's nothing to fret about, folks, because it's a rarity, frankly, based on our event coverage so far. It's been absolute fireworks every single day, so we've had a slightly quieter start to this one, but that could just mean the tension ratchets up and becomes explosive in the coming minutes. So now that the openings are on the board, we're going to take our first break of the day, and we'll be checking out what the middle games have in store for our GMs across the playing hall. See you fine folks in a couple of minutes.
You handle gauntlet where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess, cast that spell, play for free.
Magnus Carlsen, a special world champion. I met him at his teenage years. I remember very vividly when Simon Agdestein, at that time the #1 Norwegian player, very nice personality himself, very rounded. And I was watching a game in Benidorm, some blitzing, it was a rapid event, and I was looking, and then next to me, Agdestein comes and he just whispers in my ear that, Magnus Carlsen, remember this name, a very talented boy. He's going to become a world champion. So this I remember very well. And then I had experience sitting next to him in tournaments. I'm playing in the A group, he's playing in the B group, drinking his orange juice, eating his walnuts and different things, seeing his family being extremely supportive, a very kind, nice kid, but he was not very social, I must say. And then later on, I was already kind of going to my final part of my career competitiveness when he was really raising. I mean, he became world champion in 2013, and I retired from competitive chess in 2014. But I was following, of course, in those years, how he was improving, how he was playing, how he was training. I got these informations that he was a player who was really looking and reading a lot of predecessors, old books, reading, trying to understand the essence of chess. And it was so beautiful to see while Kasparov brought all the freshness, the digital things, using the databases, using engines and all this, seeing Magnus Carlsen, the new generation who really born into this digital world, using books and reading books and trying to understand details. And I could see in his play that maybe he had some good preparation of openings, but he was more focusing on the middle game. He had endless energy playing out drawish endgames and later on winning them. I mean, he has like endless number of endgames. I'm sure everybody knows it, that he's a big grinder. And it's not that he wants to say, okay, I'm just better than anybody. He thinks that way, and it's true, but he just loves the game. He just loves the game to be played out until the very end. He doesn't care whether it's 3 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. He has this incredible amount of curiosity for the game. And I think this is what gave him all the success, what he reached, and I hope there is a lot of success to come for him more. And well, I'm also very happy for him that he's having a family, starting out, becoming a father soon. And he's great for chess. He's a very active and very outspoken and cool, sportive personality of the chess world.
Welcome back to the 2025 FIDE World Cup. Things have started relatively peacefully in the playing hall, and we see fewer fireworks than yesterday. But as soon as I said that going into the break, I may have cast or cursed things ever so slightly. We've got a couple of boards where we have some recent moves that are 100% worth taking a look at, and we're going to be zooming in on one of them right now. This is unusual for move 8, to say the least, folks. What the hell has happened here?
I think we have to actually just start from the top here, because it's an interesting position we have on our screens. But my traditional wisdom is basically that you don't touch this particular variation with black, because it's known to be a bad variation. But Fedoseev, in a must-win scenario, he needs to win with the black pieces. He's playing Radoslav Wojtek, who's fantastic. He's been a second for Vishy Anand. You know, fantastic opening preparation. Very, very solid player. And he mixes it up like this. And so my wisdom was just, you take the pawn on f5, bishop takes g2, and then you can just give a check. And everything seems to be hunky-dory for white. So I'm going to ask David here, why did Fedoseev choose this? Is there something amiss here? Is there some knowledge here that Fedoseev has that the rest of us perhaps haven't caught up with?
Well, Fedoseev, I mean, he has been known to try these types of things. He takes massive risk when he plays chess in general. It's rare to see him do it this early. Normally he wants to survive a bit longer, make the position weird, and then pounce when the opponent gets a bit nervous. Here, he's basically asked a question right from the start when his opponent had 1.5 hours. Makes an odd impression. I don't want to say this is tilt. Yesterday, he lost a very painful game. It was a long grind. He was worse for most of it and couldn't save the game. Just to bring the position back a few moves, like f5, like you said, it's frowned upon. It's known to be bad. Wojtek, an opening expert's probably bound to have looked at it at some point, but bishop to b4 check is a known move. Knight to c6, I think, is the move that the likes of Nigel Short, Tony Miles, English grandmasters used to play to try and get the bishop pair. This pawn is hit now, and knight to e2, black plays knight to b4. There are ways, my point is, that like you can balance the position, keep things alive. Yes, your opponent gets the center, you get the two bishops, and the fight goes on. But f5, it's basically saying, you have to knock me out here and now. And I think Wojtek will say, yes, please. And in this position after f takes g6, it's well known from this opening and others that knight f6, you play this move g7 check, give up the queen, make a new one, and you win some material in the process. This rook in the corner might drop, but I think the king is the one dropping in the center, next move. But yeah, Jovanka, to answer your question, when I was looking at this years and years ago, it's probably been 15, 20 years now, it was this move knight to e2 to try and race the knight to g6 that is the refutation of this line. And according to chess.com database, bishop g5, which was just played by Wojtek, is the most common move. So maybe this is actually the top engine way of kind of handling it. But yeah, it just looks fantastic for white. You might drop the rook, but you might get the king.
Yes. Yeah, no, I got to say, knight e2 was also in my notes as well. And that was from, I think, two years ago. You know, it was just to get your knight to g6, and that was that. So the one thing in Fedoseev's favor is most of us don't really spend so much time looking at this particular variation. We just know the superficial, like, you know, you go knight e2, get your knight to g6, and then we'll wing it. And here also, okay, black is going to be winning a rook on h1, because why else would you go into this if you're not going to be greedy? But his position doesn't make a fine impression at all.
Yeah, and a bit of a crossroads here. Wojtek's reaction, by the way, shows he does know some stuff. For everyone at home here who might be wondering, why not take a free piece? Why not take a knight while it's offered with a check, and you get a new queen for a moment? And I guess the answer is that black's king now just takes back, and white loses a key tempo with the queen. Not many good squares to place her back, and black's still the exchange up once the rook drops in the corner. I remember being confused by this. I was like, wait, you can take a knight for free, but he doesn't want the knight because the pawn on h7 is just as strong. And Ivanka, apparently, according to the database here on chess.com, bishop takes h1. White has an 83% win rate after this move, which is not good news for black. Now after knight to e2, and this idea we've both advocated for. So apparently this isn't best. Taking a free rook isn't the best move. Maybe knight to c6. What do you think here, though? Is this just Fedoseev tilting?
It's difficult to say, right? No, I think he has an idea behind this. I mean, I think knight c6 is you advocating, maybe meeting knight to e2 with the knight coming up to b4, perhaps, and trying to just kick away this bishop on d3 is something that he's going to be going for. I don't think he's tilted. I think you choose this particular variation with an idea in mind. You just don't go into it unless you have a plan. I mean, I don't know, but it's a mystery. It's a mystery. It's a gamble, and I honestly am a bit flummoxed here. I just don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree. I think it is just pure tilt. I think it's madness. Like, I think it's just I don't know whether it's not respecting the opponent or whether it's just losing your mind for a second and just taking a massive gamble for no reason. Like classical chess, it's a long game. I can imagine playing this in blitz and rapid, but he's now spent 3 minutes on this move, and White has played the most popular moves. Bishop g5 was apparently the most kind of common move in this variation. Queen h4, the most obvious. To stop and think now when you're already kind of dead lost after just 10 moves, it's crazy. And I've seen Fedoseev do this several times. Like the biggest tournament I've ever won was in St. Louis, a round robin tournament. And in the last round, he was half a point ahead. He had white. He just needed a draw to kind of bank first place or a win to kind of secure on his own. But he just went crazy, lost really quickly, lost in like 1 hour with white because he took a massive risk. And I know that was a few years ago now, but it's just in his nature to do this. And I don't know. I mean, he's so world-class. He won a big Grand Chess Tour, Rapid and Blitz event earlier this year. He's so talented. But occasionally, just like once every 5-10 tournaments, he just has one game where it's just bizarre, hard to explain.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know him so well. I just know him as a world-class player. So I find it very hard to think that he would just have a complete meltdown and deliberately go into a very dubious variation without having some kind of idea as to how he's going to fight this one out. I mean, there's so much at stake, David. There's 3 candidate spots. There's also the possibility to shine on the world stage. And I understand, you got your back against the wall. Fedoseev is playing with the black pieces, but as you mentioned, there's plenty of ways to unbalance things from the opening. You don't have to immediately set fire to the page and then just watch absolutely everything burn. So it's a bit of a mystery to me. So we'll find out. Let's take a pause from this game and let's keep a watchful eye and let's see what approach Fedoseev takes, whether he goes for knight c6, whether he does some kind of bishop takes rook c5, knight c6 idea. We will have a look there, and you can monitor that one on our bird's eye view in the bottom right. So going to our other games, well, it feels a lot calmer. So can we take a look at Vohidov against Arjun Erigaisi? Vohidov also in a must-win situation, has the white pieces, and he's gone for an Italian, and now the bishops are potentially going to be traded off, and the question is, where is that going to be happening?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's the exact same move order. I think maybe white included like h3 or a5, but this is basically an idea that was played in the World Championship match between Ding and Gukash that we commentated on Jovanka, and often it's a bit of a standoff, like neither side wants to blink and take the bishop. So black can even play bishop to e6 at some point, and it's kind of a standoff between all the bishops, which often get traded off very, very early. Yeah, it's a bit of an odd winning attempt in my eyes because it's so solid for black. But if you know it better than your opponent, I guess maybe. Maybe there are chances later on. It just looks so symmetrical. I'm skeptical. I don't know if this is the way to do it. Maybe it's kind of designed specifically against Arjun, who wants more wild positions. But yeah, even if black just castles, if I just put that on the board, I don't think white is ever too excited about taking here. Probably this is what you will do, just because as Vokidov, you've committed to playing bishop e3. But yeah, this structure is decent for black. Lots of control on the center, right?
And the white knight on c3 just can jump to d5, but that's about it. So, yeah, no, I suspect that the tension perhaps should continue for a lot longer, right? Because that is going to cause both Arjun and his opponent to actually burn the time on the clock. Because if you just ignore the fact that this bishop takes bishop and you say, hey, every move, you're going to have to work out the consequences, and then you just try to improve. And by improve, I'm thinking, I don't know why, but I want to go a5, knight d2, and just wait it out a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the waiting game. Maybe he'll just try and keep the tension as long as possible, Vokidov. He's clearly prepared. Arjun spent time, which is already a good sign compared to yesterday, where Arjun had like 1.5 hours after move 20 and went on to win by move 30. So I think it's good that Vokidov's at least slowed down his opponent. So yeah, mixed feelings about this opening. It's probably not going to be the excitement we are used to with Arjun Erigaisi, but maybe a good practical choice by Vokidov, as Arjun does indeed castle. And you're right, Jovanka. Just according to the chess.com database here, the opening tree, bishop takes bishop and knight to d5 actually scores quite highly for white. 67% win rate. So this is probably the way he's going to go.
Okay. Well, it's a different type of position, but there's a lot at stake, though, because it is white who's in a must-win situation. So white is the one who at some point does have to sharpen the game, does have to try to extract something. And also, let's not forget that both of the players might be feeling nervous. For Arjun, bishop takes bishop being played, and yeah, the knight to d5. That is probably going to make an appearance, because sure enough, that was so quick. But you know, the closer you get to the final destination, the more nervous people tend to get. The more they realize that actually there's some big significance, and that every single game carries with it huge importance, and that can actually cause someone to start making unnatural moves and to perhaps blunder.
We'll see if any of those unnatural moves do occur a bit later. Let's come out of this game for a while, as I'm being told that we might have Leko versus Arjun Erigaisi in the next round. If both of them can keep their lead, that would be such a cool match to witness, like two polar opposites. The kind of really measured classical school of Peter Leko versus the fire of Arjun Erigaisi. But okay, they both need to get today's work done first of all, and I just keep seeing these Italians, Jovanka, so many of these 1e4 e5s today.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned Peter Leko. Should we go and pay a visit to his game, because it's also decision time? And what is interesting to me in that particular situation is that the bishop has gone to h4 and is one of those kind of, what do you do here? Knight to d5 is incoming. We've all been here. We've seen this type of position from scholastic chess. And, you know, as black, do you go bishop e6? Do you go bishop g4? Do you go, hey, g5? I mean, also, Leko is in a very comfortable situation where a draw is sufficient to get him through to round 4. So which one of these moves carries with it less risk.
Yeah, it's funny you bring us here, Jovanka. This is a great shout because it's actually the exact same opening that we just saw, except if we go back just 2 moves. Here, Arjun Erigaisi played the move h6 to stop this bishop g5 idea. And that's why we saw bishop to e3 and then black castled, and it's the exact same line. So knight to d5. This is the Arjun Erigaisi game. They copied each other for 8 moves, but black castled here. So Peter Leko's invited the bishop forward. But yeah, very interesting. Apparently only 3 games have reached this point, and it was those 3 moves you mentioned: bishop to e6, bishop to g4, and g5. And yeah, it's just not Peter's style to play g5, and I do wonder whether he's kind of calculating now. Knight takes g5. The eval bar shoots up, so probably this does work. Knight takes g5, and it's one of those. Often they don't work, but it's one of the exceptions because the black king is castled and the white knight is ready to jump. The black bishop can't get back to e7. That's awkward.
Yes, and knight to d5. You've got no answer to that. I guess you have to go bishop e6, and often then you're going to go king h1 and f4, and you're not going to be able to ever escape the pin. So, yeah.
We have an answer from Peter. He's brought his knight forward to d4, a novelty, I believe, but the bar seems to approve. Just trying to take the sting out of white's play, maybe aiming to play bishop g4, pin himself. So we see a trade. And Jovanka, I guess he's also got g5 now without a sacrifice. That might be his reaction to knight to d5. So knight to e2 is the choice, hoping for bishop takes pawn, which would see the bishop getting trapped.
Yeah, you don't touch that one. You get your hands caught in the cookie jar if you do. So I'm expecting the bishop to actually slide all the way back. And it's an interesting position, actually, because it reminds me again of this very old book that I once read, you know, Max Erber's Middle Game, I think book 1, where he's talking about the dangers of having a bishop on h4 as white in this particular structure. And he demonstrates a game where black goes g7, g5, and just basically locks the bishop out of the game. Because he says, if black manages to control d4, then your next step is to control the f4 pawn break, and then black is going to be feeling very, very comfortable if you do that.
Yeah, and that's why it's so fascinating, modern chess, because back in the old days, I think it was a Capablanca game, very famous one, where he just locked the bishop on g3, ended up winning. And ever since that, for probably about 70 years, maybe more, nobody touched this bishop g5 idea. Nobody in their right mind would play it. It was frowned upon. Then modern engines came along and said, actually, it's quite fun. It's quite exciting. And white has very good chances. So all of that old wisdom was just thrown out the door. And now everyone's trying to provoke weaknesses to the black king by trying to force black to play g5, since there are weaknesses later. So it's been like a full revolution in the Italian game. I think that's why people have gone back to the Italian so much, because they've discovered that this pin is actually quite annoying. And often players, it's like a stereotype that e5 players are super solid, so they don't want to play committal moves like g5.
Yeah. No. Yeah. And with g5, though, it is very compromising, you know, because if white is able to open up the position, then there's going to be a whole load of problems, and it does concede a lot of squares. But I think it's always a good idea to kind of like still keep that old knowledge and use it in different situations, and use it when you can, because I feel like that's the deeper type of knowledge. And I see Magnus doing this a lot. Like the way that he suggests moves and the way he suggests plans suggests to me like he's incredibly familiar with the old plans as well as the new.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of old knowledge, conventional wisdom, all the kind of old sayings that we have that commentators like to use. It kind of helps you play moves by hand, just by feel, without calculating too much. But of course, calculation, kind of using all that knowledge, the foundations of understanding, and then kind of marrying it to the calculation. That's the dream. That's the sweet spot that the top players these days seem to have found, especially in classical chess. So king to h1 played. Jovanka, that other idea you mentioned, now the king's got out of the diagonal, f4, it's in the air. Peter might be forced, once he gets back to the board, to play this move g5.
I think we have to see it because f4 is coming with a lot of power. F4 wouldn't be anything to worry about, right? If the bishop is there on e7. The bishop is on e7, then, you know, there's no pin, no problem. But because of the pin, I as black would be playing g5 within a heartbeat, and you deal with the consequences later. But it's interesting because, as you mentioned, Peter Lecko might not feel that comfortable going g5 and making those structural kind of compromises. So we're going to have some fun following this game, aren't we, David?
Yeah, guaranteed. Always fun following Peter Lecko. But hold on, he might make it through to round 4. So we'll see how he gets on in this game. Of course, a draw, fantastic for him. And he's very hard to beat, famously, Peter Lecko. Going back out, that is another of the e4, e5s. The Gukesh versus Svana is another Italian, very closed, very quiet, with just, well, with no pieces off the board yet. Where else to travel, Ivanka? We see some mirror images. Pranesh and Wei Yi both chose the same line against the Berlin, which is interesting, although they've diverted courses now. Wojtaszek apparently totally winning still against Fedoseev. Just needs a few accurate moves. Maybe it's time to check out.
Yes, we were both channeling our inner f4. I mean, it's just appeared on the board. I always have this rule. Again, I learned this one from the other book. You know, when a pawn sits there on e5, it cuts the board in two, and that usually is a signal for white to go on the offensive on the king side. And sure enough, f4, f5, f6. We can see that one coming if black is not careful. And I am a big fan of this type of chess. So how is Ovanesyan going to be dealing with that? So my first instinct is to go, yeah, panic, yeah, at the disco. No, I was thinking f6 would be my first vibe, just to break up the pawn structure just a little bit. And if that's not possible, then your first reaction, the first emoji you put on would be how I'd be feeling. I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I don't know what to do either. I've got to admit, like f6, I think there's a lot of calculation involved. f5 is maybe another way to try and lock that side of the board, and both allow like e takes f6 by en passant or just by normal capture. The reason I'm slightly scared of f6 is because after b4, black has to make a big decision with this knight. Now it cannot go back, since maybe it can. I was going to say f5 looks really scary, but maybe here you have counter strikes like d4 in the air, and the position just explodes. Like the bishop hit, the knight hit, and he's trying to work this out, Robert Hovhannisyan. Because otherwise, if he's forced to go forward, then white gets a beautiful position with some queen checks, rook to d1. The pawn will sit on e6. It's going to feel like a bone in the throat, just really making black suffer. Whereas f5 has some downsides, protected past pawn, but at least you kind of carve out the square for the knight. So yeah, interesting decision. It feels like you're 100% right. Like black has to stop f5 either way.
Yeah, and I didn't really notice that b4 was going to be on the agenda. So b4, f5, f6, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, that's going to be something to worry about. So I'm not sure which way to go. f5 is, I think, more in Ovanesyan's style, because he's quite a positional player, and I can see him doing that and being very comfortable putting the knight on e6 and then just slowly coming forward with his pieces with an eventual queen d7 just to connect the rook, c5, and then, you know, slowly getting forward with d4 ideas. But yeah, but then f6, that was my instinct. But yes, I wasn't looking deeply and didn't quite see the complications after b4, and then black having been forced to go into d4. So, you know, in a situation, Ovanesyan has already won a set of tie breaks, so I'm expecting him to feel relatively comfortable if he gets the tie breaks, it's a success for him. So I think he's going to go for an f5, keep it closed. Oh, no. It was my first instinct, David.
Trust his instincts, Ivanka. Trust yourself. F6. They're probably just going to transpose after e takes f6 or something, but still, it's always an important difference, right?
Yeah. No, a very important difference, because one, you have to be ready to draw out your guns, and the other one, you had to be playing a slow kind of maneuvering battle. And f6 indeed forces the pace. And now the question for Pragg is, does he embrace the calculations after b4, which I've seen Pragg do many a time. He doesn't shy away from a calculation battle. Or does he go e takes f6? E takes f6 feels rather accommodating. I don't think he'll be wanting to do that unless he absolutely has to.
Yeah. As you point out, this just improves the black bishop, and actually the eval bar says better for black now. Probably not surprisingly, since d4 is coming, open e-file, loose pieces for white. So I fully agree. I think b4 is going to happen. The only other candidate move I see is knight to f3, maybe, just to capture back on e5 with a piece, keep a knight outposted. But I think Pragg will want to play b4 just because if the white knight moves, the black knight also gets kind of access back to some central squares. And just to put it on the board, I'm going to predict that Pragg might play a move like bishop to g4 to try and force f5 with gain of tempo, just because f5 d4 looks like it actually helps black, maybe with opening up this bishop and black trying to get the bishop pair. And yeah, this is my prediction, bishop g4, although the bar doesn't like it. And if f5, the white bishop drops back, and some tension here, very close position, probably mutual chances, but ultimately objectively level.
Yeah, it is subjectively level, but there are some kind of clear things for white to do. I think in those type of situations, you try to change out the knight on e6, because knights make perfect blockaders. So you'd be looking at going knight to d4 just to eliminate the defense there, and then depending on the response that black has, you start targeting d5 also. If the c7 pawn is going to be a liability, you hit that one as well. So it's a kind of a nice, clear position for white, whereas it's also the same for black, I've got to say. Queen to d7 makes a whole lot of sense. If black is allowed to, they'll go c5. d5, d4 is always going to be in the atmosphere. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Do you go for those clarifications knowing they're also going to clear the air for your opponent, or do you try to go into those completely murky waters? And that's a decision for Pragg. And wow, so this is looking exciting, but nothing at the minute we've seen beats the excitement that we've seen in the game between Wojciech and Fedoseev, because that one already started with black going into full gamble mode, roll the dice, and he went for a line which has a very dubious reputation. And yet, is he getting away with such risk-taking?
Wow, possibly. And apparently it's back to level, which is good news and bad news for Fedoseev. It's good news because, well, he played a dodgy opening, dead lost according to the computer after just 5 moves. But the bad news is that he needs to win, not just equalize. So it's going to be a tough challenge ahead. And Ivanka, just very quick action replay. We left it just a few moves ago. We left it here saying black could take a free rook. He did take the free rook. He is a rook up in the position, so a bit of pressure for white to jump in as quickly as possible. Knight to c6 was the solution. And I think you're 100% correct here, Ivanka. Knight here, black probably does play this move, knight to b4. Although, I just realized there are other possibilities. Maybe knight takes d4, maybe e5. This wasn't ventured either way. Like knight to c3 was played, and I just want to ask you the question. Knight d2 is the blue arrow approved move. What's the difference? Why would a knight go to d2 when it could go into a beautiful square like c3?
I suspect it's something to do with trapping the bishop on h1. The knight on c3, you can't go f3. Whereas knight d2, f3, castle queenside. Then as soon as white recovers some material, then I think black is just completely busted.
Yeah.
But
very
that
good
might
point,
not
actually.
be. That might not be, because knight b4 is still coming. So say if you go knight b4.
Hmm. Maybe the white
No.
bishop moves somewhere.
Yeah.
I think you're right. The idea is like f3 and knight e4 to try and utilize this pin. This is even more annoying than the Pidaleko pin on the other board.
But then the bishop can go all the way back, right? So the bishop gets out of dodge.
Okay, so I... Muy complicado.
I'm not liking where this is going. Yeah, but if you go a3, I mean...
Yeah. a3 is still good, but look at the bar. It's still winning, apparently, but not as winning as other moves. My idea was if the knight goes back, knight to e4, but apparently there's a knockout blow in this position, which we should be finding. I just want to play d5 by hand, but I don't really see why. Maybe just knight to f4. Yeah, knight to f4.
Yes. Oh, and this is also... But then it doesn't really make sense. Like, why is the knight on d2 winning, whereas the knight on c3 equals? Because here it makes no sense whatsoever.
I think to get to the answer, to get to the solution, we have to do it like retroactively here. Like, so knight c3, we know that e5 was played, exclam by Fedoseev, and he's back in the game. But let's see what the difference is. Knight d2, if black plays e5 anyway. Ooh, apparently this is really bad now. Maybe white just castles. Maybe just castles. And the difference is, like you said, the bishop doesn't have access to f3.
Okay.
Just winning the bishop. Just then it will only be the exchange sacrifice, and white's knight might still get in. Big compensation, big attack. Wow.
Okay. But wait one second, David. Fedoseev's in a must-win situation, because it still could be the position's so wild that Wojciech might have like a drawing line, right? So you go castles.
Yep.
And the bishop comes out to f3.
Oh wow, that's not even it. Crazy. Okay. But keep going.
Okay. No, I was thinking, some kind of rook g1, bishop h6 business, knight.
It's still good enough. Maybe bishop h6 first? I don't know.
Okay.
Nope. Really bad. Wow.
Okay.
What could it be? What could the move be?
Maybe knight g3.
Wow, sacking everything.
Yeah. It's not my pieces, David. I have no emotional attachment.
Or Wojciech. We're just sacking all his pieces. Sorry, Radek.
Yeah.
Yeah, take this one. There's knight d5. There's so many candidate moves. That's the problem. Maybe this was the whole strategy. I called it madness, but Fedoseev, he's given Wojciech like 8 logical moves on every turn. There's knight d5, there's knight e4, there's knight g3, there's rook g1, there's bishop h6, there's d5, de5. Like, you got to calculate all of this.
It still looks really trash, though, for black.
Yeah.
Knight d5, yeah. Okay, the move. Okay, bishop takes d5 has to be the response. And now the knight moves. Let's put it out on b4, I think. I don't know, just suggesting a random knight move. Okay, knight takes pawn. I mean, anything goes. But I'm... Pawn takes. Oh, and then...
I just...
Where's the killer blow?
I kind of want to just sit on the position, like play rook e1 or something, just to stop queen e7. And black is like totally paralyzed, right? Black's rook can't move in the corner. Black's bishop and knight stuck. Like, everything's just stuck. White's a rook down though, so probably the plan is bishop g6 followed by some kind of rook e8 idea.
Also, you can do a rook lift as well. I mean, like somehow I'm just thinking about ideas just to kind of get at the black king. Somehow I just want to do it immediately, but I love your rook e1 idea. Bishop h6 is still on tap, and the pawn on h7 is something that is going to be bothering black for the rest of his life. So e5. Okay, so what is, by the way, the narrow path to equality here for Fedoseev after castle's queenside, which makes a whole lot of sense?
Yeah. Castle's queenside. We'll put this on the board because it's nearly definitely what Radoslav Wojtaszek has planned. Attacking the bishop. If it's not bishop f3, which we just showed, it must be pawn takes pawn. Maybe this is another difference, Ivanka, like the fact that the knight is hit on c3 rather than on d2 where it's nice and safe, snuggled up with its king. Taking on d4. Now I don't know, rook takes bishop, knight takes pawn, knight d5 again, so much to calculate. Knight f4 coming in. How does white force a draw? At least.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You know, maybe the whole situation is that after knight f4, maybe it is just, it's there's no perpetual check, so to speak. There's just simply enough play to kind of maintain the balance. Well, it's massively complicated, and only time will tell whether Fedoseev's big gamble has paid off. You know, he's really rolled the dice. We admire such bravery, but it's a dangerous position to navigate as black. Don't try this one at home.
I just want to point out as well, this board, which we do see kind of in the background there, it did gather a big crowd just a couple of minutes ago. So the spectators out there in Goa, in India, the fans, they can smell a good game. They can feel it. And this is guaranteed to be very exciting. It's probably going to be one of the first to finish, just judging by how advanced it is and how complicated it is. A lot of the others more grindy, kind of more in for the long haul. But yeah, we'll check back in. Good news for Fedoseev. He's still alive. He hasn't been mated yet, at least.
I like how that's the good news. He's not been checkmated. For now.
It was the first goal in chess, right? The opening. Don't get mated.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Sometimes I remember it was like in the period of the early noughties where I would go through this situation where when I was playing Grandmasters, I'd be like, okay, get to move 20, Yovi. Get to move 20 without being checkmated or having a much worse position. And yeah. And I remember once I played a GM and I was so happy I got to move 22 without an inferior position. And then I blundered a piece and I was like, no. And somehow or other I survived. You'd be proud of me, David. It was a queen against a queen and bishop. And it was the last game to finish.
Nice. Yeah, fighting spirit, that's the thing. Holding on, having those switches of gears, knowing how to defend. It's important at all levels. And yeah, right now, a lot of interesting games in front of us, Ivanka. I might lead us to a game that's not currently in front of us, but that does look quite exciting. And that's the game of, I think, world number 5 at the moment, Anish Giri. And he's, I'm going to say, taken some small risks in his game with black, pushing some pawns in front of his king. Good work by our producers to scroll in. Look at that massive crowd that was there in Goa, watching the players. And okay, it was the Nimzo Indian, surprisingly. And this is the position we've got. Somehow the black bishop came out to b4, went back home. Somehow white fianchettoed, akin to a Catalan opening. What do you make of this, Ivanka? It looks like, yeah, black's a bit loose, but apparently fine here.
Yeah. It's also, to me, signals some ambitious intention from Donchenko as well, because Donchenko, as far as I remember, he's Mr. Catalan. He loves that opening. I mean, he demolished me in that particular variation, and here he's like, okay, well, I'm going to take Anish on in the Nimzo Indian, but it is kind of got the hallmarks of a fianchetto system. Bishop is there on G2, and it's ambitious stuff there from Giri. F5, E5, there's tension, but I'm not sure is my immediate answer, because I'm always a little bit cautious as black with making the moves F7, F5, because you jam in the bishop on C8, and if you go for an E4, then you're conceding the F4 square for a white piece to pop along. And white's plan is very simple. You want to centralize the rook. You want to go with your bishop probably to the long diagonal, and then you want to be posting up with D4, D5. So it's a really unbalanced game, and I'm certain to kind of call it straight off the bat, because I fear that this could also take a turn for the worse for Anish.
Exactly. I fully agree there. Like, it says 0.0, but I think it's a bit deceptive here. The eval bar just feels much more high responsibility for black. Like, white's got not much to worry about. Like, if there's a trade of pawns, if it gets a bit more symmetrical, fine. But white gets nice active pieces. So I think he'll be on the more pleasant side of equality, Donchenko. If black closes it, then, like you said, gives away squares, but also has to recce with ideas like F3, just blowing open the center yet again. It definitely feels like black with a weaker king. So Anish, if he finds all the right moves, probably he's equal. But he looks a bit uncomfortable on the camera. He's been spending 9 minutes on this move alone, and he doesn't enjoy his long thinks. Anish, he's quite an instinctive player, likes to keep a bit of time on the clock for later. Avoid those big scrambles. Body language, Anish Giri does look like he's making a big decision. I'm expecting something along the lines of these pawns getting traded off in the near future. I don't know whether he takes first or whether he plays like queen to F6 just to defend his pawn. Maybe G6 to defend his F5 pawn. But definitely, I think, kind of a bit of practical pressure that Anish is under.
Yes, I also feel that way. And one thing I've noticed about Donchenko's style is he loves to double fianchetto his bishops. And he's a very positional player. But if you push him, and I'm thinking of what Magnus told him about Stites, he will bite. And there's, D4, D5, I can see him doing that. And I guess for Anish, he's just really thinking about, whether to play with the pieces or whether to make an extremely committal decision such as E4.
Mm-hmm.
And I speak about E4 with hesitation. And for anyone who knows my style, you know that I'm always advocating for push the pawns. Come on, push the pawns and your pieces will back them up, and then on you go. Enjoy that extra space. But yeah, there's so much to think about in the long term. F3, a bishop posting up onto the long diagonal. Also, the potential weakness of the light squares. Knight F4 has been something that's going to be happening. No. And I'm always reminded when you see F7, F5, and in this type of structure, of the words where you said sometimes the best move in the position is to take that pawn on F5 and put it back on F7. It was said in regards to the Dutch, but I also think it's true here.
Yeah, if you put the pawn back on F7, you probably just happily trade off on D4, you bring your knight out, you bring your bishop and C8 out, and you're just totally equal. But some weaknesses in Giri's camp. And I fully agree about Donchenko as well, like very positionally inclined, but he's what I call a positional maximalist. He always plays the most ambitious positional moves. He never backs down from a short-term tactical scrap if it gives him a positional edge. So he takes D4 played. Yeah, I'm quite proud of myself. I knew Anish would not want to play E4. It's not his style. He wants symmetry. So if knight takes D4, we'll probably see the move G6, and black is a bit passive, but probably fine. So yeah, we'll come back to this game when it develops a bit further and see if Anish can fully equalize. Knight takes pawn has been played. It looks in the meantime like, yeah, some stuff is happening elsewhere. Pragnananda suddenly getting a bit of an advantage in that Petrov. Very surprised by Robert Hovhannissian's move. And elsewhere, okay, the status quo being kept for now. Maybe we jump into that Prag game, Ivanka, because it was a line I mentioned earlier, but I said it with a kind of, yeah, caution warning. Just don't go here with black. Very quick action replay. F6 was played, B4, and here, yeah, I wouldn't have liked to play knight e6, but I think it had to be done just because black needs to get this action going with d4 to blow open the center. F5, d4. We talked about the mess that arises here. Bishop dropping, knight dropping. Bit of a coin toss, who's better? But knight to e4, it's very clear who's better after a capture. And we talked about a pawn landing on e6. We talked about a queen check and a rook coming to the center. Looks really bad for black.
Yes. And I was going to say, David, if you fancy a break from chess commentary or just playing chess in general, have you ever considered being a fortune teller? Because what you said has literally come to pass. And look at this. You kind of predicted it as a kind of warning, do not do this. And I agree, you know, you looked at the queen giving check on b3, e6. I agree. This is looking amazing. I loved your queen b3, by the way, because you're just so quick to take over with it. Rook to d1. A bishop can also post up on c4 if the queen is challenged. So you don't need to be worried about that. Whereas black's constantly going to have to be worried about the pawn on e4. And I think it's an elementary case of whoever controls the open line is going to have the advantage. And white is off the marks there.
Yeah, it just looks terrible for black. Like, I'm really shocked Hovhannissian's done this. He rarely makes strategic mistakes, but maybe he just miscalculated something tactically. Queen b3. Yeah, like you said, if the bishop challenges, then white can play at the very minimum bishop to c4. And yeah, winning a pawn, maybe more. So king h8 and yeah, rook to d1. I'm again not sure which rook, but rook to d1. It just looks like white plays like e6 and either gets a rook to the 7th rank or gets a pawn to f5. And either one looks painful for black. Oh, this is so like easy. Like, it's so easy as well. White's moves. That's the problem for Hovhannissian right now.
Yeah, I think it was just a tremendous miscalculation, misassessment. I think maybe he missed. Could it be that he simply missed b4 and then just assumed that knight to e4 was going to be the remedy when he needed to take that step back and then go for counterplay with the d5, d4 pawn break? Because the resulting position that we're seeing is really, really unpleasant.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely some kind of miscalculation or misjudgment here. Like knight e6, he was probably scared of this line, and maybe somewhere like 3 or 4 moves deep, maybe even further than that, he didn't like something, so he went for the alternative. But I would rather go for something messy and complicated with kind of counter chances than something where it's just one-sided suffering. Yeah, I think Prag's going to win this game, and I don't think he's actually going to have to struggle too hard. I think it's going to be very, very one-sided.
And after that mammoth effort in round 2, where Prag had to use every ounce of luck and strength to get past Timur Kubakorov, then I think he'll be welcoming a change of luck like this. And if he wins this one, he walks straight into round 4. Tomorrow will be a rest day for him, and he'll be able to kind of regather some energy. Yeah, I think it's the tension of this type of format, you know, where you know that one mistake carries with it so much weight. And Prag goes for your move. It makes so much sense. Get the rook to d1, and then the problem is white is either getting a protected pass pawn on e6, or as David says, rook to e7 and rook to d7, and that is going to be very, very pleasant for white. What is black's best defense, by the way? I mean, is it to go king h8 and just accept a rook getting to d7. I think of the two, I would much rather white get a rook to d7 than white get a protected passed pawn. So if you go e6, I would be tempted to go f5. So no passed pawn for you, and I will pray that a bishop. I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, it just feels so scary. Like you go there and bishop to d4, and then you have to go rook to g8 and grit your teeth and just pray that you can evict this rook from d7 with bishop to c6.
Yeah, you asked about the best defensive anchor, and just before we move away from this game, according to the computer, I've turned it on just because I was curious to see how black survives. You're 100% right. Like in this position, king to h8 has just been played. If Prague plays the most natural moves, black definitely cannot allow f5. f5 for white is just winning. Like long term, all endgames are winning. That e6 pawn is just going to be there forever. So black has to play the move f5, and after rook d7, bishop to c8, only way to keep fighting, with the idea that rook takes c7. You have this crazy resource. Bishop takes e6. This is, if he's seen this, Robert Hovhannissian, he's a genius. Because after queen takes e6, he played bishop to c5, discovered attack on the white queen, and once the white queen saves herself or trades off, you flick in a check, intermezzo, and the day has been saved. And actually, if anything, black is better here. So he has to hope for this trick, but this would be, first of all, genius if he's seen this, but second of all, there is a flaw to the plan because white has a crazy move, equally crazy, bishop to h5. And I mean, this is wild. Like queen takes h5, rook takes e7, and white's rook is strong, dominant, g7's a target. And if g6, check this out, rook takes c7, piece sack, and once the dust settles, the black king now gets in huge trouble. I think white can try to bring a rook across, or apparently white can just sit on the position, and black is in zugzwang. Wow. b5, put a pawn on a4. Black can't move a single piece. This is going to be the most beautiful line if we get there. Big if, but it's possible.
Yes, because actually there's one thing I got to say about Prague's position, because it takes a lot of guts. And I think you have to have some fine attacking intuition to actually post up the rook to d7, because you are worried that it can be kicked away with bishop c8, bishop c6. You are worried that once black kind of deals with the pressing threats, then there is going to be some fight back. And once white is pushed back, then the pawn on e6 may simply become a liability. And then black soon takes over the initiative with a strong pawn structure. So Prague is going to have to play with a lot of energy, and he's going to have to be calculating furiously. Both sides are, because what we saw there was some crazy, crazy lines. And it's going to be up to the players whether they go for it. Big decision now on our boards. Rook to d1, e6. Oh, John. This is the kind of drama that we like. Play, which has a whole lot of risk.
I'm enjoying this. We're getting the pressure cooker in the playing hall, if you like, where this is the more standard atmosphere throughout a tournament, where you sort of get one, then two, then three games that start to reach a little bit of a boiling point. We're cooking in Prague Hovhannissian, as you guys have just pointed out. Pranesh Kaima has been a lot of fun. Donchenko Giri as well. Fedoseev, I'm still convinced that the moves for that game were decided by Ouija board. That was absolutely astounding the way that game started, and I cannot wait to see how that resolves in the middle game. So remember, folks, there are plenty of boards, 32 in the playing hall, and we're starting to see more and more of them reach that pressure cooker situation where the players are having to make some seriously committal moves in the middle game to decide what direction the rest of the game is going to go in. We're going to go to a quick break now for you to recharge your teas and coffees, but before you do not forget, We're into November now. It is legal to talk about Christmas as much as I hold off through Halloween. And that means the ChessUp's annual holiday sale starts now. You can get a whopping $100 off your ChessUp 2 using the promo code CHESS. And you might be going, well, fine, but what's that? It's a physical electronic board that syncs to your chess.com rated games, and you can then save them and analyze them on chess.com as well. It's got touch-sensitive pieces, touchscreen and Wi-Fi, and it supports players of all levels. So if you fancy $100 up and you think that this might make a good gift for someone in your life, !ChessUp in the chat will get you $100 off the retail price until December the 1st, and this will be the lowest price of their holiday sales season. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and grab ourselves a drink, and we will see you in a couple of moments for more action from the 2025 FIDE World Cup.
You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay, okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, you know, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I know it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Aman.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Your challenge is to guess the accuracy level.
Okay.
Yep. So you won with the black pieces against Prague.
Yeah, let me first see the... So I guess till like till e6, it's everything is perfect, because I knew this theory, and f5 was already not great. 92, 93.
89.6.
Ah, so it's actually...
But still a very good good game. Game number 2.
Ah, this one must be quite high, yeah, because this was quite a good game. Thing was like Nijat was very solid with white, and I played a risky opening, and I was very deeply prepared, but yeah, I was pretty much playing all the perfect moves in the position, and even if the position was equal, I thought both of our accuracies was very high at some point, and then he played this rook d3, rook f3, which gave me good chances, and then also I think my technique was pretty much close to perfect. I would say like 95, 96.
Very good. Spot on. It's 95-2. Yes, very, very good. Impressive. And then the final game.
Oh, I've seen this game. I've surely seen this game, but I can't recall who played it. Is it Magnus?
Yes, it's Magnus, when he became Grandmaster in 2004.
In the Dubai Open?
Correct, yeah.
Dubai Open. Trying to think who we followed him. Deepan, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. And now the accuracy score of this game?
For sure, a very beautiful game, but I can't see any clear mistakes. So let's say 97, 90.
Yes, it was actually 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, 100% accuracy from Magnus in that game.
Yeah, seems like a perfect game.
Welcome back to the 2025 FIDE World Cup. The action is starting to spice up over a larger number of boards, and I love this. It's like the playing hall and the spectators are hive mind because we have larger and larger crowds zooming in to these games as we resume with Mickey Adams against Lorenzo Lodici, who, from his body language, is looking like he is very much in deep, deep concentration right now. What's going on this board, David?
Essentially, Mickey Adams, he's doing his thing. He is totally winning. We did say that yesterday. Lodici was able to save it, so we shouldn't write him off just yet. But this position, it's all about the bishops. And thanks for calling me in, John, because you know how much I love a good bishop pair. This is the strongest bishop pair you could imagine. Laser-like focus now on the diagonals. And I think the tactics just working out in his favor. Pawn down, but the threats, especially along this diagonal with the pin, totally winning right now, Jovanka.
Yes, and that was one thing I said to you on the break. I said never ever play the French against Mickey Adams because he knows how to play this opening, and boy, is he good. And yeah, I mean, the big question is, bishop takes e6, the knight on e5 is in a pin, and anytime black tries to reinforce the knight on e5, well, that's going to be met by b takes c5. So some fantastic ideas there from Mickey. Look how he just opens up the queen side. He's not afraid of giving up material. And, well, for Lorenzo, he probably has to just bite the bullet and go d takes c4 and try to initiate as many complications as possible and just hope to God that white will go wrong. But hoping and praying, never ever a good plan. So dc4, you can just simply step out of it, put the pressure on the knight. It's very unpleasant, and it's all to do with this horrible pin that's on the board.
Yeah, I just want to echo your wisdom. Like Michael Adams, for anyone wanting to learn how to play against the French, go check out Adams's games. And just to put it on the board, just from the very start, like this structure especially, he's only started playing the advanced variation, or he's gone back to it after many years, just recently. He used to be playing knight to d2, but people found ways to equalize against that. The Tarish variation, knight to d2. But this pawn structure anyway, with pawns on c3, d4, e5, nobody, I think, handles it better than Adams with white. If you look through the database, it's like a 80+% win rate in these structures. He even does this against the Caro-Kann these days. He just puts a pawn on c3, even allows the black bishop out and just plays around, maneuvers, spins his web. I remember preparing the French defense, one British championship. That was my main opening that year. And then I ended up playing Mickey with black. And I was like, oh gosh, am I really going to do this? Am I really going to enter the French defense against him? And luckily, that was the one time where he did go knight to d2, and I was very quick to go c5 and trade off all the central pawns. And I was like, okay, he's not going to get his favorite pawn structure. He's not going to get a pawn on e5 against me. Thank God. And it was the most relieved I'd been in ages. But yeah, if we catch up, it's just the last few moves as well. The throwing forward of pawns with the opposite side castling, b4, knight g6. And just to point out, Ladici's blunders, it was kind of playing with fire. Knight takes e5, poisoned pawn, it turns out, but he did eat that poisoned apple. He did take it. And now beautiful from Mickey, c4, blowing things open. And Jovanka, I think it's just because in the current position, for example, another blunder to compound things. Just as you said, if this pawn disappears, then extra pressure. There's always a pawn that will land on c5 for white, whether it was the b takes c5 or c5 itself. There's always going to be something landing to kick the bishop. And that variation you mentioned, d takes c4. Yeah, it's tough for black. Maybe black has to do some sacrificial work just to stave off bigger losses here.
Yeah, probably you're right. Rook takes d2 and then just, again, grit the teeth and hope you survive after c takes b4, at least. Okay, well, you see already, that was not even a solution. A bishop takes, oh my goodness, that's checkmate. And no. And there I see no counterplay for Ladici at all from our featured chat. So if you don't have time to go c takes b4, then you have no time to just extricate yourself from the pin.
I would be fighting the urge to resign here as black. I don't even see how to struggle on. Wow, apparently there's only one move in this position, Jovanka, and that's queen to d7. Ugh.
Yeah.
That's clever. That's clever, getting the queen kind of to a vulnerable square just to get the knight back. But even this, right, it's almost hopeless. Like, this pawn is going to drop. White can just be material up if he wants to be. Exchange up, open board. The rooks are going to come to life.
Yes. And let's not forget that the pins are still there as well. Because if you just put the bishop back on e6, I don't think black has any business trying to advance the queenside pawns, you know, because you go rook a d1 and you can pile up. Okay, no, well, that would actually be a mistake because white isn't fast enough. Okay, this is at least some sliver of hope for black. But bishop takes pawn is going to be clinical.
Bishop takes pawn and then back. Your plan, just bring it back once the pawn's gone.
Yeah,
fantastic. Adams, he's probably going to win the exchange, right? And maybe more along this diagonal if Ladici doesn't find the right moves. Level on the clock, pretty much. Long think for black incoming and danger ahead.
Danger ahead. And, you know, a loss would have catastrophic impact for Ladici here. He would be eliminated for the tournament, and it would be Mickey who progresses on to round 4, and Ladici just getting himself into that pin, not to be advised. And is there any salvation in doing like funny things like bishop to d? Look at this, David. Like I was thinking, go bishop d6, invite b takes c5. Bishop takes c5, and then when you attack the knight, the bishop goes back to d6. But then, of course, look at that. The c pawn has been resurrected, and c5 still appears once more. It's like an eternal plague against this knight. I mean, it's just beautiful when you think about it. Just poetry. And huge problems for black. But David, can we pause this game? We're going to keep an eye on it. It's going to be something that we are going to be keenly following. But there's an interesting scenario. So here, black has problems over the board, but it's never just about the over the board. It's also about the people who play the moves, because we also have a really interesting scenario where Sam Shankland is barely using any time. In fact, he's got more time than he started with. They're on position, they're on move 25. Vidit has now 23 minutes on the clock. Sam, 1 hour and 33 minutes. And that looks like Sam has brought to the game some monster preparation. And this is every chess player's nightmare, right, David? You play an opening, it has been anticipated by your opponent, and every move you make is met with an instant response, and you're just not given a time to breathe, to think, and what to do.
Exactly. And that's modern chess again. Like these days, you have to go 25 moves deep just to land the first surprise to your opponent. It's taken till move 25 for Vidit to finally get Sam Shankland to think. And we do find ourselves in what looks like a very level looking position. I'm being told that Vidit has 99.3% accuracy. Look there, just below the board, everyone at home. You can see accuracy still super high. That's why he should be taking some confidence, Vidit. Sam has only been able to blitz out the moves because Vidit's been playing the top computer move every time. So it's kind of a mixed blessing. Your opponent can predict it because you're playing good moves, but the good side, you are playing the best moves. And yeah, just to point out the last few moves, we won't go the whole way back to the start. It was a Spanish opening for anyone wondering at home. We did see some cool tactics here, though, with e5 being played. Looks like white has a big attack incoming, but the knight hit. This allowed a trade, and black's queen dropping back is probably maybe an unexpected move, I'm going to say, for Vidit. The queen has its eyes set on the rook, so it turns out the e-pawn is pinned. You cannot take the knight, and queen f4, rook d5, and I wonder what Sam Shankland was expecting here. Just to turn on the computer, apparently rook ac1 is now the top computer move, which I think would be one step too far for Vidit. He's played e6 instead, so essentially he's trying to get a pleasant position. Rook takes pawn, for example, where he gets level material, but black has an isolated pawn in the center. White's bishop maybe with good potential on the diagonal. Jovanka, is this something you enjoy? Like 25 moves of theory, imagine the dozens of hours of hard work that goes into that, only to get a slightly worse position with black.
It's not what I go for generally. But having said that, I am guilty of playing a lot of the Caro-Kann in the classical, with knight c3 being the response to d5. And there, if you come out with your bishop to f5, which used to be like the old main line before knight f6 got trendy, where you have to be prepared, like it or not, to go 17 moves in deep of theory, and you gotta just play instantly, because that is a given. And then the thinking will start probably around move 20 when you've decided on the plan. So I have done that, and I have gotten that slightly worse position. There's some comfort in knowing that you've at least built up some time on the clock. But okay, Sam having the black pieces, looking for comfortable equality. I mean, at least he's got a time advantage. That's all I'm going to say. So, I mean, it seems to have worked. And it will certainly, if the game ends in a draw, it will certainly have an impact on Vidit's psychology. Because now he's going to be thinking, aha, Sam, I knew that he was fantastic at preparation. I know he's now up to this type of preparation. And so I'm going to have to be careful. And that's maybe going to cost Vidit some extra time if they're preparing for tie breaks.
Yeah. And who would you rather be? Black with maybe slightly worse position, but knowing what you're doing and with an extra hour and 6 minutes on the clock? Or would you be white here where probably there's minimal risk, but you have a lot less time?
I'd actually rather be white in this particular position, despite the fact that you have a big lead in development. I like the fact that white is going to have something to target, is going to be the pawn on e6. Once it appears there, there's a bishop on c2, which can start eyeballing those potentially light square weaknesses on the king side. So yeah, I mean, I do feel like you do need to know what you're doing. You do need to know the method to completely equalize, because I feel that Sam, despite all his knowledge, has not quite got that 0.00 comfort factor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see how Sam handles this. He should be totally fine now. It is level according to the engine. He'll know that because he's looked at this position definitely with an engine, at least before e6. But yeah, to actually draw in a game, in a kind of practical game, when suddenly you have to start thinking for yourself, not going to be easy. I've had a lot of experience in these things. I normally get hit. I'm the one hit by opening surprises, and often the opponent bashes out 25 moves of theory, but they haven't fully kind of warmed up into the game. So as soon as they're on their own, you start to see some mistakes happen. So we'll see if Sam Shankland can avoid that. Of course, he wrote a book on pawn structure, So he will know that even with a slightly worse pawn structure, he will surely be able to find counterplay to compensate. Ivanka, let's come out of this game for now. We'll see if Vidit can claw back some of the 1 hour deficit that he's facing. I just want to point out, before the break, we talked about Pragnananda and his game. That is heading exactly how we expected.
Yes, 1000% yes, David. Can we revisit that variation? Because we had the most insane variations. And I know that during the break, you were admiring how actually beautifully coordinated absolutely everything was. So bishop to c8, and the idea being that after rook c7, there was bishop takes e6. That was such a beautiful counter strike. And queen takes bishop. Again, just to refresh everyone's memory, or for those viewers just joining us, Black had the super sick move, bishop to c5, and queen takes queen is going to be met with this Zwischenzug intermediate move, bishop takes bishop, and Black is actually going to be standing a lot better in this type of position, probably because of this pawn on e4. But you also showed some insane response that Pragg could find, and it's well within his capabilities of going bishop h5, which was like, wow, chef's kiss in motion here. Bishop h5, just decoy the queen and maintain that rook on the 7th.
Yeah, and this is barely scratching the surface, by the way. Just to point out, bishop to h5 before we delve too far in. Like, Pragg is worse if he doesn't play rook takes c7 or bishop h5. So he's going to be forced to find this line. He's going to calculate it now. He's already been thinking 4 minutes. Like, rook takes c7, he's not better after bishop takes c6. He knows that now. He's seen this line. So he'll look for alternatives. If he goes back, the problem is it's the same tactic, right? Bishop takes e6 and bishop c5. So he's falling foul of this nonetheless. So even if he missed bishop to c8, now he's going to stop and realize, okay, I have to find something special. Bishop h5, I think, is quite an easy first move to see. Like queen takes h5, rook takes e7, like black's coming in on the, white's coming in on the dark square diagonal. This just looks beautiful for white, rook on the 7th, all the pawn targets. This is, I think, close to winning. So he won't worry about that. The only move white has to worry about, is g6. And the big difference that Pragg has to spot, Jovanka, is crazy. Rook takes c7 now is a full piece sacrifice. And after g takes h5, yeah, white gives a check. We'll talk about this in a sec. But if black now tries the exact same thing, bishop takes e6, queen takes e6, bishop c5, white now has a beautiful queen sacrifice, the only way to get an advantage. Bishop takes c5, giving up the white queen. And after a check, black cannot move because of rook g7, and rook takes g6 with another nasty discovery. Game over. Black has to block with the rook. And, block this check with the rook. And now white is a queen down for rook and piece. If he takes on f6, that will be better for black. So just moving the bishop back to d1, bringing it to b3. And I said Mickey Adams's bishops were good, but white's bishops here are going to be even stronger. And this is just a winning advantage. This is crazy.
Beautiful, beautiful things. I love this particular variation, and actually I'm going to make a note of it right now, and so I can never forget this kind of motif. I think they call them the Horowitz bishops when they're lined up like that. You know, they're just absolutely deadly, and it just goes to show it's the quality of the material, not the quantity. And the queen is just helpless when she has to defend f6, and at the same time she's going to have to be fighting off attack. There's one quick point I just wanted to ask you about, because after rook takes c7, there's another particular move that black can play that might be quite seductive, and that was bishop to d6 to trap the rook, so to speak. Is this something like it could be also done in the earlier, not in particular this one because you have the check, but instead of instead of after rook c7, instead of bishop to h5, this particular variation. Yeah, here. So could this be a response? Because I'm slightly concerned, right? That Pragg gets to this position, and after rook takes c7, he might not even factor in to the equation bishop takes e6. But he might factor in bishop to d6 and might spend all his energy calculating that and completely miss that there's bishop takes pawn. Because this is also a very tempting response.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I'm very surprised the eval bar is so high in white's favor now, because it's a double attack as well, right? Like the rook isn't fully trapped. You can use f7, but black will happily take on e6 and be fine. How does white get an advantage here? Maybe Pragg is calculating in this direction. Okay. Process of elimination. It's got to be something a bit cool. Is it queen to d5 maybe? Does this win a pawn? Into d5, hitting the bishop, hitting the rook. Maybe not the best, but enough for a small advantage. Because white wins, I guess, the a7 pawn in this line.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, this is a very good question though, because Pragg, if he thinks he's getting this extra pawn after bishop d6 anyway, then he'll play rook takes c7 and not have any advantage any longer. If he's looking in the other direction, and I mean, the reason this is so hard, I think, is not because of this bishop takes e6 anymore, it's because of g takes h5. And it's just understanding that this position, black is just fully paralyzed. Like, I don't think black can play bishop f6. Oh, wait.
No, if
What's the refutation here, though?
I was looking at rook f7. You have e6. What else is the way? You know, it's bit was how to. I mean, then there's bishop takes e6. You don't get your queen b7 business in. Okay, so let's go e7.
I think this is it. And bishop takes check probably, and then the rook moves. And now
you come in.
Apparently there's something even stronger, but this looks very good as well.
Yeah.
I think Pragg will understand dynamically. Like, he's not risking much here either. The white rook and pawn is so strong that he can bring his rook across. The reason I liked queen d5 is like threatening queen d8 as well. This looks very good. Apparently the best move, well, it is just rook to c1 in this position, and white is just so dominant that d5 is going to come. The white queen's going to sit on this diagonal. Black is just so open and weak on the dark squares. Ivanka, this could be a brilliancy. Like, this could be game of the round if Pragg plays bishop h5.
And this is also a big if, because there's some pitfalls that Pragg mustn't fall into. First up, he has to understand that after rook takes c7, black's actual threat is to go bishop takes pawn, not bishop to d6. That's pitfall number one.
That's easy though, I think. For Pragg, that's like having breakfast every morning. It's like just an automatic.
I suspect that as well, but you never know what the brain can do to you at times. But that's pitfall number one. And I think that as soon as he understands that rook takes c7 is not the best move, then he's going to turn his attention to bishop to h5, get g6. And I agree with you. I think it's kind of elementary for Pragg just to give up material and just keep the initiative going. But he has to see very deep. I mean, like this whole concept of sacrificing the queen and giving the check, and then here it was just to
I think this is the hard one. Giving up the queen, I think, again, is like very quick, very easy for Pragg, but just sitting on this position, like the computer says just b5 or even a4 and quiet move. And this is, for me, this is the most beautiful of all the lines. The others were forcing, they were like brute force caveman chess, but here black just can't move, which is wild. Like, due to stuff on this diagonal, the bishop pretty much trapped after b5, this bishop stuck, the queen stuck defending it, like literally no moves. And white can just slowly build up, like push some pawns, maybe improve this rook on f1. I think this is what might be difficult. Like, getting to this position and saying, okay, I have enough for a piece. But then I guess Jovanka, he sacked a piece for far less just a couple of days ago in the tiebreaks. He did that with white, nearly lost, nearly got knocked out. So maybe he'll do it again, or maybe that will have scarred him. Who knows? What do you think? Which way is he going to go with the piece sack psychology?
I think he's going to do it. I mean, he's got his hands tied in this type of position. You can't go back because, as we mentioned, if you step back, you can't just play the game positionally because the pawn on e6 is going to get just rounded up and snatched off. And if that happens, then okay, you're going to be in problems. So there's no way back now. It's been very committal. I think that if Pragg weren't feeling brave and weren't feeling bold, he wouldn't have gone e6. E6, rook to d7 is a move where you can't just pedal back from. So I think he would have done something else then. But now he has to either sit there, just keep the rook on d7. I think he's going to go, he's calculating bishop h5. But what direction is he looking at? It's a little bit difficult to see from our screens, but it seems like he's focused on the left side of the board.
Yeah, he's looking at the queen side. He's not looking at the black king, right? His eyes darting around the board. I can understand why he's looking at that side. Like, he might be playing rook takes c7. That's less risky. We'll find out any second now. Bishop h5 would be a brilliancy, up there with the best moves of the tournament so far. He's hesitating. It does take a lot of courage.
Yeah, it takes a lot of courage. But courage is exactly what you need to play white in this position. You need to play energetically. Because here, it's no holds barred. And bishop h5, the best move. It would be an absolute stunner, a shocker of a move. He doesn't find it. He goes rook to d1. Oh, I was also going to say that this is perhaps tempting as well. Just maintain your rook on d7 and just argue that if black ever takes that rook, well then either another rook appears or you're going to have a very nice passed pawn on d7. So that move not given the best of marks. David, we have to assess, why is this so bad? Rook f to d1. I mean, my first reaction is that there's going to be a bishop to d6.
Yeah, double question mark. Does feel very harsh. Apparently he's lost his advantage and more, but he's still not clearly worse, Pragg, just a slight disadvantage. You mentioned bishop d6, Jovanka. I agree that might be the most logical move. It's either that or you have to take the rook, right? One or the other. I just want to point out, taking the rook, he's probably... Is he taking with a pawn? Probably. Or was it the rook? Which one?
I couldn't quite make up my mind, so that's why when I made the statement, I said it's either a pawn or it's just another rook appears. I suspect the rook.
Yeah. I thought the pawn, but then the black queen, I think, comes to this square specifically, so white can't set up a bishop on c6. Black will just put a pawn on c6 and start to surround the d7 pawn. So I think you're right, probably the rook. Wow, I can understand why this is not ideal, parting with a rook for a bishop. And probably this rook gets traded off at some point, although the bar says level. The other move you mentioned, Jovanka, bishop d6, very clever. Very, very clever. Now this is just hanging, right?
Yes, but I guess you can...
In for a penny, in for a pound. Exchange
yes, take
sack.
It off.
Take. And maybe take.
Yep.
But black goes for the pawn. White defends it. Oh, apparently this is going really wrong now. Queen to e7, I guess.
E7.
Oh, this could go wrong for Pragg. If he loses his pawn now, he's just the exchange down.
Big trouble. Big trouble. But okay, bishop to d6 was the most accurate. I mean, I always feel like I suggested bishop d6 just because I felt like it was going to come one way or another. So, but it makes a lot of sense just trapping that rook. And is there... Okay, but no. I was thinking, is there any way to save the rook once bishop to d6 makes an appearance? And maybe you can go bishop to b5 and try this direction.
This direction.
He takes it.
Takes. Wow. Okay, that's not the best move, but also I'm shocked that Robert played that in just 3 minutes. Like, it's such a complicated position. He has an hour on the clock. I don't know, that's rushing it in my eyes. Like, I know I think too long, I get in time trouble, but 3 minutes on a very critical move where there are two very big, important options, like a fork in the road, that's hasty.
Yeah. And ironically enough, it appears that the bishop on c8 was way more important than the bishop on e7. And it's primarily because you need a light squared bishop to actually target the pawn on e6. And it's for that basic reason that here, white holds the balance, but in the other position, white was the one that was struggling to maintain equality. So now I think Pragg has a comfortable position, and he has compensation for the sacrifice exchange. But, well, the question remains to be seen whether it's sufficient to squeeze out an advantage from this type of position. I've got to say one thing in his favor, it's probably a lot easier to play because he just has to now react to Black's developing moves. And as we saw, again, big decision for Pragg. He's taking a while. We were unsure, but in the end, we concluded that you need to capture with the rook. And sure enough, Pragg comes to that conclusion as well.
Yeah. I think the double question mark on rook to d1, very harsh. I think I would have given it more of a miss, like a red X, just because it did miss something stronger. But in practical terms, this is still very playable. This is still fantastic pawn right, great bishops. Not the artistic finish we thought we might get, but good enough to continue fighting hard. So we'll check back in on Pragg maybe a bit later, Jovanka, as now there is a big imbalance in this game, and it does feel like someone might come out on top, but the big question is who?
And talking about who's going to come out on top, well, again, I'm looking at that bottom right corner between Wojciech as he faces Fedoseev, and Fedoseev took a massive gamble. He's in a must-win situation with the black pieces, played an opening which has a very dubious reputation. But if the evaluation bar is to be believed, it looks like it's paid off and he's going to get away with it.
Wow, this is the most surprising game, I think, of the tournament so far, just in terms of the opening. Just to remind everyone at home who's just joining us, the opening was this wild one with Black poaching on the long diagonal, f5, but allowing a check. Don't try this at home, everyone. Winning the rook in the corner, but getting checked. And this is super scary, supposed to be totally winning for white. But later on, Wojciech went the wrong way. It's interesting, Jovanka, because I played Andrew Tang over the board in some bullet chess recently, and he was playing this line against me, e4, b5, bishop takes, and now f5. And basically after takes, c6, and it's similar, not in that Black wins a bit, rook in the corner, but also basically asking for white to give a check, and it gets really complicated. But this line where Wojciech gave the check, we left it after e takes d4, and the Black King's still really bad, but apparently, Jovanka, the blue arrow is showing that Wojciech had a key move. Very difficult one, and he missed it. Bishop to c2. The best way to keep the balance. I'm going to say that's almost impossible for a human.
No, because it makes no sense whatsoever, right? Bishop c2, and that's way too deep. I mean, you'd be looking at rook takes bishop, or move the knight out of the way. No way on earth would it be bishop c2. I mean, what is even the point of that whole bishop move? I mean, it's like literally encouraging d takes c3, and he just wants to go knight f4. I get it now. Knight f4, and then it's going to be questions of the knight coming to g6 and e6, and those questions are pretty unpleasant, gotta say. And okay, very nice, very nice. But that's the problem with computers. Once they show you the way, it all feels like, ah, yeah, of course, chess is easy. But chess is not easy because the human would not be looking at going bishop c2. Instead, rook takes h1, I'm pretty sure, was played.
Yeah. And rook takes h1 was a small mistake after the knight dropped. Now he played knight f4, but the big difference is that there is no knight e6 idea. The white rook has been displaced. Yeah, knight to e6 check was the key idea. And now, again, blue arrow, bishop to e4. I think that's maybe easier than the bishop c2 earlier, but I can't blame him for dropping back. And apparently he's much worse. There was method in the madness, Ivanka. Maybe I was too harsh on Fedoseev playing this like massive gamble line because he's been rewarded with a winning position. He's still up a rook with black.
Yeah, and he's also forced his opponent to burn a lot of time as well. You know, Fedoseev is looking at a nice, healthy time advantage. And the thing is, though, I'm going to say is that the evaluation bar is saying that black is doing okay, but the position carries with it a lot of danger because rook to e1 is still there for white, and still, you know, it's going to be something that the knight is going to have to guard the g6 square for the rest of time. The black king is still going to be problematic. So it's going to take some energy to actually repair the position for black. And it's not really clear to me how to do it. I mean, do you have to go on the counteroffensive with c takes b2 and the white king will step to b1? And what is the way to defend this position? Maybe you get your queen to... No. See, I was thinking maybe get the queen to f7 and she can do some footwork there. Okay, maybe you go queen e7 first, actually. Now I got it. Queen e7 first, and then you can go queen to b4 and have her start prowling around the white king.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Eva Bar says it's good. Maybe there's something slightly better than it. But rook to e1, ideas of queen to b4, although maybe white can just ignore that, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
This is so wild, this position. Like, I think there's definitely at least one more massive eval swing in the near future. What else other than queen e7? Queen e7 is like a useful move, but if there's no follow-up after rook e1, how to get the black rooks in the game? Is it just king f7 or something? I don't know.
It could be. Could be. Yeah, let's just go king f7, even though I'm afraid, very afraid. But I'm struggling to come up with a move. You know, you can't touch a pawn. The rook on a8 isn't getting into the game. So, at least with king f7, I don't know what it's doing, but at least it can't be checked. You're covering g6.
I'm going to pretend that this is a game I would be playing, and the first move I would calculate is a forcing move. I don't know whether it's good. It might just lose on the spot, but knight to f3 is a very forcing move because it just tries to simplify the position. And now knight g6 check. Now king f7. Wow,
And
apparently that's not even the
now-
best move. That's crazy. King e8
Oh, really?
probably is the way. I just saw the bar swing.
Yeah.
I saw the bar was here. I played king f7. I thought, like, king e8, what madness is this? But white actually doesn't have a check, which is crazy. Never.
And you're not taking the rook with check. Because if you step up with the king to f7, there's maybe knight takes rook. Check.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
then
White
the
is still getting
queen
rid of the
goes...
bishop.
Yes. But this is not so easy either, because you got queen f4, and if you do capture the bishop... Oh.
Why is queen f4 blunder? Wow. Take. Maybe this is just winning for black. Maybe black's just a piece up. No, I didn't see any threats. Okay, queen. I mean, this is how hard it is, right, Jovanka? Like the bar's swinging every move we make. We make like the most obvious move, and nope, wrong. This is what the players have to go through in real life.
Yeah, I like that. It's like a lie detector test, right? Like, nope, that's wrong. You failed. I don't know. Rook to G1 looks pretty scary to me. No, that's bad.
Yeah, it's not obvious why it's bad.
Maybe you should throw in a check.
Okay. Check.
Oh, by the way, we have a move. Knight to F3 wasn't played, although that seemed to be the move that was holding the balance for black and maybe turning it around. But King F7 was the move chosen by Fedoseev, and now, well, the blue arrow is telling us everything we need to know. White has to continue with knight to H5.
And I did predict there'd be at least one big eval bar swing. Black's gone from +1.5 to -1 or more. So he's gone, yeah, it's been a massive jump there. But knight H5, it feels like it's the type of chess, Jovanka, where you literally get a dice and then you just keep rolling it. And then after like 10 rolls, the final one, like the one who gets the highest on the last roll wins. Like the first 9 don't even matter. It's just twist and turn and twist and turn. And it's just like very random. And there we go. Knight H5 played instantly by Wojtaszek. Now knight F3, the only move strictly to keep the fight alive.
Yeah, and actually I can see Fedoseev being quite comfortable here, because you'd think after knight F5, knight F3, what is the continuation? What is White going to be playing? Because you got knight takes bishop at the end of it. But I guess I'm always so biased for these positions, because I really hate this position for black. Even if the engine was saying, no, it's fine, you are winning, I would just hate the fact that every move carries with it so much. And, a loss is going to result from a single error. So, no, knight to F3, because the queen just moves. Queen moves to, has to cover the bishop. So, queen F4.
Yep.
Queen takes. Knight.
Yeah. Let's say knight. Oh, I say it reluctantly, but knight takes knight.
Yeah. And now, do we have any funny business with
probably just
queen takes knight, check. The king goes back to F8, and you're thinking you're getting over the worst of it. Queen F6 is coming.
This is what Fedoseev's calculated, but apparently there's something big here. Is it just like lifting the rook? It's not that one. This is, maybe it's the other way, rook to E1. No. Wow, it's not a rook move. How crazy. Wait. How about this check? I'm getting their process of elimination through all the blunders. Because this rook is hanging, the black queen can't come out, and now white moves the rook. Or the other rook maybe to the other square, E1. Wow, I feel like I'm a blind man in a cave, Jovanka, just trying to fumble my way through.
You and me both. And okay, so precision to the very end. Queen F3 is a nice touch, and it's maybe okay, David. No, maybe you need to go rook E1. No. Okay.
Okay, Jovanka.
I got it. You got to go bishop to G6.
I'll give you a clue. It's not a bishop move.
Not a bishop
move. This is me getting frustrated and checking. It's actually a threat, which we should see like checks, captures, and threats. Right? There's no good checks or captures. It's a threat, but it's a difficult threat to spot. That's my clue.
I don't know, David.
Yeah, like this will never happen. Trust me, everyone at home, this will never happen. Rook to d1. Like, you can occupy two beautiful open files, but it's not that. It's threatening rook takes d7 instead. This is definitely what Fedoseev has missed, by the way. And I think anyone would miss. Like, yeah, like queen e7, rook. Oh wait, queen e7 also blunders the rook in the corner, but rook takes d7 is the big idea, and d6. Now we go back to e1, having loosened up some squares. I mean, yeah, good luck, Wojciech, finding this.
Yeah. But also good luck Fedoseev as well in surviving this, because, you know, Black is swimming in shark-infested waters here. This is the craziest position we've had. And actually, it goes to show that there's actually risk for both sides. I mean, we went wrong for White many a time. And we also went wrong for Black as well. Knight to f3 being the only move. You know, I think after many twists and turns, this game might potentially end in a draw. I don't think that White will be winning this one. I think we're going to see a lot of adventure along the way. Shall we just go back to the bird's eye view, David, and keep an eye on this game? Because, well, again, following the evaluation bar, I'm looking at the top right and I'm seeing Pragnander maybe getting to squeeze something against Ovanesyan, but it's also the evaluation bar between Martinez and Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, who's in a must-win scenario with the black pieces. If we can dive in there, because when we left it, it was a c3 Sicilian. Nodirbek was thinking how to respond to this bishop to d2 idea. A few more moves have happened. White hasn't even bothered to castle, but has done the kind of modern-day rook lift of rook h3.
Yeah, this is something we talked about earlier, like h4 coming, kind of just to open up this new avenue for the rook. White's king is actually very safe on f1, g1. It's kind of going to castle by hand anyway. That just takes a move or two, so why not activate the rook onto a beautiful square? G3, it's going to be very scary. And knight to d5, a natural move. It's an outpost. It's a nice square, but I'm going to say this is the most obvious blue arrow I've ever seen, Jovanka, threatening some nasty threats, nasty stuff on the light squared diagonal. That's definitely on his radar. It's just about what comes next. Black's king is going to have to run. There's no real way to block it, right?
Yeah, the king is going to be out there in the open, but you know, that's not the end of the world. I think, you know, the queen appears on h7, the king will just come out to f7 and stuff will continue. I kind of like this idea of going knight to d5. It makes a lot of sense. You know, the knight is very versatile on that square, you know, perhaps coming forward, but also with an eye of stepping back and defending its monarch if need be. Rook to g3 was also something, I don't know why, I was thinking might be tempting as opposed to lining the queen and bishop on that battery. So let's have a look. Queen to d3. Let's go for the obvious. Go for broke.
Yeah, and I'd be terrified as Black here. What moves come to mind right now?
Rook c8.
Rook c8. Okay. This rook, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
A rook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Oh, I really want to land like some knight g5 ideas.
Go for it.
Oh, I don't know. It's okay, but it's not the best move apparently.
But remember, David,
yes.
Draw is as good as a win for Jose Martinez. So if he manages to see something forcing that's going to take it to perpetual, that is the route he's going to be choosing. So he does play queen to d3.
Great move. Logical. And rook c8, you're advocating. I agree that White has to figure out something here. I think at the very minimum, there might be ideas like check, king here, and taking a pawn on h6. Like, this is, just very superficial look. White wins a pawn. It's probably something even better, though.
It looks good enough, actually. So maybe I can't just go rook AC8. Just go king f7.
Run for the hills. Oh,
And I think that's
played
what's
it.
happened. Right, he ran for the hills. Run for the seas.
Okay, that's good news for Martinez, who now no longer needs to worry about the white king being the weaker of the two. Neither side castling, I'm going to say, because the black king did castle earlier, but running back out.
Okay, now you're knight to g5, Jack. Can we look at that?
Super tempting, right?
Yes. And you take.
Yeah.
Takes, and the rook is coming. Tends to smile on the black king, and the queen comes to g6. And yes, it's happy days. You don't want to be doing that.
The downside is that black king probably just moves, and I'm not sure what knight g5 actually achieved. This
Hey,
is
you've
definitely...
got knight e4, g4, g5.
I like it. I mean, I would pick white here every day of the week, but maybe there's something. The engine's saying there's something even better. What could that be? Maybe it's your idea, like, first. The king wants to go to e7 next. So g5 will trap that bishop once the king does move. And I see a lot of support for Nodirbek. People predicting that he would have made top 4. People saying he needs to wake up now. It does feel like he's not been himself this tournament. He's played a lot this year. Most of the top players have played so much this year. Barely a week break in the calendar. I think g4 might be the way, Ivanka. Go for it.
And that's something that we've seen actually in this particular event, especially where some of the lower rated players, they're not the favorites by any means, but they've had the time to prepare for this particular event. They've had a look at their opponents, their potential opponents along the line, and they've come up with the plan, and they said, I'm going to be doing this. Whereas I remember Vincent was saying that he's played so much chess that he's barely had any time to actually make specific preparations for the World Cup. And that's something which could be in favor of the low-rated players, especially those players that I'm thinking are in the middle. And it's something to just ponder about. You see, Jose Martinez was giving an interview where he said that, you know, he had made special preparations for the classical chess. He really wanted to improve that portion of the game. And, well, you're going to see the results now. Yesterday, he won with the black pieces, playing a very risky line, but it paid off in heaps and spades. And now it looks like he's doing super well against Nodirbek, John.
He absolutely is, and he only needs a draw, of course, to make his way through, but he is looking to create winning chances. He wants to make sure he absolutely cements his spot in the next round of the World Cup. He's doing incredibly well. So lots of positions beginning to crystallize a little bit, or at least beginning to look like we know what to expect in the next couple of dozens of moves. What have we learned in the last hour, folks? Never play the French against the spider. Don't give Prague opportunities to sack. And if you're ever in a deep, dark forest with no way out in sight, have a look for and say hi to Fedoseev and Wojciech for us. We'll see you in a couple of minutes as the action continues at the World Cup.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online. Wow. Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Okay, we're here with Grandmaster Prague, and you can see you don't have an opponent. We're going to give ChatGPT as your opponent, but don't be too intimidated. We're rooting for the human being, but we want to make it a little bit interesting, so we're going to have you play blindfolded. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and you've never played ChatGPT before, right?
No.
Okay, this is going to be fun. So we gave you a swivel chair. If you could just do a little spinaroo there.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we'll just pretend that you shook hands with your silicon opponent, and Prague, what would you like your first move to be?
E4.
Okay, E4 on the board, and then we're waiting for ChatGPT to respond. And ChatGPT has played 1c5 and announced that it's the Sicilian defense. So ChatGPT knows the opening at least.
Knight F3.
Okay, ChatGPT has announced that it knows you're attacking the E5 square. It has played D6.
Okay. Let's say C3.
Okay, C3. A little delayed elephant here, but what does ChatGPT say? ChatGPT likes to explain your move. ChatGPT says that you're preparing D4 and aiming to go a strong center, and it has announced it's the elephant. ChatGPT plays Knight F6.
Bishop E2. Let's try to trick ChatGPT. Yeah.
I could definitely say you are faster than ChatGPT. You've set a little trap. Let's see if ChatGPT falls into this very famous elephant trap. Prague, it's announcing you made a flexible move and plays Knight C6.
Oh, it doesn't fall for it.
Does not fall for Knight takes E4, Queen A5 check. Okay.
D4. Let's keep trying.
Okay, offering the pawn on E4 a second time. ChatGPT notices that you're striking in the center, which I don't know if you know this, Prague, it's a key thematic idea in the elephant according to ChatGPT. C takes D4 is the response.
Yeah, CD4.
ChatGPT plays Bishop G4. It actually announces that it's pinning your knight. I'm going to take a little bit exception to the fact that that's a pin in ChatGPT's world.
Yeah, Knight C3.
Okay, ChatGPT's actually getting a little faster and playing E6. Although again, let's talk about the logic here. ChatGPT claims that this move solidifies my D6 pawn. Seems like it makes the D6 pawn a little weaker.
Okay, let's try to go for a D5.
Okay, advancing to center. E takes D5, insta in ChatGPT's world.
ED5.
I want to congratulate ChatGPT for not making any illegal moves so far. Knight B4. Okay. Although, before you respond, I just want to talk about that the computer ChatGPT has announced that it's attacking your C2 pawn.
Huh?
Suspicious.
C2 pawn. Okay, Queen A4.
Welcome back to Goa and the 2025 FIDE World Cup. We're at game number 2 of round 3, which means there's opportunity now for all of these players to potentially make it through to round 4 without having to go to a tie-break day if they can score a decisive result today. There are some players who are down and need a decisive result just to make it to the rapid and blitz tie-breaks. Plenty going on, and we've had 1 or 2 eval changes actually through the break. One of the games I'd love to direct you guys to is Anish Giri's game against Donchenko. Now, Jovi, I'm going to need a little bit of explaining to here, and maybe it'll be good for the stream, I don't know. This evaluation bar looking pretty strong in Donchenko's favor. I get that if you compare the position, especially of the minor pieces in the knight, white definitely looks like they're enjoying the better position here. But is it really worth that much of a swing? I'm looking at the white's pair of bishops going, they look nice, but they're not exactly firing on anything at the moment. So I'm trying to work out what the next steps are for white here. Over to you.
Yeah, no, I can see why you're so hesitant to kind of agree with the evaluation bar's assessment that white is so much better. But really, when you compare every single minor piece that black has, white's is so much better. The knight on d4, sitting center, pointing at f5. When you compare this bishop on f8, literally pointing at nothing. The bishop on f2 is similarly also not doing so much, but is at least better than its counterpart. The bishop on g2 has the potential to dance to f1, to c4, to ask questions of the king. And when we look at the issue of the e-line, well, black has their hands tied because they constantly have to protect the f5 point. So white is going to be the one that's going to be jostling for that control over the center line. And when you kind of look at all of these factors as a whole, and also there's a weak pawn on a5, which I completely forgot to mention. That's also on Donchenko's radar. Donchenko is the only one who can be pushing for a win, and Anish is very much on the reactive. Now, if Donchenko isn't precise and he makes the wrong kinds of trades, then it's going to be entirely possible for Anish to completely hold this one. It's that kind of advantage. There's nothing permanent here for white. It's just better placement.
Yeah, and we actually jump in at what I feel is a critical moment. Black is experiencing somewhat of a traffic jam in his position, especially the knight and bishop that Jovanka mentioned. The black bishop on f8 is blunted right now because of its own rook. The black knight actually wants to use the square on e7 as a launch pad. So, for example, rook takes rook would be a big mistake, I think, strategically, because now the black knight actually gets to a nice central square, kind of mirroring the white knight. The key here might be a bit of a tricky move, a difficult one to make, especially since white just put the rook on e1 a couple of moves ago. But I think white should be dodging any exchanges. Black has no entry points on the e-file. He takes the rook just as I say that, commentator's curse, the move you didn't want to play. And just to go back one very quick second, rook to d1 would probably have been the way to keep the advantage with Jovanka's idea of bishop f1, bishop c4 in the pipeline. Very simple, queen c3, step up, win the a-pawn. That one also in the air, and black can barely move. Like the black queen maybe, the black rooks though have no good squares, the black bishop doesn't really want to move, and the other two minor pieces literally don't have any attractive legal moves. So I think it's a bit of haste to trade off for Donchenko. Really shouldn't have been touching that. Funny that the computer says the top three moves for white, by the way. Rook d1, rook eb1, and rook f1. All to keep the rooks on the board.
Yes. It's funny because I think because we came in cold to this position, we had no attachment to the rook being on e1. So when I was explaining things, I was actually thinking might be a nice idea to go rook to d1 and take control of the center, because after all, there are no entry points for the two rooks. So it's different how the player's mind works, right? Because as you mentioned, Donchenko put the rook on e1. He's not going to go rook to d1. That's kind of, he said, I'm put the rook on e1 to challenge it for a reason. So I'm going to go all the way through and follow that whole thinking and take on d7. And yeah, you're completely right. Now, some of the advantage evaporates because the knight comes and takes. And suddenly the knight is looking like it's in a better situation. It can go to d5. From that, it can springboard into e3. And it is not as easy as it used to be for white. Knight takes played, and I think Giri has gotten out of the waters.
Yeah, still some trouble ahead, potentially choppy waters, I'm going to say, because the white knight might now try and reposition to e5 now that the black counterpart, the black knight, has moved away. The a5 pawn still very, very weak. It kind of sticks out. You want to put it back on a7. No real way to defend it. Maybe you push it forward and just sack it. But Giri's still with some questions to answer. I don't blame Donchenko at all. I think that was like a half chance at best. Very difficult to forfeit an open file, I think psychologically, at the very minimum. But yeah, a small mistake there. And Giri, he's very good at defending these positions. He loves his symmetry, no pass pawns. It's all about squares at this point, and he's very good at the positional squares game. So we'll see if Donchenko can carve anything out. But yeah, Giri definitely has survived the worst.
Yes, he has survived the worst. And let's go to our evaluation. Not our evaluation, our bird's eye view is because I'm looking at the evaluation bars and I'm letting that determine my thinking. So let's head to our bird's eye view. And there are a few games that are kind of piquing my interest. And one of them, it's there at the top, and it's Gukesh against Rasmus Svaner, because to all intents and purposes, it looks pretty nice for black. There's a knight on f4 sitting very pretty, and white hasn't done anything about breaking through in the center. And I just kind of want to understand what is exactly happening here, because the evaluation bar is like firmly in the middle, but I can't really tell who is the one that is going to be pressing for the advantage. Is it white with plans of going knight to g4, knight to e3, and then jumping in with an outpost for the knight on f5? Or is it black who's going to be doing some funny business with a well-timed, I don't know, f5 if allowed, or some kind of h5 again, or if they're allowed, or some kind of advancement?
Yeah, this is very difficult to evaluate. Like, of course, it says 0.0 the computer. I'm also inclined, because we have like so little information here, like I'm also inclined to look at the clock and say Frederick Svaner is uncomfortable. But to my eyes, it does look like a bit of a dream Italian for black. Yes, the pawn on g5 sticks out somewhat, but beautiful bishop. Like, the reason you develop your bishop to the long diagonal is to stare at the opponent's king. It's still there. Yes, white rook, white rook on a2 defends everything, but no real pawn breaks, no d4, no b4. I think he's very comfortable, Frederick Svaner. Yes.
And it is Frederick Svaner and not Rasmus Svaner. Rasmus Svaner is his older brother. It's quite funny because Rasmus Svaner was always the Svaner that was very, very popular in Germany, part of the young German princes who were just kind of sidelined to be grandmasters, and they all achieved that title. But okay, we're going to take a pause on this one. This one is brewing up nicely, but the real action is happening in Fedoseev against as he takes on Wojciech with the black pieces. Now Fedoseev gambled incredibly out of the opening, playing what was considered a losing variation, and his king has been in a spot of bother since the opening began. And now the evaluation bar is saying that actually this could be the final blunder of the position, because Wojciech now has a win.
Yeah, and it is a bit of a bizarre move, queen to f8. I understand this sentiment. He defends his bishop on g7, and he does create a sneaky threat. Bishop to h6 would skewer. The white queen king would win a piece, would win a very important piece, but there are a few problems here. Like, firstly, queen to g6 check forces the king away and the bishop drops. That could be one issue. I also wonder whether white should just be cutting off the black king's escape. I think the whole idea is for the black king to just run for the hills, to just sprint back to safety. And Ivanka, what about this move? Rook to e1.
I was going to say rook e1. Yeah, I was going to say that, because bishop h6 actually isn't a threat, because you've got bishop to g6, checkmate.
Yeah, okay, this is the idea, bishop to g6 checkmate. Apparently rook to e1 isn't the best. Enough for probably a draw that will guide him through anyway, Wojciech. I mean, this is the first thing on my mind. I wonder how black survives. Probably it's taking on h7 or something a bit weird here. But this is one idea. What else? What else could punish black so severely that this is a game-losing blunder?
Well, you have queen to g6. We should look at that one. and with the idea that once the king moves, then you take the bishop. Nope.
Yeah, the Black King's gonna run though. This is what he wants, Fedoseev, and then it's a proper fight, right? It's just an imbalanced position with mutual chances, so it must be something quite quirky. I really want to get the queen to this diagonal, so the Black King cannot pass back to d8 because the rook will be hanging. But how to make it happen? Wait, is this knight takes f6 maybe? Is this possible? What
Bishop
about this?
h6.
Yeah, and I wanted to get a check in. And where does the king go?
Up the board.
Up, e6.
Yes.
Wow.
And then d6 and then c6 and try and hide on b7.
I'm skewered, which doesn't help. Rook to e1. Wow, this is wild. Like rook e1, king to d6, rook d1. Maybe this is enough for a draw though, Jovanka. Like if the king moves,
if it's enough for perpetual, then
Yeah.
that's the way he's going to go.
Wow, like all the checks, but the king is hiding in plain sight and probably runs this way now. This is wild. What is the king doing here? King of the hill, as Pratik Kumar points out there in the featured chat. This is what he wants. But whether it's what he gets is another question.
Yeah. Okay,
Where
so
is
let's
the
go
win?
back and where is the win? And just not. Okay, hang on. Bishop to g8, bishop g6 check, king e8, e7, rook to e1, rook e8.
Wow, that's not even that hidden. Like
No.
he's just missed this check. That's just game over. He has to give up his queen, but oh, sorry, mouse slip. Bishop takes queen, and the house collapses. Wow, Jovanka, you're right. Just keep it simple. Like just check mate, or check win the queen. Oh my gosh, bishop g6. We were trying to be too clever. Like, if anything, just keep it simple. The king cannot really run forward now, due to this. And I'm assuming there's a mate. This one looks good enough. Bishop e4 check and checkmate. Oh my gosh, Fedoseev, he's capitulated.
But is that kind of
Gamble.
position? It really was completely wild, and every single move carried with it so much expense, and it just, the whole thing, you made one error and that was it. It was going to be game over for black. And eventually, I don't think the human mind can sustain this tension. So I'm not surprised that rook e8 was missed. Also, rook e8 is kind of a hidden threat. I mean, it took me a while to see that one because I suddenly understood that the knight was pinned and the queen was also not going to be assisting here. But once you kind of think about it logically, yes, it makes the perfect sense. So bishop to g6, rook e1, rook e8, and unfortunately, there's just the bishop that's falling on g7. White still has that amazing pass pawn on h7.
Yeah, that queen in waiting, next in line for the throne, that h7 pawn. This is just over, like instantly. And the worst thing, Jovanka, is that bishop g6 apparently isn't even the only winning move. It's the best. It wins on the spot. But even if white just gets out of the way, apparently, king to b1 just gets out of the way of this bishop h6 threat, white is just totally winning. It's just going to be checkmate unless black just sheds all of his material. He has to start running for the hills, but now knight takes bishop, and the very minimum, the knight comes back and wins the pinned piece. White will be up material with an ongoing initiative. This is... yeah, that's what we talked about, the dice roll chess. You gamble, you basically toss a coin, and if it comes down on your opponent's side, it's over. And Fedoseev, I think he'll regret his opening choice, even if he got some chances along the way.
Yeah, it was just a little bit impractical because he has to spend so much time calculating every single possibility. And again, it's so scary. I need John's bleeping machine. You know, it's so scary to play with your king out there in the open, even if you are material up. I mean, it's just terrifying because every move could come and just demolish your position. And when you're in a must-win situation, when there's so much at stake, I think Fedoseev will just look back and say that wasn't my finest decision there. So yeah, just to kind of recap, bishop to g6, rook e1, rook e8 is gonna be the clincher for Jacek. But we did go wrong in the beginning because, you know, we had that urge to be creative. You know, we're thinking rook e1, trap the king. Is that something that he might be tempted to do? Because it is super tempting, right? You know, bishop h6 and you see bishop to g6 is going to be checkmate.
Yeah. He's played bishop g6, so we won't find out the answer. Rook e1, I was going to say, is maybe the one thing that might tempt you. And even that was enough for a draw, so it's not going to help Fedoseev in the match anyway. But bishop g6, we might see a resignation any moment now because it's just forced. He loses his queen and loses his house. It's over. Check, check, win the queen.
Yeah. And what is very interesting is that they're playing dressed according to their colors. White shirt, black suit. Didn't seem to help Fedoseev. King e7, rook e1. Well, you can see there the hesitation for Fedoseev. He's not playing king e7 instantly. I think the penny is dropping that is going to come with devastating consequences. King e7, rook e1.
If he doesn't play king e7, he gets mated. It's mate in 10, apparently, if black plays king to e6. We showed one of those checkmates. So yeah, it's just that shock. And again, it's the body language I talked about. Fedoseev there is on the camera in the middle board as Peter Lecko walks past. The heads go to the hand. Somehow you want to cover your face. You want to cover as much of it as possible because you can feel the blood rushing to the head. It's just a kind of, I think, primal instinct to hide when you know you've let things go. And Fedoseev, he entertained us. He gave us something fun to watch, Jovanka. So we shouldn't condemn him too much, I guess. I was very harsh earlier with his opening choice, but yeah, it didn't pay off, and this will be his last move or two. Or maybe he's already made his last move of the 2025 World Cup.
He's looking to the heavens. That is also a giveaway that he knows this is the end. So back to head in the hands.
Yeah, the pain.
The fact that he's not making the only move that he can, which is king to e7 immediately, also indicates that he's simply coming to terms with saying goodbye to this event and being eliminated.
Yeah, Fedoseev, I think when he's on a hot streak of form, he's just so hard to stop. But he maybe isn't as consistent as some of the other 2,700 players. We're going to say goodbye to another 2,700, Jovanka. How many are we going to be left with come the end of round 3? It's crazy. The top seeds dropping like flies, and he's going to lose 2-0 here in the Classical. Not many 2,700s have been done like that so far.
No. And in the meantime, we have many of the world's best players strolling past. We just saw Levon Aronian on the camera. Sam Shanklin, who unleashed some fantastic long preparation against Vidit. He's also there in camera side. He just left. And for Fedoseev, it is not long. As he stares into the horizon, just contemplating what to do.
Yeah, the top players, they have very distinctive walks. You could tell it was Sam Shanklin because he kind of walks on his tiptoes. You could tell it was Peter Lecko there because his hands are always around his waistband. He's always adjusting. He's always kind of hands behind his back, strolling. There we go. It is a stop of the clock. It is a handshake. Fedoseev resigns. Radoslav Wojtaszek of Poland makes it through to round 4. Congratulations to him. What a crazy game that was.
It was a crazy game. It was a big gamble, and the players discussing the game. But Wojtaszek is not alone in round 4, as a draw from Matthias Blubaum against Ivan Semlinski. That means that he also advances to round 4. And players now gathering to see exactly what transpired. Everyone's attention turning to this game. But the result is clear. It is Radoslav Wojtaszek who advances. And shall we leave these players and go to our bird's eye view? And, well, I think we should follow the cameras and take a look at the game between Vohidov against Arjun Erigaisi, because Vohidov, playing white, has to win on demand. And it looks like Arjun is taking over. It is white to play, but white definitely needs to take care. The knight on e5 is under attack. Also, black might be threatening ideas such as f5, f4, just to blast open the white king side.
Yeah, I think there's been a small miscalculation here from Vohidov, or at least maybe it was a kind of gamble he knew he needed to win. It was just a very blocked position. If we just rewind a couple of moves, we did see f5 from Erigaisi, and Erigaisi calculated so well that there's too much tension on this diagonal. Black here creating all the pressure. We saw trader pawns and knight takes e5. I think from afar, Vohidov had potentially missed that after he defends his knight. There's the simple f takes e4, and he cannot recapture due to knight takes b3 with discovered attack against the queen and a hit on the white rook. And black bags some material. And yeah, if he can't get away with that, maybe he has to allow f takes e4. But yeah, whatever comes next, the black queen is soon going to come back to this diagonal. The white queen's soon going to come under fire anyway, and it's the white king that's under heavy pressure, Jovanka. It just looks very, very pleasant for black, and I didn't see much risk. That's the problem here for Vohidov. Arjun's playing just for a draw. Maybe he's going to try and win it, but he's not really in much danger of losing right now.
No, and this knight on d4 can never really be evicted, whereas the knight on e7 can just join in the fun, you know, can post up to f5 and starts to eyeball the weak e3 square. So I'm really liking this turn of events, but it's not ideal. I do feel that, you know, allowing f takes e4 isn't what you want, but the alternative is way worse. If you drop back with a knight, you're going to be landing in hot water with f4, so you don't want that. Oh my goodness me. F takes e4 is even stronger, David. You're completely right.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. No, you can't allow this at all. So, oh, bad news.
Yeah, the fact that he's even thinking for nearly 5 minutes now when it looks like f4 is pretty much forced. Otherwise, you just resign, you lose a piece. So the fact that he's thinking is not good news here. Vohidov, I think he's starting to realize there's a bit of panic now that he might not get a chance at all in this game to save it. And Arjun looks almost a surefire bet now for round 4.
No. Arjun, yesterday, coming to the game with some very impressive preparation and just completely playing one of the attacks of the day, you know, just ruthlessly going forward. And today he's showing how good he is with the initiative as well, just able to generate counterplays, always seeing that one move deeper. And now finding himself in a fantastic position. f4, f takes e4. As you mentioned there, David, there's a high chance that Arjun will be going through to the next round. Let's get back to the bird's eye view and take a look at what's happening in some of the other games. And I'm drawn to the game between Stromovicius against Pranav. because, and only because, white is in a must-win situation. Maybe we can head there, make an assessment as to white's chances, and then go and see what other action is happening.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see if the players who need to win on demand have any chance of doing so. We followed the end game between these two yesterday, where Pranav was able to grind it out with a win. That was because there were some minor pieces involved, some kind of pawn deficits. He was 2 pawns up going into the end game. This one is going to be a queen and rook kind of battle, and I would choose white here, Jovanka, just because he's got a nicer pawn structure. Titus, the black king a bit weak as well, with heavy pieces still on. But all things being equal, it might just fizzle out towards a draw. Like rook to b8 will come in the near future. The b2 pawn will probably be traded off for the c4 pawn. I think with best play, probably a draw, but yeah, maybe it's time to go for some like speculative queen g4, queen h5 blitz attack on the black king.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to kind of go that direction as well, because it's very difficult to grind this one out through normal positional means, because, yes, c4 is potentially weak, but b2 in return is also the same. Okay, so going to be very difficult for Stramovicius to actually eke out a win from here. So let's go back to the bird's eye view, because whilst this game might be headed to a draw, a game that did finish in a draw was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Artemiev, which means it is tiebreak time tomorrow for the pair of them. And that one is a clash of heavyweights. I am not sure who is the favorite there. And I also just want to show you, David, it's quite amusing to me, and I like these things, that Nodirbek's king has put on its running shoes and now stands in a relatively normal position on b8. And it looks like queenside castling happened once upon a time, but that was not the case.
Yeah, we'll just do a quick status update on this game. If we do jump in, just to show the path the Black King has miraculously treaded. It started on g8, as you point out, Jovanka. It castled to the king side. Then it just walked out. f7, e7, d8, c8, b8. Super safe king. Not just that, but Black has managed to reverse fianchetto his bishop. He played bishop back from c6 to b7 on the last move, and I do wonder whether it will be a case of missed opportunity for Martinez. He's got everything covered for now. He's still totally fine with white. Queen back to d3 where it was earlier. But we've seen it actually in some of the other matches. Players who had winning positions yesterday who couldn't finish it off today are suffering, if not dead lost. And Martinez, who was clearly winning just 10 moves ago, will he have that same fate? Will he only get that one chance? He could earlier have won pretty much on the spot by playing g4, g5, trapping that black bishop. But he didn't want to risk it too much. And sometimes you have to take those kind of chances. Now it's very unclear kind of who has the next pawn break, what happens next. I think we're going to see some really cagey, nervy play building up to move 40 now.
Yeah, and definitely Black has stabilized their position. I agree with you, g4, g5. That was one way to start advancing. So yeah, now it's going to be tense, and Nodirbek will be feeling a lot more hopeful, and momentum is on his side. Shall we head back to the bird's eye view, because I see an appearance of a new game, and it's there on the bottom right between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Niels Grandelius. And I'm seeing that the evaluation bar is completely in favor of white. And there's an issue with the knight there on d4 being trapped in the middle of the board. It can't move because of the pin against the rook. And I was going to say, Niels yesterday really had an opportunity to put Mamedyarov under pressure. He didn't take it, and the game fizzled out to a draw. Maybe he's regretting that turn of events from yesterday.
Yeah, it's not just that he didn't take his chance, it's just that he let it slip very, very kind of easily. Niels Grandelius, he didn't put any pressure on Shak at all, maybe influenced by the clock, the deep preparation. Here he's in massive trouble, as you point out, Jovanka. The e6 pawn, also the pawn that's soon to arrive on e6. Very, very scary as well. Yeah, I think he just has to try and get as much as he can for that knight, maybe starting by taking this pawn, but the two bishops will be the big favorite after white takes on d4. Big trouble for the Swedish number one. Mamedyarov looks like he's going through.
Yeah, and also it appears that there's been a massive turnaround in the games between Mickey Adams and Lorenzo Lodici. Let's head there immediately because we thought Mickey had no problems, was winning. I mean, we saw that there was a deadly pin on the board, and Mickey is a piece up. But suddenly, there's a whole lot of pawns on the queen side that they're advancing. King a3 followed by b3 and a4 is coming. c3 is also in the air. I mean, it's going to be very straightforward play from black. What happened here, David? Maybe we can do an action replay because when we left it, it just looked like it was 1-0.
Yeah, and it should have been 1-0 to England over Italy. But it looks like Italy are going to score against the run of play and cling on for the victory, just as they did in the Euros a few years ago. And here it did look like Adams was winning. He was guaranteed to win some material due to the pin on this black knight. And just after we left it, he started to go wrong, Adams. Black, very cleverly, Lodici, he found the only move. He was dead lost. He found the only way to fight on. Rook takes knight, giving up the exchange. Now queen to d7, we pointed out the only way to keep fighting, breaking the pin forcibly by counterattacking the white queen. And now Adams, this is, I'm really surprised what's happened now. Instead of keeping it safe, queen takes queen, we talked about this earlier, swapping the queens off. The black knight has to retreat to save itself. Bishop takes pawn. And you could just take this pawn on c4. It's +2 for white. You're up the exchange. Black has one pawn in return, but so many open files for the white rooks. This is just one-sided traffic. I think he would win this 9 times out of 10, Adams, and he knows that. But the fact that he wanted to kind of go for even more with queen to f4 backfired, because maybe he miscalculated after bishop to d6. He tried to pin the black bishop, but suddenly knight to f3 check, getting out of the way, really confused him. This is a hit on the white queen. He actually took back now with the knight. With his bishop. Taking with the queen was the right way to go to sack the queen. This is difficult though. Getting a rook and 2 bishops for the queen. Hard to evaluate with so many pawns in the mix. He took with the bishop, which was the next mistake, second blunder. And after the queens got traded, we saw this position with Adams again messing up, taking the wrong piece. Instead, he should have been saving his rook and taking a pawn. This is where we saw brilliant sacrifice by Lodici, giving up his bishop on f3 in order to create this mass of pawns. And it's a horde of pawns here for anyone who likes that variant of chess, horde, because the pawns are going to beat the pieces, most likely, with the black king streaking forward. And he just let it get messy, Adams. There was no reason to calculate at all. He'd done the hard work. And it'll be so heartbreaking if he loses. He was totally winning yesterday, somehow let it slip. Totally winning today, somehow let it slip. It's a case of missed opportunities, unfortunately.
Yeah, and could be tiredness as well, because in round 2, Mickey just had a super long, exhausting, really grueling tiebreak against Ivan Cheparinov. Perhaps that was just a situation, as this is what we're seeing this, because Mickey just got a bit tired, couldn't quite find the finishing touches, and it was very uncharacteristic. Mickey's normally the route of least resistance, and so to see him not trading off queens and going for that and instead indulging in the complications, I'm a little bit surprised. But here, I mean, how easy is it for Lodici? I mean, I was just thinking you just go c3 and get the rook behind those passed pawns and off you go.
Yeah, the problem is, I think every endgame, like if any of those pawns can kind of sack themselves or kind of get the white bishop off the board, then it's just over because black's king is so active. So if white is forced to give up the bishop for a pawn, for example, when it gets to c1, then that's just the end of the game. I do think as well, like king a3 is such a big threat. The white wants to stop it. The black king stepping even further down, but that would tie up the white rook if it has to sit on a7. Black will happily just put a rook on, for example, d5 to defend that pawn and liberate the king again. It's the quality and the quantity in this case, Jovanka, of pawns.
Yeah. Rook to d5 is just a very nice idea, because I think if Black rushed it with king a3 immediately, then like rook to b5 could be a response, and a4 is going to be met with bishop to d6, and suddenly White might be able to save things. With the rook on d5 being so active, then there's nothing stopping the Black king walking to a3. The pawn can advance to c3, and it's going to be three pass pawns there. That's going to be super dangerous. And yeah, sad news for Mickey. Perhaps a tiredness in the end, just costing him some of those critical moments. And should we go back to the evaluation? What's wrong with me today? Evaluation bar. The bird's eye view. I don't know why I'm obsessed with saying, instead of bird's eye view, evaluation. And I think it's because I'm just looking at the evaluation bars, and I'm just kind of like, where should we go to next? And I have my mind made up. I'm like looking at Pragg against Ofanisian, and I'm seeing that Pragg, he's doing some fantastic jobs. You know, his queen is coming up to d7. That's a beautiful pawn structure there on the left. And the pawn on e6 is still alive.
Yeah, let's try and figure out if Hovhannissian can put up any resistance here. I had a feeling earlier, even though he didn't find that amazing, beautiful bishop h5 idea that the computer pointed out, it was always going to be almost superhuman to find that. The fact that he sacked the exchange, was so confident about it, it felt like Pragg is back to his best after shaky form in round 2. It felt like this was going to be his game. And yeah, the way he's just planted his pawn on a6, that's the future queen. Annie the a-pawn, awaiting coronation. The fact that his queen's still so active, the e6 pawn's still alive. Yeah, I just feel like this is over. The a7 pawn is worth gold here. Jovanka, I think the only move I see is queen to f6 to try and counter the c3 pawn, but it does look too slow. White's just taking on a7 anyway, and as long as there's no sudden counterattack, the a-pawn decides it.
Is it possible to go on the complete passive with queen to e8? And I know this is not optically something pretty, but I'm kind of hoping to kind of just ensnare the queen and then try to get a perpetual. Like I was thinking queen to d8. What I'm hoping is like I'm allowed to go rook a8, rook b8, and hopefully you're not in time with bishop c4.
Yeah. Bishop c4, there might be some checks, I guess, is the argument here. That's true. The white queen is trapped. This is very interesting. Like queen d7 might be a resource a bit later. Let's say white just waits. I want to give the king some breathing space, somewhere to hide.
Yeah, now rook a8.
I'll go to b7 first, probably.
Rook b8.
Yeah, I'll try and drag you to c8.
I will go to c8.
No, I'll say, okay, you can trade my queen. Computer says no.
And then I can just... Yeah, and then now I wanted to swap off queens. And go, yeah, either rook d8 or rook c7.
Rook c7 is very, very clever, actually, just stopping a7, which was an option. Yeah, it's not so obvious. I wanted to bring my bishop in, but yeah, Black's rook is getting very active. Black's rook can come behind now, potentially. Maybe rook d3 even.
Yep.
Although.
Yep. No, just go rook to d1. Let's get the tempo.
Okay.
And then.
Oh wait.
Yeah. No, maybe I have to. Yes. Go g6.
And the rook behind. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Maybe going passive is also an option. Just very curious, like how white wins here. Rook c8. Where is the win? I just saw the eval bar shoot through the roof. I'm wondering if it's like a cool queen sack in some lines. How is white totally winning here?
How? No, it's a bit weird. It must be queen b7.
Ivanka, there's something crazy. And this isn't me. I would never find this in a million years.
No, it's not sacking the queen, is it?
Yes.
No way.
We want the queen sack.
Serious?
I'm
no,
serious.
but there's no bishop to assist the pawns. I mean, how is this even happening?
This is probably the most beautiful thing I keep saying that, but this is genuine. He's dropped his queen back, so we could be seeing this.
Oh my
Check
god.
this out.
Okay.
Check this out. A7. If you take my queen, white's 3 pawns will beat black's queen and bishop. This is
No way.
crazy.
No way.
Like, the white bishop's going to come in and help, and black's not in time. Like, queen a8, I thought. But then white plays c7. If black attacks this, e7. And look at this.
b7.
Oh my god. Queen down.
If we see this, oh my goodness me. I'm making the crowd is going to go wild. It literally might happen. David, look at it. It's exactly what we thought. Like, queen goes to d8. Oh my goodness.
This is, like, I'm speechless. I've never seen this before. Like, the bishop can take one of the 2 pawns, but whichever one you take, you can't stop the other one. The white bishop will come forward, and unfortunately, it's not just one queen either. It's like white's going to either deliver back rank mate or get a second queen.
That is just BEA beautiful. Oh my god, that is insane. No, put that action replay. We have to do this one again. Look at this. So the players are actually at this point. Queen takes a7, queen to d8 played, and our move was
just h3.
h3. We just went h3, yeah, just to kind of kill the time.
And black probably shouldn't play rook a8 in light of what happens, but h3 also sets up like bishop c4 ideas into d5, because queen to d1 check can now always be met by a safe king slide. I think this is a very human move, h3. It was one of the top computer moves that I saw. King f2 is another one which may be more difficult, but yeah, just allowing the white bishop to move without any scary checks. So h3, and if black plays rook a8 and keeps chasing the queen, hoping for that endgame that we showed, like if white ever swaps off queens, then apparently it's just back to level or close to level after rook to c7. Black's very much alive, but here Pragg can just leave his queen on c6 and play a7. Rook takes queen, and white is winning. That is insane.
I know. Chess is so beautiful.
Bishop d6.
It's
c7. Oh my god.
Oh my god, no.
E7.
And then you go e7, no. And then the bishop comes to b5, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
He's reaching for the h. Oh, no, he's going to go king f2. King f2.
Oh,
no
wow.
way. So we might really see this variation. He might give up the queen.
He might give it up. Oh my gosh. And this is such a difficult one to even comprehend. If Pragg finds it, I want to just fly over to Goa with a bag of gold coins, just shower the board, and just worship. This is going to be incredible. If he finds it.
If he finds. Yeah, I mean, I think he's brought his king to f2, so he can get the queen to d7, and everything's going to be fine. I mean, it's not going to be on your radar, right? Queen c6, a7, give up the queens and the 3 pawns. It's worthy of a study. Like, this whole game has been like instructive from like the middle game onwards. Like, with this bishop h5 point, just going all in with e6 and rook to d7, bishop h5 in the air, this bishop e6 tactic that black had. And now 3 passed pawns. You could sack the queen, get 3 passed pawns, and you win. And a queen and bishop cannot hold off those pawns. That is just insane on so many levels. But do you reckon the chance of Pragg doing this?
Well,
I think it's
body language. Yeah, body language. He just looked up and he looked away into the sky as if he was saying, like, "Wait, hold on, but hold on. There's something here." And I don't know. I think he might have it on his radar. Whether he has the courage to play it in such a critical game in the World Cup with just 8 minutes left on his clock, that's a whole nother matter. But he might be forced to find it. Rook a8 is, I'm going to say, the most likely move here for Hovhannisyan before the white bishop is able to kind of step forward, c4, d5 into the game. The a pawn will just win it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hovhannisyan's going to start chasing that white queen, and then there's a chance. Does it still work with the king on f2? That is the question. I think it should, right?
Yeah.
a8. Come on, Robert. At least test Pragg. It's a lost position anyway. Might as well force him to find some brilliancies.
But he has to do this, David, because if you don't do anything, then you're literally allowing white to go bishop c4, bishop coming into d5, and then you slide over with your queen to d7, and then a7, a8, game over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Rook a8. I think we're going to see it. And the only question for me, like the only reason we might not see it, either it's not on Pragg's radar or too big a risk, or if queen to d7 is also winning. So I wonder if we can just put some moves on the board just to check this one last time. This just unique, incredible tactic. Chess just continuing to blow our minds. But rook to a8. I do wonder whether the problem for Hovhannisyan here is that, for example, white can still play queen d7 now. And I think there's a cool detail. That's why Pragg played king f2, by the way. Really classy, Ivanka. Because now in this variation, white can play this bishop c4 idea, rook takes pawn, and now bishop e6 without allowing a check and the rook going behind. The king on f2 is actually better than it was on g1. Pragg's a classy guy. I think this is what he's doing. I don't think he's sacking his queen. He'll just try and take some pawns instead with a winning endgame. But let's see if it works, though. Queen c6, rook c8. Does it still work? a7, it does.
a7. Yes! The other line is clinical and it's efficient, and that's probably the way. But we should mark this one out for the history books. I mean, it's just insane. And do the whole line of the bishop coming to d6, and then you go e7. How delightful is this?
And they all promote on light squares, so the bishop can help. The white bishop is like the white knight, like on the horizon, coming and saving you. Those white pawns are just, they look helpless alone. Those little foot soldiers, but there's reinforcements on the way. And they beat a queen and bishop. 3 pawns beat a queen and bishop. That's crazy.
Absolutely crazy. And just going back to the live board, one final kind of question for you, David. We see of Hovhannisyan, he's just thinking, what to play. He hasn't quite made the move rook a8, but there's also a possibility that he'd go bishop to f6. And bishop to f6 has the idea that you just want to target c3 and encourage white to step up with a pawn to c4 and block in the light square bishop. What should white play? I think white should probably ignore that threat and then just get on with the job in hand and just go simply bishop c4.
Yeah, I think you answered the question there, Ivanka. Bishop takes c3. I think it's just too slow. Black isn't quick enough to deliver any checks because of pawn to e7 now. And I'm just obsessed with the queen sack. So bishop f7 and other moves probably win, but queen takes rook. And bishop to f7 is probably one good way to get the job done. Or a7 first. It's everything leads to victory now for Pragg with these amazing pawns.
Yeah, what a way though to get into round 4. if he were to finish this game with a queen sacrifice. The most stylish entry into the next round. Wow, 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 wow. So we could be seeing another queen sacrifice on our radar if Pragg finds this absolutely majestic idea of giving up the queen and making sure that one of potentially 3 passed pawns they will be able to promote. And John, have you ever seen such a wonderful idea like that?
It's absolutely delightful. And I want to put this into context as well. We've got 28 games being played in this tournament hall. Grandmasters all over the place playing some incredible chess. Yet we are laser focused on one board. And for once, it's absolutely the right thing to do. Pragg has the opportunity to give us a study-like supremacy on the light squares if he pulls this off. We're still waiting to see whether that position and whether the opportunity for that queen sack, or multiple queen sacks as David's shown us, is going to come to pass. But realistically, I'm finding it so hard to look at any other board right now. This is absolutely incredible stuff. There's no way this was prepared for at the start of the day, but if you give Pragg the opportunity to create those imbalances and to create those really exciting dynamic positions, well, he will find a way. But if you are looking for a twist that your engine can't prep for, then may we suggest taking a look here. AniChess takes the classic game and it flips the script with spell mechanics that let you bend the rules and break your opponent's plans. You've got 11 spells to master, tournaments to enter, and leaderboards to climb. Whether you're a novice or a GM, this is your arena, but for the love of God, Pragg, please don't enter, because some of us want some wins as well. This is always free to play. Go to go.chess.com/AniChess or use !AniChess in chat. In the meantime, the question is on everybody's lips. Are we going to see that queen sack? Find out the upcoming moves after this.
Welcome back to AniChess. AniChess is modernizing chess by infusing the timeless game with an innovative spell mechanic. Players can compete against each other, participate in tournaments, and craft their own spells to battle and climb the ranks. All classical chess rules apply, but can be overridden by spell mechanics.
Invisible march, a strategic.
The knight on h6 used shot in the dark, moving it invisibly for one turn. And meanwhile, white used house recruit to spawn a pawn.
Clear the ground with a single bound.
White uses bishop 2.0, launching the bishop over a pawn to capture.
Invisible march, a strategic arch.
Shot in the dark allows black to win by kingslay. Push your chess limits. Try spell chess in the AniChess Open Alpha.
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I had quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying it.
Your favorite song these days?
Jay-Z or something is good.
Before the game, I often listen to AC/DC, like Thunderstruck.
Some Turkish, I don't know, some Turkish one.
So they're an Irish band. Yeah, again, nothing is coming to my mind.
Bollywood, Hindi music. Otherwise, I like music from chess-based India reels.
If you could instantly learn any language, which one would it be?
The most useful would be, like perfect English, of course, but actually maybe Chinese would be cool. No?
I'm torn between Georgian, Nepali as well, but Nepali, it will just make me feel better that I speak my father's language as well. Yeah, Nepali probably.
Arabic.
Spanish is the right answer.
Spanish.
I say Sanskrit.
Levon, have you ever lied about opening preparation in post-game interviews or such?
It would be more appropriate to ask if I ever say the truth. Yeah, I lied many times.
True.
This, I don't have any plan.
Levon's a genius when playing lie detector chess.
No, Levon is not a genius. I'm an idiot.
True.
Do you think chess players should get more attention compared to the streamers?
Yes.
True.
I agree. Did some of your fashion choices in terms of shirts come with cruel intentions of like disturbing opponents, or is it just a choice for yourself?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
True.
Wow.
I didn't think that was true, but what do I know?
We all have our skeletons.
Do you think you've achieved as much as you could in chess?
No.
Are you satisfied with your career overall?
Yes.
So the answer to the first question was true, and the second was also true.
Yeah, but I assumed so.
Levon is like the most, I mean, I've been like looking over this guy's shoulder. This is like the most stable. He's like just dialed in on a truth train right now.
Yeah.
You're on a truth train.
This is amazing.
Well, a few small lies, huh?
A few small lies, but like this is like the most stable I've seen of anyone.
Yeah.
Levon, do you think you should have become world champion?
Yes.
Yes, true.
Welcome back to round 3 of the FIDE World Cup. It's the second game in this round, so it's crunch time for a lot of our players right now. We have been glued, very justifiably glued, to the Prague game for now. And my thoughts did go back to, and we haven't seen too much from, maybe because the eval bar is not quite as exciting at times, Pentala Harikrishna's game. And the reason why I say that is because he's another player that springs to mind when I'm thinking about sacrifices in this World Cup so far. So be keen to see how he's getting on, and also take a look at the other games that might be about to finish. But I promise we have complete license to immediately head back to Prague's game as soon as we see a sack. So don't you worry at home. Jovi, David, let's go ahead and take a look around the playing.
Yeah, thank you, John. Yeah, absolutely. Hari Krishna seems to be a man in form. Yesterday, he played a blinder with the white pieces. Absolutely fantastic. In round 2, he sacrificed his queen. He revealed that that was preparation. He was just working up the courage to play such a daring move like that. And now he's got the black pieces, and he's in a very comfortable situation. He's got a pass pawn on d3. He has those active pieces, and all he needs is a draw to net himself a spot in round 4. And David, it's looking good so far, you know, with that pawn sitting there on d3, not easily. The bishop on f5, not going to be easily chased away. And with that, it seems like he has a slight edge.
Yeah, he's, I think, very much the favorite here to go through now. If anything, it will be a draw from a position of strength. Probably white is going to play moves like f3, e4, try to kick back that bishop that you mentioned, but the bishop will happily step back. White will have weakened himself in the process. Most likely scenario is that the d3 pawn will force a bunch of exchanges and will be traded off for the c4 pawn. That's my prediction in the near future. And if the queens, rooks, bishops come off, it's just going to be a dead drawn endgame. So I don't think Hare Krishna has anything to worry about. His opponent's down at 3 minutes. He's up at 10. Quite comfortable there. Yeah, given time, he might even get ambitious and play moves like queen to b8, rook to b2, try to conquer the second rank. So yeah, I think Dada has to pull the brakes now, and unless he wants to risk those rating points, he probably will be satisfied with getting a draw, even if it means his exit from the tournament. There we go, f3. There are even ideas of queen to g3 and taking this pawn in the near future. Yeah, I think he's very safe here, Hare Krishna. Hard to imagine anything going wrong.
I also agree with that, and so many possibilities. Get the counterplay along the B line. Also dive in with a queen to g3. That's now possible. So Hare Krishna looking in excellent shape. Let's go to the bird's eye view, and we seem to be full on into the end game. I just want to draw your attention very quickly to the game between Vidit and Shanklin. Vidit there with an extra pawn, but it's a king and pawn endgame, and the black king is gonna dash over and cover all of the necessary squares, the b7 square, so that means that that game should be finishing in a draw as well. So it's going to be tie breaks for those two players.
Yeah, we see some Shanklin just lurking above his board. Maybe we'll just go into that to see the final few moves as they play it out. Vidit sitting there. Not much to think about. It is going to be a draw within a few moments' time. Okay, they are smiling now. Shanklin. Is he signing the score sheets? No, he gets a second score sheet because they're heading past the 60 move rule. That feels like a generous use of paper, but it's all about, in these positions, getting the black king to c8. You mentioned it, Ivanka, covering the b7 square. The black king on c8 will force either the white king in front of its own pawn, or it will guarantee a path into the corner. So against a running a or h pawn, king on c8, king on f8, that's the key. Just in time, one tempo. It's going to be a draw.
It is going to be a draw. Once the white king steps up to a7, what you want to be doing is shuffling between the c7 and c8 squares. No, but the white king has been has allowed the black king to go to b8, and now it's nicely nestled in the corner, and the players are just playing this one out for the crowd, watching, and it's going to be a stalemate handshake, and we're off to tie breaks tomorrow for these two. And in our camera, we are watching a Sindarov walk past, pacing up and down. He has a very promising position. So he's on the verge of qualifying to round 4. And for Stramovicius, as he plays against Pranav, well, there's a queen, there's a rook around the black king. But is the white king entirely safe? That is going to be the question.
Yeah, this is pure calculation at this point. If black isn't able to land a perpetual check, then maybe Titus Stramovicius does get a big attack. Rook takes pawn for white is his next move, almost guaranteed. He's going to give some nasty checks. Ivanka, whose king is weaker? Of course, the bar says 0.0, so probably Pranav's okay, but do you see the forcing line to get there, to save it?
No, this is the kind of position where the player of the black pieces would be shaking, absolutely, because rook takes h6, followed by rook h8 is coming to the cinemas near you. So, I mean, how to save this one? Well, there's one actual plan that black has, and that's to go rook to d4, threatening queen f1 checkmate. So that is going to put a stop to white's ambitions. So you have to take some time out to defend that. And how can you do that? You probably have to step back with a king.
Yeah, you either have to step back or you have to play f4, which looks super scary, I've got to say. White doesn't have many checks as well, so like black will have one move to set up the attack. f4 might be, I don't want to say suicidal here, but f4 is very risky. Yeah, king g2 is probably the safe one, but he can't be too safe, Titus, here, when he needs to win.
But no, David, we could be seeing a repetition. So if king to d2 happens, queen c6 check.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go into a rook and pawn endgame, then maybe what's gonna follow is that the rook will swing over to a4, and this one should be a draw. So that's not going to be any good for white. And if the king goes back to h3, well, we have queen c4. Again, repetition.
Yeah. And the other variation is f3, but that also feels super risky here. And there we go, the bar crashes. Ideas such as rook to d2 check. Maybe queen c2 is actually maybe the more accurate of the two. And now, where is the killer blow? Maybe queen to f2. Ooh.
Yep.
Struggling with these queen and rook endgames these days. Where is the winning blow?
You have rook d2. Is that not good enough?
Good enough to not lose. Be better, but not winning on the spot.
Hang on a second. David, there's queen f2. My apologies. Queen f2, threatened queen f1. That old chestnut again.
Yeah, I did mention that, and then the bar crashed, so it wasn't this move.
Okay, sorry.
Probably due to g4, and the white king is able to save itself.
Yeah.
Maybe, okay, I've got it. Maybe. Queen to d1.
Yes.
Same idea, but now white can't play f4 since the rook is hanging. Queen f1 is still the idea. And g4 is now met strongly. Somehow.
With a move. Well, you have rook f3 rook d3, sorry. Going for rook f3.
And if I defend. Now, surely. We got there. We got there by hook or by crook. And yeah, this is why, okay, a move has been played. We saw queen back to f3. But this is not good news for Titus Stremavicius, because queen to f1 will force the queens off, queen to g2, and we'll get that rook endgame we talked about. And Jovanka, minimal chances there, right?
Yeah, minimal chances in that rook and pawn endgame. Okay, looking good for Pranav after yesterday's win. He just needs a draw in order to walk into round 4. Shall we hop out of this one? Because I am looking at Gukesh and Svana, and I'm seeing that Frederick Svana is making moves with just 1 second left on the clock. That's pretty insane, and it does visually look like he also has the better position. After all, he's got a lot of space on the king side.
Yeah. I've got to say, there's a bit of a shake of the head from Svana. That's probably because he had a bigger advantage earlier, but he has been outplaying Gukesh. He has found a way to push his pawns. He does have a pawn majority, and it's a bit of a weird structure on the queen side, 4 versus 3, but white's not making any progress on that side of the board. So he's trying to make things happen. Fair play to him. Gukesh has been the one having to answer some difficult questions over the last few moves. 3 turns to go, 3 moves to go before the players can relax a bit at move 40. Jovanka, I didn't see too many twists and turns before move 40. I think maybe just some automatic recaptures, h6, g4. White will maybe want to get the rook to the h-file, but yeah, it feels like Frederick, he's done everything right, other than potentially his clock handling.
And also, Gukesh is thinking, because hg4 looks a little bit like a no-brainer. You want to be activating the rook on b1, which currently has no open lines to stare down, so it might as well have some compensation, rook h1. So, but we're seeing instead some hesitation from the world champion. I mean, what could he be thinking? Because if you don't play hg4, then black can close things down with g3.
Yeah, black's going to play g3 anyway, so you might as well get an open file for your rook, right? I think he's doing that typical thing against time trouble addicts, against someone low on the clock. You pause, and then you play a flurry of moves. You don't want to just play one move and then stop, one move, then stop. Svana's shaking his head, I think, because of the exchange and rook h1. But he will get to move 40, and he will be fine. Gukesh just trying to calculate.
Yeah. And We expected it, and indeed did happen. A draw agreed between Pranav against Titus Stromovicius, and that means that we say goodbye to Titus. But what a run he had, defeating Wesley So in round 2. Was a sensational competitor yesterday. It was such a big fight for the game, but in the end, it was Pranav who gets that ticket to round 4. Let's go back to our bird's eye view and we take a look at the game between Mickey Adams and Lorenzo Lodici. And well, Mickey's fighting hard, trying to prevent those queenside pawns from promotion, but unfortunately it's not enough.
Yeah, those 2 black pawns are way stronger than any bishop, and h5, that is a bit sadistic. Just reminding white that he can barely move. I think it's total Zugzwang, pretty much, Jovanka. f4 now played by Adams. If Lodici just blocks things completely, I think at will he's going to play moves like king to a2. Eventually he'll find a way to push the b-pawn forward, but white is totally stuck. This is a sad end potentially to the tournament for Adams, who nearly never loses with white. I mentioned that the other day, but yeah, unfortunately this has been a massive turnaround. It's been a bit of a shock.
Yeah, it's heartbreak for Mickey here because he had such a good position yesterday. Today he was on the cusp of winning, but won games, they have to be won, and that's exactly what happened here. Mickey not managing to find the correct continuations to net home that advantage, and it's sad to see massive turnaround, but it's thanks to Lorenzo Lodici, in round 2, defeating Hans Niemanns in the tiebreak. And this round just showing what an exceptional defender he is, managing to find the resources to keep the game alive, even in those desperate times. And as David's indicating, the rook can just slide over. King can come to a2 as well. There's so much possibility for black, and the plan is so simple. It's just simply to promote the pawn.
Yeah, white's rook is totally stuck. If the white rook moves off c3, black will play king down to b1, and the b pawn will join the c pawn on the second rank. All about pass pawns this round, prize game 2. And if the white bishop moves, obviously losing material there, so white is totally stuck in the mud. The black rook can just come round at will, and there we go. It goes to b7, just as effective actually. King to b1, almost a pre-move next. And the b-pawn stepping down. Lodici, he's the giant slayer. So underrated at 2560. He's about to take down the former world number 4, Michael Adams, after taking down Hans Niemann in the previous round. Wow, it's the stuff of dreams, right, Jovanka? The World Cup always has 1 or 2 players with a breakthrough, and there we go. Lodici takes the win. Michael Adams leaves the competition.
A smile there from Michael there as he signs the score sheets. He offers his congratulations and makes a swift departure. But for Lorenzo Lodici, he cannot quite believe it. He's going straight to round 4. No need for tie breaks. What a run it has been. First it was Hans Niemann. Now it's been Michael Adams. Wow. Amazing performance there from the Italian. Let's go to Arjun Erigaisi. He won yesterday in superb fashion. He's guaranteed himself at least a draw as he fights this one with 1 extra pawn. For Vahidov, the posture, that tells us everything we need to know. He's resigned to his fate. He's simply going to drop back with the rook. And all he needs to do now is just accept that he is out of the competition. A draw is sufficient for Arjun to make his way to round 4.
Yeah, this is a dead drawn endgame. Black's extra pawn actually makes his own rook passive, so there's no way to win. The black king is so poorly placed. I think both players' body language, they know that there's not much life left, not much juice left to squeeze from this position. And for Arjun, it's been quite a serene kind of progression into the next round. After yesterday, Vokodov just hasn't really had a chance. It must be frustrating. But sometimes this happens against the top world-class players. Win with white, draw with black. It's the old chestnut, right? It's the classic approach to knockout chess.
Yes, it's a time and tested formula. You try to press an advantage with the white pieces. That's exactly what Arjun did. And you hold firm with black. And now this has been a dream for Arjun. Yeah. Arjun has many moves he can play. He can just shuffle with the rook. He doesn't need to get ambitious at all. All he can do is go rook to b1, rook to b2, and there's simply nothing that white can do. And as the dance continues, I'm expecting the king to, I was going to say hide itself in the corner, but it goes to f7. And it's time for Vokodov to accept the inevitable. This is a draw.
I would start testing black here. I would go king h5 and try to play for a win. He needs a win. I'd just try and check the black king away, try to move in with the white king, see how ambitious Arjun is. But of course, you can probably just keep checking with the white rook right now, and it's more than enough. Rooks behind passed pawns is the key. Arjun doesn't look too excited about his winning chances. Yeah, for Vokodov, he's so talented. Of course, part of the Uzbek team that have been Olympic champions. But this just proved to be a step too far. I think openings, that was his one downfall. Yesterday was the killer blow. And preparation, that's just a little bit deeper for Arjun Erigaisi. That was the only real difference in this match.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, that old adage where if you're going to play a super sharp opening, you need to know every single move, every single nuance. That proved to be true. And Vokodov couldn't find the best defense against Arjun's fire that he brought. And we're seeing the king just shuffle up to f6. Vokodov decides to repeat. And Arjun taking some time to pause, steady the nerves. No need to rush this part of the game when everything is so certain.
Yeah, king to e5 is the only real winning attempt here. Bring the black king closer to its pawn, but white's king is so active, the white king will go after the black pawns, and it would become a race where white is easily in time. And there we go. It is a handshake. Arjun agrees to the draw from a position of strength and moves on to round 4.
Some brilliant chess there from Arjun. Let's head back to the Pragnanda game. Prag has played some exceptional chess, and the evaluation bar agrees with us. With the white pieces, he's on the cusp of punching his ticket to round 4. He's now 2 bishops for the rook. The A pawn is still rolling, and the white king very safe from the black queen's checks.
Yeah, he's done everything right. We didn't get the queen sack that we were all praying for, lusting for. Although I will just very quickly mention, we'll call it a queen sack. In this position earlier, Prag did give up this beautiful pawn. It did become a queen just for one move. Brilliant move. We did see one brilliant at least. And this queen was sacrificed, this newly promoted queen, in order to play queen to d7 with a double attack, hitting the rook, hitting the bishop. That's how Prag won the black bishop. And if we catch up with the live position, we had a move. It was a check in the corner from Hovhannisyan. And Prag now can decide whether to just step his king forward or block with his bishop. And both look pretty good to my eyes, Jovanka. I don't think black has enough resources to stop the white A pawn deciding the game.
Yeah, blocking with the bishop is pretty clinical, because a7, a8 incoming, and then white was simply going to be 2 pieces to the good. And he does that. Prag.
He makes move 40. leaving the
He
board.
does. He leaves the board, stretches his legs. You can't stray too far away from the board because this is the type of position where black may suddenly just give up the ghost and decide it's over. A7, A8, incoming. And for Hovhannissian, the dream is over.
Sorry, I clicked on the wrong position. Here we go. The dream is over. This is the live board, and it's always tough, right, Ivanka? Like, you know your opponent's got that extra 30 minutes. Do you want to sit there and suffer for another hour when you know it's inevitable? Or do you play on? He does look frustrated. He's got 8 seconds. He brings his queen back. Okay.
It's prolonging the inevitable. And, oh, the sheer emotion here. As Hovhannissian, he looks away. He knows it's over. There's nothing to be done here. A7, then promoting the pawn is going to be Pragnananda's next move. And sadly, Hovhannissian must say goodbye. But what a game it has been from Prag. Today's felt like he's leveled up. He's sacrificed the exchange. He went all in with his pawn advance e6. It was a stunning position, you know, full of resources and tactical magic, I'm going to say. And I hope that this game is analyzed and some of the resulting queen sacrificed recorded in history for posterity, because they were out of this world.
Yeah, it'll probably appear in Ramesh's next book on calculation as Prag's mentor. Yeah, the expert on these types of things. I'm sure he'll log it and he'll test Prag and say, oh, if you were forced to find this, would you have found it? And I'm pretty sure he would. I predict that this game will end after a7, queen to d6, trying to pin the white bishop. And white will play the move bishop back to e3, just to defend the queen, cover everything. And a8 will be inevitable, costing black his rook. That looks like the most logical finish. It's all by force now. The bar says plus 5.5. Prag looks so chilled. Doesn't need to rush. He can sit there for 10 minutes and just reevaluate as his clock actually ticks down to 0. He'll get that extra 30 minutes. And yeah, not much left to be done or said about this position. Robert Hovhannissian, he's entertained us with some cool tie breaks, but yeah, this was just one step too far, right?
It was one step too far for the Armenian. Playing some great chess, fighting super hard to get to round 3. But in the end, today, it wasn't quite enough for him. Prag just in superb form. I think that round 2 tiebreak that Prag fought really shook him and just inspired him. Because
Yeah,
he sailed so close to the sun.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by him, and there we go. He pushes his pawn. It's just about survival. I think rounds 2 and 3 especially, or the first few rounds in the World Cup. I've been lucky enough to kind of hang out, study chess with some World Cup winners, and they've just told me the first few rounds you just have to warm up, position yourself. Later on, you feel fully fresh. You feel like you're on top of the world. Your confidence is there again. Your openings are there again. You've been studying already for weeks. You're in the flow. The first few rounds, it's just so nerve-wracking. And I think Prag surviving that, he'll feel untouchable now. He's going to be one of the favorites for the rest of the event. Just judging on today's performance, he's looking up to the skies. I think this is probably the final move. Hovhannissian can try something. Queen to d6 is probably the only trick remaining with the d-file pin. He does play that move. And
it's the last throw of the dice, and all White has to do is protect the queen, and that will force instant resignation from the Armenian. Hovhannissian, he defeated Kevin Mohan in round 1, and then he knocked down Raunak Sadwani. But round 3, it was Pragnananda that eliminated the Armenian. The bishop advances, protects the queen, and now there's nothing to be done to stop the a-pawn from promoting. And of Anasian, if he wants to prolong the game, he's gonna have to play at a significant material disadvantage. That's not gonna happen.
No chance. Bishop e3 is a very classy move, defending the white queen, but also defending the f4 pawn, meaning that white can play queen a2. And there we go. It is a handshake. Pragnananda moves on to the round 4, taking down his Armenian opponent. Very, very impressive win there. And yeah, some beautiful variations lying beneath the surface, as we saw earlier today.
And also an excellent performance from Hungarian Grandmaster Peter Leko, who defeated Alexienko, winning that match 2-0. He also moves on to round 4. Some absolutely amazing stuff. I mean, David, maybe you can take us through very quickly some of those key moments from that game, because Peter Leko, it seems like training Vincent Kayama might be actually preparing him for events like this. He might be a dark horse, one to watch.
Yeah, experience playing a big, big role. And with the exit of Michael Adams and other experienced grandmasters, he's one of the oldest players now left in the competition, Peter Leko, and taking down a former candidate, Kirill Alexyenko, with the black pieces in impressive form. It had already gone in his favor when we jump in here, although the eval bar says level. This is where he showed the might of the two bishops. Peter, a very classically trained player. It's all about positional play, squares, pawn structure, bishop pairs. And here he was able to evade any pressure along this diagonal, evade any checkmating ideas by kicking away the white queen, bishop to a6. And now the laser beams of the bishops started to really apply pressure on white's position. Queen back to d2 was met by a fantastic move. F takes g4, not locking it up. Great strategy, because the white knight would thrive in blocked positions. Knight to f5 tried anyway by Alexyenko. And this is where Peter, with draw odds, just needing a draw to progress, clinched it with the move queen to f4. Forcing the queens off the board minimizes the risk, means the black king will never come under fire. Queen's left the board, and now the blunder from Alexyenko. In this position, he needed to play the move rook to e6 to counterattack, hit the bishop, hit the pawn, and he would have held the balance. But f takes g4, the losing blunder, because after f3, it was just about promotion. This pawn running through, supported by its bishop, cost white some material. Rook to e6 now, and this is beautiful again. Rook takes f5, meaning that the white knight couldn't have come back to prevent promotion. And yeah, if you take this rook now, f2 simply wins the day with this check forcing mate. After rook takes pawn instead, we saw the king move, the rook take this bishop, and when the pawn was stopped finally, it did cost the white bishop its life. And not just evading the double attack here, but also saving the day. Rook back to f7, the b pawn about to decide the game. Alexyenko resigned. Peter Leko, 97.7% accuracy, incredible stats. Yeah, he's the master of these e4, e5 openings. He won with white and with black in e4, e5. He's going to be a tough one to stop next. I believe he might be up against Arjun Erigaisi, if our featured chat was correct earlier. That is a juicy pairing in the next round.
That is indeed actually true. So a classy player, and I'm expecting both of those players, Leko and Erigaisi, to entertain us even more. And going to the bird's eye view, David, I'm drawn immediately to the bar there in the middle between Donchenko and Giri, because we are looking like we might see an upset on our hands. Donchenko winning against Anish. Anish might be knocked out of the competition.
Wow. It's good news, though, for Anish fans that he's already in the candidates tournament. He already qualified from the Grand Swiss, but it would be a bit frustrating for him if he is knocked out here. It is just a free piece, right? Like, white has an extra knight, and knights are a king's best friend, as we know. A knight can just block all the checks by dropping back to f2. That looks very logical. The white king can also advance Ivanka. How would you go about trying to convert this material advantage with white?
I would advance with the king, because if you go knight to f2, then queen to e6 is always going to be a little bit of a nuisance, and we might see this dancing going on. So I feel like you should just go king h3, run for the c's with the king.
Oh, that's very clever, actually. Like, sorry, king to h3. Check. King moves up. Check. Does the king keep going? Probably, right?
Yeah, yeah, all the way.
Yeah. Check. Run. Check.
Yes. Even more.
Where next? Oh, check.
Yes.
Yeah.
And where's
this
my
is beautiful.
where's the safe place? Oh, okay, block with the bishop. Oh, I'm going to pretend I saw all of that, but I feel like this is actually forced because
Yeah.
if you don't go for this king run, then knight f2, queen e6, then you're never going to escape the pin.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward. Like, this would definitely give Donchenko some pause for thought. And I wanted to play knight g4 originally, like threatening some knight checks, defending the bishop. But again, this check, and suddenly we can't run, right? Like, suddenly it's a draw from behind. White definitely can't run any further. Gets mated.
No.
So
Yes.
yeah, you're not. Unless he's going to be really sophisticated and go like knight f2, queen back, and then knight back to e4, shutting out the black queen. But it's the same thing, I think, that you mentioned. Like, the white king just has to start running now.
Either way,
Although,
it's going to get its trainers and get up the board. Maybe this one's safer, actually.
Yeah, no more checks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks winning for Donchenko either way. Anish, how heartbroken is he going to be? Getting ground down with black. It's been a tough opening for him, but just outplayed, I've got to be said, by Donchenko here.
You know, he's qualified for the candidates already. I don't think on a scale of 1 to 10 he's going to be that disappointed. I think, you know, this is just a good test of his nerves. And if he loses, he loses. I mean, Donchenko is simply flagging up that there are some weaknesses in Anish's game and that he'll, I'm sure, be working super hard to fix them. But I'm going to say that it feels like the tournament is wide open. There's 3 spots for the candidates. There's no clear favorites, and we might be seeing like Eric Icy qualify. Prague is also maybe got a chance of qualifying, and it just again feels like if the favorites keep falling, then we might have a candidates where we have a real mixed bunch, and that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, there's already one German grandmaster in the candidates. That is Matthias Bluebaum, but Vincent Keimer, one of the favorites in the tournament now. Donchenko is going to be hard to stop. Svana, both Svanas, giving trouble to some opponents. A good time to be a fan in Germany, who have one of the biggest federations in the world. Very, very many active players. I believe they had 100,000 players active in their federation in Germany. So yeah, this looks like good news for Donchenko. Maybe we let Anish struggle on a bit here while Donchenko decides how to react. He's trying to avoid the move 41 blunder, the infamous move 41, Jovanka, spending some time. Where should we go next?
Yeah. I say we go to Vincent Keimer, who is taking control over Pranesh, because you mentioned, you know, he's one of the favorites in the event. He hasn't qualified for the candidates. So if he crashes out, he will be heartbroken, because it felt like in the FIDE Grand Swiss, he was so close to making inroads. And
Sorry.
Well,
Wrong board.
that game was also fascinating, because I do feel like Sindarov is also well in there with a chance, as he's winning against Nicholas Theodorou.
Yeah, I would like to quite jump over to that game. I think here Vincent Keimer is just strategically dominant. He's not winning on the spot. It looks like Queen H3 is quite a strong move just to hit this pawn. Maybe we can go over to the other game, which looks like it might be in its final throws. Just because there is a lot of... we'll come back to Vincent Keimer, guarantee. I promise, Ivanka. But the other game, I just want to look at the potential queens. Today's been all about the passed pawns, right? And both sides have a few.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we call them the trouser legs, right? Pawns that are so separated. I think that comes from Russian. I think the Russian expression is like the like trousers, they walk up the board. So yeah, had to stop them. Yeah, well, you don't, do you?
You need a rook on the first rank, but the white rook can't get back to guard the first row. It's white's move, but I guess there's nothing to be done really. Black's just going to take this pawn. And if it's defended, there's only one trick. Black should not promote, right?
Yes, don't do that. Because rook h8. Oh wow, it's still even winning then.
Apparently this is still winning. But yeah, okay, you don't want to do this and lose one of your trouser legs. You'll be walking with one bare leg there. I guess the black king just moves. Now this is a threat. This is over.
Yeah. Is it also possible to go rook to d1 instead of moving the king? Could you be as efficient as possible? Just seeing whether it's a small mistake. It's small because the evaluation bar wasn't 100% black.
It's only +9 for black.
Oh, okay.
How dare you suggest a move that's +9 for black?
Oh, I must do better. So rook to d1, and the whole point is that one of those pawns is going to promote, and maybe you go d7, maybe d7, and then rook takes pawn.
Yeah, and then you come back to d1.
That's the end. Yep. Yeah. Nice.
It's a bit like that Prague game, right, where it was like 3 pawns beating a queen and bishop. Here it's just 2 pawns beating a rook. Less impressive, but equally effective.
Yeah, Sindarov doing very well. Very impressive. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's playing one of the informed players of this year as well. Nicholas Theodorou's gained so many rating points. He's beaten Gukesh at the Grand Swiss. He's been a fantastic force, a scary opponent this last year. So Sindarov getting through is already, it's a win for the 2700 club, who have been kind of intimidated by Theodorou this year.
Yeah. No, he did very well at the FIDE Grand Swiss as well, also having a very successful outing at the European Team Championships. So Theodorou doing well, and we have how many games in progress? We have 13 games still ongoing. Let's bring up our bird's eye view, and I wanted to point out, actually, it's a game that might not be on it, but it's a game between Yesipenko against Puya Idani. There, Yesipenko is in a must-win situation against Puya, and well, if we count material, we see that white is 2 pawns to the good, and that looks excellent for Yesipenko. So he's going to be getting that much-needed win to equalize the score.
Yeah, it's 2 pawns and counting. It's also the trousers, Jovanka. The A and the H pawns are going to soon start running down the board. Those are the extra pawns for white. We could see a bit of a mirror image to the other board. I think this one's winning just because the white rook's going behind and taking c4 at will. If the black rook ever goes to b8, then the white bishop can drop back and defend. Yeah, it's just a matter of being a little bit accurate, maybe trading bishops at the right moment. White should get the job done here. This would be cool. Andrei Yesipenko is very good at rapid chess, so I think tiebreaks would suit him.
Well, that means more entertainment for us tomorrow, but he's in excellent shape to win this game and equalize. Let's go back and check in on the other games. And whilst you were talking, I was observing the game between Pranesh and Vincent Keimer. There's now a queen there on h3, sniffing around. Knight takes f3 incoming, so looking very, very comfortable. But I'm also drawn to the game Gukesh against Frederick Svaner, because it appears as if Frederick Svaner is the one who is pressing big time.
Looks fantastic for black. It's not my favorite pawn structure. Connect 3 rather than connect 4, but it's definitely this pawn, this kind of thorn in the side, the g3 pawn, that's causing white half the problems here. Like, it takes away squares, but also, Jovanka, like, long term, if a black knight ever lands on e3, it's just over. Like, this pawn will just drop, and black will get a ferocious pass pawn. This is how to play against Gukesh. I think a lot of people have not necessarily like found him out this year, but people have realized how to play against him. Just go to the end game, try and make it as much about pawn structure and grinding, maneuvering as possible. Take away the tactics, and yeah, he could still hold, but the eval bar does say plus 1.4 for black, which is quite significant. Like, knight e7, knight f5, knight e3. It's quite a clear-cut plan.
Yeah, and I was thinking, what is the response as white? I mean, could it be a situation where the engine is just loving the fact that there's a pawn on g3 and loving that extra space, but in reality, white might have a bit of a fortress going on? So I'm just thinking, you know, you go knight e7, you want to be able to meet knight f5 with knight to f1. Unfortunately, in order to do that, you're going to have to trade off knights. So knight e7, you meet that with knight takes knight.
Let's say
it's white to play, so you did yeah. And then here you wait, go on the passive. It doesn't really matter as long as you don't put your king on f1 or king on h1. That's not what I mean. I mean, you can just go king. Let's go king to d3. Even
I think you have to put the king on f1 and g1, unfortunately, Jovanka, because knight's coming to h4 as well as e3. So like knight f1,
my
knight
goodness.
h4.
Oh my goodness.
This is.
I did not see that one. Oi, 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 oi.
This is quite a typical pawn structure as well in the king's Indian defense, where black pawn storms everything, puts a pawn on f4, pawn on g3, and in any endgame, it's huge. It's like Prague with. This is a good tip for everyone at home. Like, putting a pawn on a6 for Prague was the winner, because eventually that pawn promoted like 20 moves later. And here he's put a pawn on g3, and maybe this pawn promotes 20 moves later. It's what Magnus has done for years. Just put pawns close to promotion, and somehow Magnus's pawns always promote. Yeah, this is tough. We've seen a move king to d1. Where's that king going?
Okay. Then knight to, maybe he's actually, no, knight e7. Let's try to figure this one out. Knight e7.
I'd play that in half a second.
Maybe knight takes. Maybe knight takes knight. Yeah. And then knight to e4. I have an idea.
Okay. Very tempted to play knight f5 anyway, but
yeah, I think
maybe I'll play b6.
And then king to e2.
Okay.
No, king to d2. King d2. I need to go. King e2. Yeah, I agree with the featured chat. This looks very difficult. I completely concur. So my one big trick, which may fail, is that if you jump in with your knight to e3, I'm taking on g3. There you go. That was the one cheapo I had.
So maybe black has the time now to go round. I kind of want to put the king on h4 and then go knight e3 now. But what else could black try? Maybe I should be clever. Like, what's your next move? King e7. If I wait.
Okay, so I guess I just have to go king to d2. I just have to dance.
King d2, knight h4. I'm back.
Oh yeah, you're back again. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, that was a bad choice. I keep forgetting about this knight going to h4. That's twice you've shamed me. Okay, maybe you have to go b4. Oh, I'm not sure about that.
b4. I take everything now.
Yeah, you take everything. So that was my plan. If you went the long way round with the king, you know, to kind of try and get some counterplay. I'm finding it very difficult to wait.
Yeah. Could be Zugzwang. Like if the king goes to f1, then the knight finally gets into e3, and the white king is passive. I don't really see what the next blow is, like where the finish is, but the white king's just got to shuffle. Maybe I have to go like into a1 just to get to the b3 pawn, the base of the chain. But maybe now the black king comes up. King h1, knight c2, like king g1, knight a1, knight d. Oh, apparently not knight a1. Blundered. But why not knight a1? Maybe now your b4 move. But I mean, this either way, it looks like if black's accurate, black should be winning this now. Gukesh is in massive trouble.
I completely agree. And I'd also just kind of wanted to highlight, it's a really quirky idea. And that's if the white knight is completely passive and so is the white king, then sometimes as black, you can break through with like moves like b5 and you give up 2 pawns just in order to infiltrate with your king. And it works if white knight is passive and the king can't join in the action. But it's a kind of breakthrough idea. Also, e5, e4 is also that kind of idea. In fact, it's actually very good.
Yeah, and if knight takes, then the b3 pawn drops. If pawn takes, then probably the black king comes forward. But yeah, knight c2. I don't know. At least now that the e4 square's been taken away from the knight, so probably you go back to e3, then back round for this one, and it's going to be a long game ahead. But Gukesh is suffering big time. +2 for black. Knight e7.
Yep, looking fantastic for Frederick Svana. Can we return to the bird's eye view? Because David, I keep forgetting, but this one's also super spicy. Martinez against Abdusattorov. That's in the middle. And I feel like this game has taken on a whole load of different narratives. But as we stand, isn't white a pawn up and on the verge of consolidating? Abdusattorov, he needs to win if he wants to equalize this match.
Yeah, there's still some danger. Queen h5, there's one open file the white king's a bit uncomfortable about. But yeah, maybe just f3 and the white king moves and it's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I like it. I got you to fix the defensive problems. Okay, so knight to c4. Now you've given me a hope. So now it's knight c4. You've done the hard work. Now f3. Love it. And queen takes d6. Followed by queen takes b6 as soon as you've eliminated the knight.
Yeah, take and go for some pawns, go for the black king. I agree. It looks good for white, especially knowing he only needs a draw. I could imagine getting nervous, though. I think I would be slightly nervous in a position like this, just because the enemy king is so safe. The white king is not entirely safe. A bit lower on the clock. Martinez will need strong nerves. I think he's contemplating taking this pawn immediately, which is another question. Knight c4 is also very, very natural.
Yeah. Let's grab that pawn as well, because I forgot about its existence for one move. I was... Okay, well, this one is not so good. What about f3?
Yeah, f3. Ooh, a mistake. Queen h4, maybe?
Oh.
Black's coming in. Like, black's coming in with some pieces, some heavy artillery. So this is... yeah, this is a case of greed maybe not being good. Martinez. This is a sneaky trap by Nodirbek. Don't take the pawn.
No, do not take the pawn. You can only do that once the knight has arrived on c4 and white is ready with a counterplay on the queen side. That's super instructive, actually, that the queen can come into h5 and then just cage in the king, because a lot of us, and I myself included, was thinking, just go queen h1, king f2, queen h4. What's the problem? And there is the problem. So some danger for Jose Martinez. He can't just play absolutely anything. And John, we've seen quite the round here. A lot of the favorites actually in big trouble. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, he needs to win this if he wants to take the match to tiebreak. And now he's finding himself in danger.
More 2700s down or out at the moment, but I do love the fact that they're continuing to fight on, continuing to look for these resources. What you guys just described, Jovi, about how, yes, this position looks like it should be fantastic for Jose Martinez, but we found a way to set up traps. We found a way to allow our opponents to go wrong. One player who, if I recall, managed to do it brilliantly, not just in this tournament, but frankly, over the last couple of years, is actually Gukesh. Whether he'll be able to do that today or not, I don't know. But never underestimate the power to pull something out of the bag. These Grandmasters are so incredible at finding traps you didn't even know existed on this chessboard. And with very few resources available, they're still able to make every move count. So we find out now, as the players move towards the end game, whether or not any of those resources will help convert an extra half point or an extra full point here as battle reaches fever pitch. See you folks in a second.
This is just a moment that we all need to take in because it's massive and he goes for it. Anish Giri unstoppable today.
Anish takes down Magnus Carlsen, not a sight you see every day.
One achievement I'm probably the most proud of at the moment is my win in the Tata Steel chess tournament. I guess it's one of the biggest chess tournaments in the world. It happens to be also in my country, in the Netherlands. You know, for me, it's like a little world championship in a way. I hope one day, you know, the real world championship will be my biggest achievement. But the way it is right now, that is probably one event that I would select. So let's say something I would put on my, you know, on my business card. I was a top player for a very long time. I was ranked as number 3 in the world at some point. That was my peak ranking so far. And it's going to be very hard to ever top that for me. Number 3 in the world is really, really high. And I've done well in lots of tournaments over the years. But there was a long period in my career where I didn't win a top tournament. Like I would finish shared first multiple times. I'll be second plenty of times. And I would have just good tournaments where I'll be in the top half, like lots of times. But I would never like get the first place. To the point that at some point it became like a thing. Like there is this guy who is sort of not winning a single thing. And somewhere I was starting thinking maybe there's something wrong with me. Like maybe it's not a coincidence anymore. Maybe it's just that, you know, like maybe I'm choking everything. Because though I knew that it is a coincidence, because like if things were working out better, let's say sometimes in the last round I would win. If my competitor would lose, I would be first, but the competitor would then win, you know. Or when I would do extremely well, there would be someone else who would do like extremely better. And at that moment, finally, I had that. I've had a couple of other big tournaments, but like winning a tournament like Vaikanze was for me something really special, because it was also for me in a way a lot harder, and it came much later than just, let's say, being ranked in the top 10 for like 10 years. So that's something I'm happy about.
We have the freestyle drawing challenge. You can either draw your favorite chess piece, you can try and draw the country where you're from, or you can also draw something else you like.
I can't draw though. I have no like spatial awareness. I don't think I'm a good painter.
You guys will see how I'm going to draw, or can I?
That would be nice.
I'm drawing the US map with an oval shape. And then we have this. I told you I can't draw. That's not actually what I envisioned. Okay, so this is supposed to be... No, that's not good. Do I include Hawaii and Alaska?
Sure.
But Hawaii is just somewhere up here. Alaska is somewhere here. I have no like spatial awareness.
I don't think many chess players are so talented. No. Something like that. Approximately where would you be living?
Somewhere around here. Okay, I'm gonna draw a chess piece.
Okay, very good. On that map, where is like Florida, and you can show us a few cities.
Florida. But where's Florida is a little bit too far west on this map. Okay, I'll try another one. No, but this is also not good. Okay. Well, this is Florida. It needs to be a bit longer, I guess. Originally, I'm in the East Coast. I'm somewhere on this map here. And now I'm around here.
Amazing. Wow.
That's horrible. The map is the easiest, but it depends if I want to be artistic or not and draw like a piece. Should jut down like this. It goes over. California should be like something like this. It should go up. And then Maine should be right over here. And, okay, it's a bad drawing, but this is much closer than Fabiano for sure. Someone should still be able to tell this is the US.
My thought was that he was supposed to draw France and mark Paris. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've lived here. I've lived here in Florida. I've lived somewhere up here in New York. I mean, this is terrible, but whatever. It's close enough. I lived in St. Louis, which would be somewhere in the middle, up here towards like all the Great Lakes, somewhere up here. So yeah, it's a couple of places that I've lived in the U.S. I lived in Seattle, which would be way up here. So it's not perfect, but I think someone will tell based on Florida being down here that it's the U.S. So I've lived in all these different places.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup 2025. You've got some of the favorites in trouble, although from taking a look at some of those VTs, I have now realized that the way to beat a Super GM is to give them a geography quiz round, because that was absolutely appalling on so many levels. Luckily for them, it's calculation skills that are going to be sorely tested here as we head into the tail end, shall we say, of the mid-game battles here in round 3. Jovi, what do we make of what's on the board? We can see the Don continuing to squeeze Anish. That is looking more and more uncomfortable every time I look at it.
And it's as we predicted, the White King putting on his trainers and headed over right there to camp out on the 8th rank. And if he does that, then for Anish, it's going to be goodbye, because he'll be playing simply a piece down. Whereas in some of the other games, I'm seeing that the game there on the bottom left between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Niels Grandelius, I'm kind of curious to that one, because for a long time, it simply appeared like Shaq was winning. There was nothing to be argued, but Niels is fighting hard, and he's managed to get compensation in the form of a runaway B pawn.
Yeah, and I just want to say a shout out to the Svana family, especially mum and dad, because it's good and bad news right now. They must be super nervous. Frederick Svana could be about to take down the world champion. Rasmus Svana, the older brother, has just blundered against Awanda Liang and is in big danger over there. So where to jump into first? Lots of endgames, lots of passed pawns in this round. Ivanka, I'll let you take your pick.
Yeah, well, you mentioned blunder, so let's head there and actually find out why Svana's last move was a blunder. Because rook and pawn endgame, they're fascinating, and this is the situation. And it's quite unbelievable, because you'd think that this is as balanced as it gets. You know, it's black with that extra material, double B pawns nonetheless, and somehow you'd expect that the black king would be effective at creating some kind of counterplay on the king side, but the white rook nestled there on B5 just seems to have everything under lock and key. And yeah, your move A5 followed by capturing a pawn, more than good enough.
Yeah, this white rook is the MVP. And just to show that blunder that I mentioned, just 2 moves ago, it was a position that the computer says was dead level. And white's just given a check. Unfortunately, here, there's only 4 legal moves for Rasmus Fana. You have king e6, you have king e4, king f4, king g4. 4 moves. It's a lucky dip. It's like a multiple choice question. 3 moves draw, 1 move loses. He chose the only losing move. That's so unlucky. He actually walked into no man's land. He walked into the center, and we do always say centralize your kings in endgames. But I guess here the rule is just too vague. This king doesn't actually do anything now. It needed to stay either passive or in contact with this pawn. Like you said, counterplay it, Jovanka. So king f4, if we'd seen the same thing, like b4, and now, for example, the white king dropping back, like we saw happen in the game, the king drops back so that a5, b takes doesn't come with check. Then now black could activate his rook. Like the rook moves. If white wants to take the b pawn, then the black king can take on g5, and the a pawn will cost black his rook, the g pawn will cost white his rook. It's just a draw. Unfortunately, he went out and away, which, yeah, makes a lot of sense, I think, in general terms, but here specifically didn't work because suddenly, after king to b3, blocking the b pawn, avoiding checks, that's why the king had to move off the c file. Now, yeah, nothing to be done. a5 is a massive threat, and if the rook moves, rook takes b6, black is not in time. Black cannot create counterplay. King drops back, white gives a check again, and yeah, white's a pawn is going to decide this game now, taking b4 at will. So unlucky, Rasmus Fana, but I wonder Liang making wonders happen.
Definitely a miracle. Rook a8. Of course, the white king is going to step up and assist the a pawn, whilst the rook keeps the contact with the g pawn. So simple, and somehow so difficult to see over the board. This is one of the things about chess. The spectator sees everything because you don't have that emotional backstory, you don't have the attachment, you don't have the pressure of the clock ticking down like Svana. For us, we can just casually look at the position and say, okay, that's why it's working, that's why it doesn't. And here we are going to be seeing one big mistake, and instead of tie breaks, it's probably going to be A1 Liang who makes his way to round 4. Can we go to the bird's eye view? I want to return there because whilst there's a lot of endgames on the board, there's a few positions that are quite fascinating. And the first one is Jose Martinez against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, because I'm thinking, it's a mess. It's still messy and so much on the line here. I know we actually looked at this before the break, but with the knight capturing on d6, there's now a critical threat of knight takes bishop. Knight was attacking the queen.
Yeah, this is becoming very, very forcing now. Knight takes pawn was the last move, and I think queen h5 is forced. I'm struggling to figure out why he's thinking, wait, is queen... No, I was going to say queen c7 a move, threatening knight e2 check with a back rank mate, but the knight is dropping. So, yeah, queen to h5 is probably what's about to happen, threatening a nasty checkmate. White's going to block that with f3 to get the king out, and this is only going to get even more complicated, Jovanka. It's 2 pawns up, though, for Jose Martinez, so at least something to cling on to as he aims to get the required draw to make it through.
Yeah. And it's all about making it through to the next round for Nodirbek. Only a win will do for Jose Martinez. It's going to be enough to draw. And someone who already made their way to round 4 was Peter Leko, as he classily defeated Kirill Alexienko, and our very own Rakesh caught up with him. So let's hear from him now.
Chess.com is Grandmaster Peter Leko, who won a very nice match 2-0 against Kirill Alexienko. Your thoughts, please?
Well, yeah, 2-0 sounds good, but I know how much effort it was put into it and how much big fight it was. Yeah, yesterday's game was absolutely crazy, very wild, very interesting. I think without engine one can analyze it for a week to understand what was really going on, or maybe even not. Even after 1 week, it just tells how complicated it was. but finally I managed to win that game. That of course set the tone. In a must-win situation for him, it's always very difficult. He nevertheless managed to surprise me in the opening, so I think he was very smart. He was like 1 hour up on the clock, but I liked my position. Yeah, so I was angry of spending so much time seeing some goals somewhere, but generally I thought like, okay, I can play this position. And I stabilized everything. He was trying to create attacking possibilities, but I felt like I just parried all of them. I took over the initiative. I had everything under control, but then the mutual time travel came and I lost the grip of the position, which is the most craziest thing in time travel. You should never let that happen. And then things got completely wild. I'm not even sure at some point there were some crazy lines to calculate with few seconds on the clock. Okay, I did make sure to have like 4 or 5 minutes extra, so if he plays some very critical move that I consider critical, then I will have time to think. He was down to his last minute, and then he made a mistake, and then I won very convincingly and very easily, but it was a nerve-wracking game.
And you're here in India, back from retirement. Your thoughts on the hotel, food, and the fans?
Yes, well, the fans, I think that's the most important, because whenever you feel and you see that there are so many people there rooting and cheering and being happy and appreciating what you are doing, that certainly gives you a very good feeling. And I'm really enjoying it. Well, I think the food is good. Only I'm missing the beach. Yeah, if every evening I could go to the beach to have a good walk. Yeah, it's not about swimming. We are not on holidays. Yeah, but as a professional player, it's always kind of a way. How do I regenerate in this couple of hours? Yeah, and definitely now that I have some rest day, I will be going to the beach when the sun is not shining. Yeah, because okay, don't get hit by the sun, and then have a good walk and just to get some fresh breeze, because I need to recharge, I need to recover. I think Erigaris is coming up and I just want to be in a good shape.
And any favorite food that you have, like Indian cuisine?
Well, first of all, I'm kind of a vegetarian who eats fish, yeah, so I'm always a little bit special. In this regard, I feel like I'm treated very well here, yeah, because there are tons of options, but of course, if every day you eat Indian food, then because I love Indian food very much, you have to be careful a little bit. But there is a very nice variety at the buffet. So, for example, today I had a minestrone soup. I was just so happy to have a nice, little clean minestrone soup, and I feel like, now in the evening I can already get back to. And there was also some Thai dish, also yellow vegetable curry. And now after this small little break, I can get back to all the Indian vegetarian dishes. I think I'm very happy here.
And Peter, this is going live on the broadcast where we have Jovanka and David Howell commentating. Do you miss them, or what do you want to say to them?
Well, definitely. Well, I miss them, and I feel like, you know, whenever I'm having all this decision to make, and I'm in time travel, I'm thinking like, yeah, how nice it is. And I understand my wife actually prefers me to do the commentary instead of playing, yeah, because she knows that if I'm playing, I'm very tensed. So when I'm doing commentary, then I'm just enjoying pure chess, yeah, and I love chess so much. But I think Jovanka and David are doing extremely good job. And well, the tournament is just heating up. There is still so much to cover.
Thank you so much. Grandmaster Peter Lego goes to round 4, where he'll play Arjun Erigaisi. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you.
And a big thank you to Peter for his nice words, and thank you to Rakesh and Vincent during that interview. Well, he got the result he wanted with a beautiful finish. He won that game with the black pieces, which means he now proceeds to round 4. Some excellent things happening there for Vincent, and it's also good news for Donchenko fans, as he manages to walk his king to safety and can now just enjoy this position being a piece up. And it looks like we'll be saying goodbye to Anish, and for Alexander Donchenko, a fantastic performance there with the white pieces. This win absolutely instrumental in getting him through to round 4. And Anish Giri gives up and Alexander Donchenko makes it to round 4. I mean, we've seen so many important victories today, and for a lot of surprises, and for one person, it wasn't a surprise, Vincent Keimer. And I know he won in rather spectacular manner, and on our screens, it's great to see Anish just analyze the game out and the players share their thoughts. Just to goes to show that even though the format is brutal, ultimately chess is chess and life is life. But David, I'd like to ask you to share with us the final finish for Vincent, because we saw Vincent get a commanding position, the queen posted up to h3, but how did he crash through?
Exactly. It was about the open files. And we talk about open files quite generally. Often it just gives you access to your opponent's position. Here, Black has the open A file for his rook. That comes in handy a bit later. But as you mentioned there, Jovanka, queen to h3 was the start, taking advantage of a move 41 mistake from his opponent. Already it's quite dominant for Black. Black's knight as well, beautiful. Too much pressure now on this pawn. The white queen tied down to the other pawn. You can't defend both. So he removed this knight now, Pranesh, and that allowed Vincent to recapture, correcting his pawn structure, no more doubled pawns. And the downside here was that there was no guardian of the dark squares. Vincent improved his bishop, trying to come in, potentially. The white king decided, okay, that corner is just too scary. I need to get out. I need to run. King to f2. That ended in a nasty pin. On the second rank now, the white king continued its march towards the other side of the board. The black bishop's done its duty on this diagonal, switched focus, went back. And the threat now is to actually trap the white knight on the edge of the board with pawn to b5. That knight has no safe squares if that move were to occur. So he pretty much persuaded Pranesh to jump out the way with his knight to take that pawn, preempt the trap, and he'd calculated everything here, Vincent Keimer. He gave a check with his queen, and when the king moved one more time, we finally got one. We've been wanting one all day. Queen sacrifice. Queen takes g2. Brilliant there, luring the white queen away from the defense of the a file. Queen takes g2. White's a whole queen up for just a piece, but rook a1 check is nasty because no matter where the king goes, it steps to e2. There was a skewer check. The white king has to go out the way again, can't defend its queen, so Pranesh resigned. He would have had to face this position down a piece and facing the raking bishops. Vincent Keimer, I'm going to put it on the board one more time. Queen takes g2, one of the moves of the day so far.
Yeah. And the accuracy tells us 94% for Vincent. And that was just stunning, the whole kind of process with the queen to go to g3, then to take on g2. Absolutely sensational. And we finally got what we wanted. I think we've had a queen sacrifice on most rounds. And Anish is still analyzing with Donchenko, laughing. But they do leave the playing hall. Congratulations to Alexander Donchenko, who moves to the next round. It looks like it's a fantastic day for German players. Frederick Svana on the cusp of beating Gukesh if he manages to find a way to break through. Vincent Keimer, we saw moving on to round 4. Sad news for Rasmus Svana. He's in a lost rook and pawn endgame, but he might hold it. But not so many games in progress now. I think we have just a handful.
Yeah, just a few games left. We see some in front of us, including Gukesh, who is in a bit of trouble. Spot of bother against Svana. I just want to take us back to a game that we left a while ago. That's one of your favorites of the round, Martinez against Abdusattorov, because we've just seen a piece sacrifice that I'm trying to figure out, Jovanka. Nodirbek didn't threaten checkmate. He moved his queen off f7 where it was hit. I thought he had to play queen to h5, but he's allowed something now to take his bishop on b7 for free. And I'm trying to work it out. I might need some help. Knight takes b7. What is his sneaky plan? There must be something in the air there.
You know, I there's a checkmating idea, David, which can I show just because it's really sick. It involves the queen getting to f1.
Okay, nice. Help me out. Knight takes bishop.
Yeah, so yeah, you can go knight takes bishop and just somehow or other just get the queen. Just waste some time with the knight takes bishop queen. I mean, it's actually just my fantasy. It's just creativity. It's not going to happen in the game, but it's an idea I wanted to show because it's like so nice. So I'm just thinking, okay, queen takes pawn. Let's go like that.
Okay. Let's say I.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, then get the queen to c4. That's all I want from you.
I'll move my knight back.
Yeah, and now no, rook. Yeah, put the rook on e1. Also because it adds to the spice.
Okay, I got it. A5, queen c4. I play knight d6.
Queen f1. I mean, isn't that one of the most beautiful checkmates you've ever seen in your life? And then the whole point is like rook takes queen, knight e2 is going to be checkmate. And if you take king takes rook h1. And I know this is like a big tangent because it's not going to happen during the game. But I just wanted to share with you some chess beauty.
That is incredible. That's beautiful imagination, creativity, Jovanka. I would definitely blunder a move like queen f1 if I were white. That is hard to spot. Like queen sacks are one thing, but they rarely happen on empty squares.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So yeah, queen f1 would be crazy. But okay, it looks like queen f6 was played, and just judging by the camera, Jose Martinez has taken the black bishop on b7. So it looks like this is the live position. Okay, and what do we make of this? Where is his compensation? He's currently a piece and 2 pawns down, Nodirbek. The eval bar says level, so he must have something up his sleeve.
Yeah, and yeah, I did buy myself some time to think, but I didn't have any success in coming up with the compensation. You need to, I mean, it could be something as simple that you can go e5 and just try to keep that knight caged. No, that is not the answer.
It must be
could it be moving the rook? Yeah, it must be a threat. Could it be some like moving the okay, queen h6 or rook c8? But I don't really believe. Okay, queen h6. You have to go f3.
Yep.
And
now,
could it be knight to e2?
Knight to e2, and yeah, this can be blocked though with the white rook. It looks like we've had some moves, so I'm just going to try and recreate the live board. We did see knight takes bishop and rook to f8. Wow, could that have happened? No. Knight to d6. Oh no, we've had a few more moves. Sorry, go on, Jovanka.
No, the queen took on d4. So the rook f8 must have happened.
But there's a pawn on f3 and there's a king on f1. And there's a rook on e3. Some weird stuff's been happening. So maybe we come back to this board once we get the move updates rather than try to recreate. We'll go out to the bird's eye view right now, but Nodirbek looking very stressed on the camera. Could be the last few minutes of his event. But yeah, let's just try and do a status update on the other boards while we try and figure out what's just happened between Martinez and Abdusattorov. Okay. Looks like Esipenko is about to go through, about to win.
Yeah. And if he wins, then there will be tie breaks tomorrow for the pair. We know that Donchenko did win against Anish, and we also know that Vincent Keimer made it through. A Wanda Liang also managing to get that one because of the past A pawn. And also, if we go to the camera, can we maybe just focus in on the camera between Gukesh and Frederick Svana? Because the G2 pawn has disappeared.
Wow, that means Gukesh is probably about to be eliminated from this competition. I think he's blundered this. Let's ignore the 3D board there, because that is not the live position. Instead, we've got a knight on G2. A black knight has just captured a pawn. this just looks over. Gukesh looks like he's about to resign. Like Black's g-pawn is just going to become a queen.
Yeah.
He fell apart quite quickly here. He wasn't able to hold the fortress. And look, head in hands, the world champion is going out in round 3.
Yeah. He captures on c5, but of course met swiftly. And we've seen a trade of knights. So Gukesh is hoping that his king can keep at bay the passed pawn on g3. And in terms of clock times, there's a bit of a glare, so it makes it very difficult to see. But it does appear that Frederick Svana has enough time just to work this one out. It is Frederick has around about 10 minutes, whereas it is Gukesh who has 4 minutes on the clock.
I'm trying to recreate this one. It doesn't look good for Gukesh either way. The Black Knight's just going to move out the way. And the G-pawn's going to promote. Look at the heartbreak on his face.
Yeah.
He looks devastated. It's not been his best year. 2024 was so stellar. So many just incredible superhuman performances from Gukesh. It was always going to be difficult to replicate that, but the Grand Swiss wasn't his event. Struggled there, lost 3 in a row. The World Cup now, losing with white. Yeah, heartbreaking.
Yeah. And I don't want to speculate too much, but it does feel like since he became world champion, Gukesh has been so eager to prove that he's worthy of the title. He is. He is by nature of the way that he qualified, the way that he won the match. He is very much worthy, but it feels like he's playing a lot of chess just to show the world that, he just wants to play. He loves the game. And Frederick Svana being extremely clinical here, forcing handshake. It's all about that protected pass pawn on g3. And Frederick Svana is the one that progresses to round 4. Congratulations to the German Grandmaster. But for Gukesh, well, his World Cup dreams are over. But it doesn't matter because he's world champion.
Yeah, he will be there waiting for the candidates tournament to play out. He will be there seeing who qualifies from the World Cup for that event, but Gukesh will not be taking part himself, losing with white, going down to Frederick Svana, who has just scored the best win of his career. We shouldn't take anything away from him. He outplayed Gukesh in the middle game, in the end game, deserves the win. All about those knight maneuvers, those pass pawns yet again. But yeah, disappointment for Gukesh. Probably the story of the round so far, the biggest name to fall. We've seen so many of the top seeds crash out. And Gukesh is just the latest in a long line. Anish Giri has left today. We've seen Fedoseev leave today. We might be seeing Abdusattorov leave today. And Gukesh among the casualties.
Yeah. And as the playing hall empties out, can we get our cameras on this game? And we see Nodirbek. He's down on material, but he's fighting hard to try to eke out a win against Jose Martinez. Down to under the minute, 52 seconds. But for Jose, it's just about solidifying the position and making sure his king is always safe. He's got plenty of time in the bank.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time, but the nerves are the biggest thing that could stop him now. It's a crazy position. It does look like he should be about to simplify this position. Jose Martinez, there are some checks in the air. He is a piece up. Yeah, very hard to tell exactly what is going on right now, but Nodirbek needs to find a way to bail out to survive. I just think with such an open king for black as well as white, it's not going to be easy. He drops his queen back. It's just a pure gamble now from Nodirbek. The white knight can move pretty safely. You can go forward to e7. It looks like Martinez is about to make it through to round 4.
If he can hold his nerve. So Nodirbek is gambling on the fact that the rook will come over to c8 or d8, and we have a resignation for Nodirbek. Queen to g7 just forced the exchange of queens, and it is Jose Martinez who walks into round 4, and we see another one of our favorites, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He leaves the competition, but incredible stuff from Jose. Yesterday winning with the black pieces, today winning with the white pieces, 2-0 against one of the world's best players. Massive congratulations to Jose.
Yeah, Jose making a lot of people eat their words. People who doubted him, who saw him play so well online. Now he's backing it up over the board. Just fantastic play. As you said, they're forcing the queens off when he was already up a piece, threatening checkmate. Nodirbek just couldn't find his best form this event. Many congratulations to Jose Martinez, who now represents Mexico and is doing the country proud, making it through to round 4. And nobody's going to want to face him. He's going to be difficult to stop in tiebreaks, knowing his speed prowess, and clearly backing it up in classical as well. And that leaves not many games still in action. That is a Wanda Liang against Rasmus Fana, we see on our cameras there. But it is Rasmus who looks like he's about to fall. He will not be able to match his brother's feats. But at least there will be something to celebrate in the Fana family today, Jovanka.
And Rasmus will be on hand to assist his brother as he enters round 4. I'm trying to read into the player's body language. A Wanda is locked in full concentration mode. Well, it was a relatively successful day for the German players. We saw Vincent Keimer stroll his way to round 4, and our very own Rukesh caught up with him. So let's hear from Vincent.
Grandmaster Vincent Keimer is through to round 4. Congratulations. Your thoughts on the match?
Yeah, it was a quite tough match. After yesterday's openings, I really had hopes to win that game. But he defended really well, found many resources, and of course it wasn't a perfect game from either of us, but I felt that he put up a great fight. So I was kind of getting a little more nervous because I felt like the way I used to play 2 600s the past few months, it didn't really work against him, which of course, it can't go on like that forever, but still. And yeah, today it was really nice. Basically my plan worked out perfectly. I chose Berlin not to make a draw, but because I knew he was going to go for a fighting position, and we got a very nice strategic fight where I managed to outplay him.
And so many Germans are doing well here. Your thoughts on the friendship, and we see you at dinners together.
Yeah, it's great to see them play so well. And I mean, beating players like Anush and I think also Gukesh, it's tremendous. I mean, Gukesh is such a strong player. Of course, it's not easy for him, he has all the pressure of being world champion and so on, but also Anish, I mean, he played Grand Swiss European teams and European Club Cup without losing a single game.
And Chennai GM, where you
also, yeah, so many, basically he barely loses any game, and then knocking him out even in classical portion, that's really, really strong.
And how's the experience here? The food, the fans, how are you liking it here?
Yeah, it's usually I have good memories with India. I have to admit, for me it's a bit tough because of the huge weather change. In Europe now it's winter, so we will have around 5 degrees, and here it's 30. But of course I knew it was going to be like that, but still it's never easy. Also with 4.5 hours of jet lag, so it's a bit tough. But hotel is okay, and to be honest, I didn't walk around much here, so I was mostly staying in the hotel, preparing, relaxing, and yeah.
And did you get your chicken madras yet here?
I don't think so, no. Actually, here it's a bit different, but yeah, it's okay.
Thank you so much for Vincent Keimer, through to round 4. Thank you.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup, everyone. It looks like everyone's eager to head out here because Shaq appears to be through to round 4. Hands have just been shaken on this board. All the games basically finishing in the blink of an eye, David.
Yeah, everything happening all of a sudden, simultaneously. It's as if something's in the air there in Goa. Everyone smells blood. So much has been spilled this round, and there we see Shakira Mamedyarov losing to Niels Grandelius. Many congratulations to the Swedish number 1, but Mamedyarov did have it in his grip for most of the game. He was totally winning earlier, so a big turnaround. And yet another 2700, yet another favorite falls out of the 2025 World Cup. It's been crazy this year, unprecedented levels of surprise, and Vincent's smile is one of the few in the 2700 club.
And we can see two people who are very happy. It's Vincent Keimer, who qualified to round 4, alongside his trainer, Peter Lecker, who's also made it through. He defeated Bobby Cheng in round 2. Then he took down in round 3 Kirill Alexienko. And it's nice to see trainer and pupil celebrating together as they enter. But for others, world champion Gukesh not having the best day as he loses with the white pieces and gets eliminated from the competition. It's been a sensational day of chess. Surprises left, right and center with big hitters Gukesh, Anish Giri, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Then we also have Shakira Mamedyarov. All these people who could be favorites, they're leaving the competition. And it just goes to show this particular format is unpredictable.
It's absolutely, it keeps you on the edge of your seat for so long. I mean, Niels Grandelius, I don't want to take anything away from him because he played an unbelievably impressive game. But I could have sworn he was losing that game at one point, and then it was drawn, and then he was winning. And it all happens in the flash of an eye. It's single elimination. As soon as you get down to low on the clock, there's no chance to redeem yourself by stringing a good series of results together like you can in your typical Swiss tournament. It goes to show the ruthlessness of the World Cup has properly struck today, with some of the greatest players in the field bowing out. I mean, Jovi, seeing some of the names that have lost on this list is absolutely phenomenal and very scary, if I'm honest, because if anyone like that can lose, the world champion's out as well. Okay, he's not top of the rating list, but he's proven that he's there on merit and is incredibly strong and still very young and improving. Anyone can go out.
Absolutely. And it just goes to show the caliber of players that we have today, that there's really not that much in it in between. For instance, a world champion such as Gukesh and his opponent Frederick Svana. We're talking about small margins, and also the same goes for Alexander Donchenko, who took down Anish Giri, also in instructive fashion. And let's not forget Jose Martinez, who had a fantastic 2 days. He eliminated Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So we've seen so many players rise to the challenge. They have just been playing phenomenal chess.
And with all the results in, well, David, you know what that means. We get to have our bracket party, which is going to be a lot of fun. Now, we started off the tournament with the absolutely ridiculous, all the way on the left-hand side, round 1 brackets. It was unbelievably complicated. I think we still will have 16 screens, but at least we're all the way through to round number 4 now. And surely, if you're one of the players through to round 4, you start to allow yourself just a nugget of a thought to go, maybe I can make a deep run here.
Exactly. We started with 206 players. We're down to the players who are making it into the last 32 already. Still some ticks ahead to decide those spots, but yeah, let's go and check out some of those names, some of those big surprises and those results, because yeah, it's been truly crazy these last few days. And here we go. Frederick Svana will face Shant Sargsyan after both players made it through in the classical. Sargsyan defeating Mustafa Yilmaz, and of course Frederick Svana with the sensation of the round against Gukesh. And that just leaves 2 from this side of the draw already. If we move to the next page, we do see other big names falling. Javokir Sindarov has taken down Nicholas Theodoru. Yu Yangyi and Sunildith Narayanan will fight tomorrow, as they did in the previous round in tiebreaks. Both of them being forced to play as much chess as possible to try and make it through. Mamedyarov, another 2,700 to drop against Niels Grandelius, as we saw earlier. And Pentala Harikrishna making it through. Two good friends, by the way. They've worked together, studied together for years. Pentala Harikrishna and Niels Grandelius. That's going to add a bit of spice to this clash. And on the next page, we do see it's only one, Jose Martinez, waiting for the winner of Jordan van Foreest against Sarana. Jordan, by the way, winning on demand with white to strike back and force those tiebreaks. Jovanka, that's going to be a fun one for Jose Martinez. It's nice to see him get a rest day, well deserved.
Absolutely, and also incredible play there from Jose. And for Pranav, he walks to round 4, but it is still to be determined who will be playing him, as we have tie breaks between Tai Van Wyn and Nodirbek Yakuboev. And moving down, it has taken us a while to get here, but we are going to be seeing a big battle between Awanda Liang against Gabriel Sargsyan. Awanda Liang eliminated Rasmus Svaner there, as we saw in a really important rook and pawn endgame. And moving further along down the list, let's head and see what other round 4 matchups we have. And Liam Le was super impressive in round 3. Well, he'll be facing the victor of either Bogdan Daniel Diak or Kartik Venkataraman, who has already dispatched Aravind. And it's been established it's going to be an all-German encounter between Matthias Blubaum and Alexander Donchenko. The two are very good friends, but they're going to have to put that friendship aside, as, of course, chess is chess. They battle to continue to round 5. Moving down, we also going to see Pragnananda against Ramesh, and he's going to be facing the victor of either Georg Meyer and Daniel Dubov. Georg Meyer having already eliminated Volodar Mersin in round 2.
And moving on now, we are into the second half of our bracket here. Round 4, still completely undecided here because we have Vidit and Sam Shankland going to tie breaks tomorrow. We also have Erdogmush and Richard Rapport going to tie breaks tomorrow as well. Extremely keen to see those. Both sides of that are going to be great. It doesn't matter that we don't know who's in round 4 yet. This is going to be one to watch. A little bit further down then, we know that Alexei Grebnev has secured his position in round 4 after defeating Stamatis. Now, Stamatis took down Nihal Sarin, if you remember, from round 2, so that's impressive. He will be facing one of MVL and Vladislav Artemiev, who go to tiebreaks tomorrow. It's like the weather report, this. I could get used to it. And over here in the northeast, Vincent Keimer makes it through to round 4. Puya Idani holds Andrei Esipenko. Esipenko so dangerous in the tiebreaks, in the faster time controls. We saw him at EWC, for example, be a real force at speed chess, so we're keen to see how he gets on. Parham Maksudlu, yes, is through to round 4 as well, although at the expense of Ivan Saric, which is a pity. He will be facing one of Benjamin Gladur and Wei Yi, who couldn't split the points between them anything other than evenly today, and will take it to Rapid and Blitz. Lorenzo Ladici, in the meantime, vanquishes Michael Adams. England lose on penalties, and he will be facing one of Evgeny Naya and Sam Sevian, who also go to tie breaks tomorrow. That's promising to be a real corker, and actually I'm starting to get really excited for the round 5 plus matchups that are coming off the end of this portion of the bracket. Heading further down, we do have a full round 4 bracket here as Levon Aronian will take on Radislav. This is going to be great. I feel like the fight against Fedoseev was so much fun to watch. 2-0 does not do that round justice. Go and replay the games. It's absolutely fantastic. But here, maybe the commentator's favorite, I don't know. Peter Lecco is taking on Arjun Erigaisi, and only one of them can progress to round 5 of the FIDE World Cup. So let's take a quick look. A summary of what's gone on there. More top seeds going out today, Jovi, and it's getting more and more difficult to predict. Round 1, fairly straightforward, only 1 or 2 upsets. Now, feels like chaos in comparison.
I mean, it certainly feels chaotic. You know, who would expect it? Gukesh, Anish would be leaving the competition. And also the same for Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. I mean, also in earlier rounds as well, we also saw the surprises with Nihal Sarin also leaving. But, well, this is the unpredictable nature of the single elimination bracket. So I'm expecting a lot more excitement. And you know what that means? It means that when we get to those candidate spots, we're going to be seeing some people that we might not have expected or predicted before. And that's going to be super exciting.
David, I want to talk to you about some of those. But before we do, we managed to catch up, thank you, Rakesh, with Fredrik Svane after his game today. Let's go ahead and hear from him first before we wrap up for the day.
The upset of the tournament, beating Gukesh, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just so happy. Like, I didn't expect to win this game. But when I had this night end game, like, I have no risk and it's so easy to play for me. So there I was already like very happy.
And what are your thoughts? Is this like your biggest chess achievement?
For now, yes. Like, I've never played such a strong opponent, I think. And beating Gukesh with black is, of course, like, special.
And you had a little rough period. You lost some 40 rating points this year, and now this comeback. What does this mean to you?
Yeah, I'm still not playing super well, to be honest. Like, it's not like I'm playing poorly, but I'm just playing so slow. Like today, also so slow play, but somehow it worked out. And
yeah, move 37, you made with 1 second.
Yeah, I didn't realize this. I looked at my clock afterwards and realized I had like 1 second. I didn't even see that. Yeah, like.
And your thoughts on the German players doing really well here, and including your brother as well?
Yeah, it's amazing to see. Like, German chess is very strong already since like 5 years or something, and like having 4 people from the same country is definitely historical.
And overall, do you like the food, the hotel, the playing hall here at the World Cup?
Yeah, it's a nice resort. Like, you can relax and like you can also go outside and stuff. So it's fine. And then tournament is also going well, so I can't complain.
And how are you planning to enjoy the 2 rest days that you have?
Yeah, I have 2 actually. Yeah, okay, then I can actually go somewhere. Yeah, I thought it was only 1 because I didn't expect to get this far. But yeah, then I will probably go outside somewhere.
Then I'll probably go outside somewhere. The players have finished their rounds. They're off to touch grass before the tie breaks tomorrow. And I think Fredrik, David, jokes aside, brought up a very interesting point, which is you don't necessarily have to be playing in the form of your life. You just have to be playing well enough to proceed. Maybe he feels a little bit of it was down to luck, but ultimately it does mean that who gets those candidate spots starts to become more and more of a question mark. Do you have a couple of dark horses you would throw a bit of weight behind just to see how far they get?
Ooh, tough question, John. You're right. Players make their own luck. At this level, you have to do things right. You have to put yourself in position to take advantage of those chances. A lot of my favorites, a lot of the ones I predicted pre-event have already fallen. I've got to say, I thought Anish would do well now that there's no pressure on him, now that he's already made it to the candidates. He's just fallen. I thought Nodirbek was his time for a breakthrough, but his tough year continues. I'm going to say from the remaining, Vincent Keimer now, I'm in my mind, big favorite. Maybe not an underdog. Okay. I'll say Ed Dogmush, just because I want to see a young player breakthrough. I want to see a 14-year-old in the candidates, what can I say? I think it will be fun to watch him. And maybe Liam Le, just because the Vietnamese Grandmaster for so many years now has been super consistent, and he's looked fantastic so far.
Jovi, same question to you. I'm going to bar you from picking anyone on the left column. Who would you like to see through to the candidates?
Oh, well, I mean, so many names. I mean, all of them are absolutely fantastic players. I gotta say, I've been mightily impressed by Jose Martinez. I've also been extremely impressed by Peter Lecco. So I want to see him there playing. And like David, I'm also wanting a young person, like a teenager, someone who's going to be shaking up the world. And if Adomush makes it, that would be absolutely sensational. So, I mean, to be fair, anyone on a good day can have an amazing run and get there. So I'm kind of hoping that whatever happens, the chess is going to be the winner.
I'm completely in agreement with you. I want to see Peter Lecco in the candidates. I'm going to wear my heart on my sleeve there and say that. We've got two names as well on the second board who are still in, and the lowest seed still in the competition is Lorenzo Ladici. Dare to dream, just imagine. But for me, I want to see Peter Lecco. I want to see Parham Maksudlu take one of those candidate spots, one of the nicest guys in chess. And I think you're right, David. It'd be great if Erdogmush can make it all the way. I think that would be so much fun to see. But that does conclude our coverage of round 3, at least the classical chess portion of the FIDE World Cup, which means tomorrow we are going to be coming back with tie breaks. So let's sum up our thoughts on today and what we thought of a rather crazy day of results and a pretty crazy day over the chessboard. Jovi, it started off peacefully enough, but then it went sideways fast.
It tricked us. I mean, we were expecting, just a very calm day, with not that much happening. Perhaps a lot of people halving out just to get to the tie breaks. No, that went out of the window. What we saw instead was an absolute shocker. We saw a lot of favorites depart the competition. I'm still in shock, about Gukesh. He didn't manage to press an advantage. And it was Frederick Svana who actually played out of this world in order to knock down Gukesh and Anish Giri leaving the competition. But hats off to Alexander Donchenko for actually just entertaining us and just showing what a positional genius he is. It's been a day full of excitement, roller coaster. I gotta say, a lot more decisive games than I ever anticipated. I thought that we'll be seeing a whole load of tie breaks tomorrow. I don't think that is the case.
So here we go. David, of the, I'm going to let you have a spicy question now before we bow out. We're going tie breaks tomorrow. Of the tie breaks on this score sheet, where we still need to predict a result, who are you most looking forward to watching? Whose game, whose moves do you want to follow tomorrow?
Oh, I've got to say, Erdogmush against Rapport. That's going to be a lot of fun. They've neutralized each other so far. Rapport looks slightly afraid of his young opponent, I'm going to say. Looks like he's played kind of within himself, Rapport, just trying to keep things tight at the back, just trying to move towards the tie breaks. But at some point, they'll have to be separated. Other than that, maybe Vidit versus Shankland or MVL against Artemiev. I think both of those are going to be very close. Small margins will decide.
Absolutely. We've got Gladura against Wei Yi as well. Yu Yang Yi taking on Narayanan. So much to look forward to tomorrow. And we start off with 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. So no more classical chess, folks. We're getting to the speedy stuff tomorrow. And we'll be live back right here where you can watch us same time as today. The games start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Indian Standard Time. So middle of the night in the Americas. Very much in the evening if you happen to be East Asia or Australia. But wherever you are, we look forward to welcoming you back for some absolutely scintillating games as round 3 reaches the tie-break stage. Thank you all so much for watching our coverage of the FIDE World Cup today, and we look forward to welcoming you back on stream, same time, same place, tomorrow. Good night and take care.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.